evening, everybody, and welcome to this special Inside Lowell Election Night podcast. I am your host, Teddy Panos, coming to you from the WellPoint Studios here in downtown Lowell. WellPoint, the only health plan offering health benefits exclusively to Massachusetts GIC members. At WellPoint, your whole health is their whole point. It'd be smart if I turned my computer audio off, but we welcome you all here to the WellPoint Studios and our broadcast. I want to thank all of our sponsors for making tonight's election night broadcast possible, and all of our Inside Lowell podcast possible as well. Of course, our friends at Washington Savings Bank, make the switch now to Washington Savings Bank. TMI Properties, quality and value at every price point. Find your perfect space at TMI. Boston North Company, business solutions for restaurant and retail. Mahoney Oil, providing warmth and protection to Greater Lowell since 1925. Francis E. Preventure Insurance, the agency Greater Lowell has counted on for over 4 decades. And by the Massachusetts Pirates, bringing all the hard-hitting action and excitement of arena football to the Mill City. And with that, I welcome in our election team, or at least part of our election team. I'm going to have you open that door again, if you don't mind. Sure. You know, we set up the studio a specific way, you know. And
yeah, you're messing with it.
Anyway, we've got a whole squad of folks who are going to be joining us here tonight as we head up to the 8 o'clock hour and the closing of the polls here in Lowell and the rest of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And then at 8 o'clock, Asa and I are going to head out and start gathering some of the numbers. We'll bring in the Power Hour crew, with Asa jumping in and out from time to time.
With Mikaela.
With Mikaela here, we're
Power Hour Pod Squad combo.
We're combining the Power Hour and the Pod Squad.
Just like the Pod Squad, except you're allowed to laugh.
Yes, exactly. Without any further ado, let me introduce you left to right on your monitors here. Asa Stutz, of course, from the Power Hour. He's joining us here. Hello, Asa.
Good evening.
Good evening.
That should be an interesting night.
We certainly hope it is. In the middle of your screen over there, you may remember this guy. Maybe you don't. Former Lowell City Councilor and also 2-time candidate in the 18th Middlesex District. Jim Leary, now up in New Hampshire.
Way out in the leave-infested New Hampshire, and it's my first time in the WellPoint studio, so I'm very excited.
You know, you're mentioning the sponsor.
Well,
love it.
It's everywhere.
You're a professional broadcaster of the making. All right, so those are the 2 New Hampshire guys. Get them the hell out of here. Let's talk to somebody from Lowell. Mona Tyree is here with us as well, a frequent contributor to Inside Lowell and part of our election coverage team in 2023. Hello again, Mona. Welcome to you.
Hello and welcome. welcome. This should be exciting.
Yeah, so we've got
very interesting. So
we've got a lot to talk about tonight. Of course, the 2 main races we're watching here at Inside Lowell. Of course, the race for state representative, Ratty Mom, 5-term incumbent, again fighting not 1 but 2 challengers in the 18th Middlesex District, the district you know pretty well.
Very well. Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to lean on your expertise a little bit in that race. Yeah, well. And then, of course, the race that, you know, no matter who I talk to, they'll guess about what's going to happen in the 18th Middlesex. No matter who I talk to about the Register of Deeds race, that what I hear overwhelmingly is, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Or I have legitimately had people who know the city and know the city's elections very well. Some will tell me Sokari Chow wins in a walk. I've had others tell me Karen Casella blows them out. And I've had others say, you know, Karen and Sokari split the big city, Lowell, and Joe Reddy wins the burbs and ends up winning the seats. So your guess is as good as mine, folks. So we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about what tonight maybe means heading into November and that particular race. In none of these districts, maybe, depending on what happens tonight and what Dave Willett decides to do. We'll throw that one in there. We will look ahead at the state Senate race. We do have a competitive state Senate race between incumbent Senator Ed Kennedy and Republican challenger Carla Miller. We also may have a race in the 17th Middlesex District, not a Republican challenging Vanna Howard, but a Pirate Party member.
Excuse me?
A member, not the Massachusetts Pirates either, not our sponsors.
Okay.
But Joseph Honorowski has gotten enough signatures to be on the ballot
So
November.
is he on it, or
I believe he is on it.
Seems a bit vague.
Last conversation I had with Greg Pappas, he has qualified for the ballot.
Is that the first in Massachusetts history, the Pirate Party making getting on the ballot, or is there others?
No, they've actually had candidates run before in different state rep races, and I think they even had somebody in might have had somebody in a Senate race. Wow. If I'm not mistaken.
State Senate or like
I believe U.S. Senate, they tried to get somebody on the ballot.
They should be winning the Gloucester seats, right?
Yep.
You would definitely think so. We may even delve into your guys, home turf of New Hampshire. Not for tonight, but there is a Lowell connection to a United States congressional race in a primary a week from tonight.
Yeah.
And so we've got all of that to talk about, and we've got some bells and whistles here. Of course, we hopefully will hear from some of the candidates. Hopefully, we'll talk to all of the winners. We've got our cell phone technology set up. We've got, of course, our election night whiteboard. Asa is the Tim Russert.
I am not. He springs this on me as soon as I show up every time.
You're so good at it, though. When you're not drawing your little Ukraine and
Or you're not
Poland
as awful as everybody else. Yeah. So
This is
you're the closest to the board.
And our newest thing, we're not just dependent on you writing the results on the board.
Good.
Or you reading the results, but
even better.
Check out technology. Yes, the spreadsheet that we use to tally the results, we now have managed to get it on the screen, so the viewers at home can watch this. This is also our fallback screen if somebody has to take a bathroom break, or when we start swapping you guys out for the.
You just don't want to look at that for a couple minutes.
Empty seat. Yeah.
But the most important thing before we get started is I want to stress to everybody out there watching this, phones, iPads, laptops, TV. If you're connected to your TV, YouTube, if you get a smart TV, you can watch us on the big screen, which people have done in the past. Don't they look handsome and adorable on there? These results, as we're showing them to you tonight, please remember, they are unofficial results until they have been sent out by each of the town clerks in the Register of Deeds race, or the election director here in the city of Lowell, William Rosenberry. And technically, they're not really official until the Secretary of State's office has certified them either Friday or next Monday or whenever. But we're following the setup of former State Senator Steve Panagiotakis on his city council election nights, which have been pretty good, except for one little slip up that's somebody typed in a wrong number. And
sorry, Corey Belanger.
Corey Belanger is still stinging from that, but he got his revenge. So.
Actually, you know what? He did. Right. He's had a wild ride.
So again, a reminder: these results, as we're showing them to you tonight, are unofficial. But we're also going to be talking to the campaigns themselves, and the candidates usually they realize they get their numbers from their people at the polling locations, which is how we're going to get them. Yeah. And they kind of know, and with any luck tonight, we'll have somebody, concede, somebody declare victory, and everybody else fall in, and we'll be able to kind of tell you the results. So, without any further ado, let's talk about the first thing that everybody's talking about today, and that is turnout, or lack thereof.
No, I think so far there's hardly anybody, right? So I don't know what the percentages are at this point. You got a lot of the mail-in votes, which I think are going to hopefully drive some of the numbers up. But the point at the end of the day, these primary races are really the faithful, or they're really well organized. Who can really get out there, folks, to vote? Most folks really don't pay much attention. It becomes like a back of your mind, like it's not even there. It's really the general election where a lot of the numbers are out. So you really got to have a good ground game. And a lot of that's with organizations. So if you have the people out there doing it, like a lot of the Democratic Party has a strong organization, a strong group of people that know there's a primary there and they're going to show up to it, you have a good chance at winning. It's not about someone who could actually win in the general election. Often people can't get out of their own Republican or Democratic primary because they don't have that organization within the hardcore folks within the party, which is a major problem. I think that's a problem we're seeing not only here, probably, but nationally. A lot of folks that you think I would rather vote for this individual, but they can't get there, or they're in an independent candidacy which doesn't have that ground game yet, or really the financing. At the end of the day, that becomes the issue. So
this guy pretty good at this.
I know.
What a great first attack.
Nowhere to go but down, right? Yeah.
So we don't
No, you have to do the board.
I can't buy.
No,
you
but
just.
You cannot leave the board.
So Mona, the date, September 3rd. It's the day after Labor Day. That everybody's being asked to wait. Now I know there aren't great alternatives because if you start to go later into September, like next Tuesday, now you start to run into some of the Jewish holidays, and people are loath to hold elections on that. What's interesting to me though is the mail-in ballot component and how that might have changed the game. All the reports from the polling locations that I got, and I was around all of them talking to some of the candidates this morning, terrible turnout. About 4:15 or so, I talked to the elections commissioner here in Lowell, William Rosenberg, said very light turnout, save for a precinct or two. But there were already 4,518 votes were already in the bank, arrived at City Hall by last Friday. They have been tabulated on a computer at City Hall and will be worked into the totals. So so we know we've got at least that many. The question, I guess, is that half of the total? Is it a third of the total, right? Half of the total, we're getting to 9,000 votes. A third of the total, we're getting to 13,500. I'd be shocked if we can get to a half.
I don't think we can even get to a half. And I also think because of the date that it falls on after, the Labor Day long weekend, I think we're going to see really more people vote by mail because people are busy right after coming back from a break, whether, they rest and they had fun, or they come back and they're working extra hard because of the day off or the start of the long weekend. So I think mail-in vote is what we're going to see more of, and I think most of the votes are going to be that way.
So you're saying you believe the mail-in vote might even be more than half of tonight's total, and we won't even get to 9,000 votes here in the city of Lowell?
Yes.
Interesting. Who does that favor? Does it favor incumbents? Does it favor challenges? Generally, they say, Asa, that the incumbents will benefit from a lower turnout, right? Less energy, yada, yada, yada.
And you got to guess that's why Beacon Hill picked this date to help the incumbent. These are politicians making these dates. They know exactly when Labor Day is.
Sure they do.
So that was the goal, essentially, big picture. But I don't know. Some of these in-person votes are so low that, like, here's an example. This is from Lowell High, which is part of the, I think two or three of them are part of that 18th Middlesex district. Precinct 4-3, 33 votes. 4-3A, 39 votes. 7-3, 48 votes. And then, my favorite, 4-4A. We're not sure where in the city this is. This is a real precinct with a machine and a woman sitting there checking people in and taking votes.
I believe that is the one precinct at Lowell High whose totals will actually be included in the 18th.
Well, it's funny you say that, because they won't be included because the number's 0.
Wow.
Zero votes.
But the polls haven't closed yet. So if you're in 4-4A,
Yes.
Lowell High's there.
When I watched the guy, the warden, and I said, "You mind if I check your numbers?" He goes, "I don't think they've changed," and he smirked at me. And I laughed, and he's like, "Yep, 0."
So you have 45 minutes to get down with before it closes.
He wasn't sure. He thought it might be UMass Lowell, so a bunch of college kids maybe that.
But here's the great unknown, though. How many of those 4,518 votes might have come from that downtown precinct, right? Were there 100?
Right. There'll certainly be
people
some.
living in downtown, I don't want to stereotype here, but they strike me as the kind that might want to vote by mail and then go have their double mocha chocolate, Creole Lady Marmalade latte at Brewed Awakenings or the coffee mill, right?
Even if 90% of them did that, which would be outrageously high, you'd still get 20 votes or something. 0. So, but before the night's out, I'm going to find out.
If there was actually
literally, where are these streets? Who are these people? I want to know.
We should know that. We should advertise. You got 45 minutes to get there, so please try to get out and vote.
There we go.
Or run from office day. Just vote for yourself and you're in. Whatever.
Really? Yeah, that's right.
No.
But by the way, we got a listener texting me on my phone before I get to you, Jimmy. Any plans to break down the towns? We do plan on having results from the towns. We've got spotters out there, and when they send us the numbers, we'll get them. The problem is we're not as familiar with those towns as we are with Lowell.
We're going to nail the 18th. I can guarantee you that.
But the good news is they're smaller. Should be able to count them faster if they expedite their mail-in ballots and have already counted them like the city of Lowell did, or they entered them into the machine early, and we should be able to get a printout of those results and a good idea from the campaigns who do have people at all the towns. But Brady, if you're still listening, send us any numbers. You get it.
Brady Drake, what are you doing?
So Jim, the 18th Middlesex race. Let's start with that one here. There was a point made during the campaign by one of the newcomers in the race, Andrew Kohler, mentioned that there's a lot of people who used to vote in that district who no longer vote. And when I followed up with him and asked, have they moved out? Are they no longer there, or are they just apathetic? He goes, they're just apathetic. They're still there. They still live there. And he made a concerted effort to reach out to those folks. My question to you is, how much did the district change for you just between your 2014 run and the 2018 run? And now we're 6 years out from that.
It really changed a lot. I mean, the first time I ran, there was Brian Donovan and myself up in the Upper Highlands. Brian coming, very popular individual, really good citizen in the Upper Highlands. Highlands,
big family,
strong, and positive family. Wasn't issues with the family. It was a very popular and strong family in the Highlands. Myself, I was an elected school committee member at that time. I think I topped the ticket the last election around, so I wasn't a newcomer. I had walked that neighborhood, for a very long time. And Ratty Mom was at that time kind of not too far out of the Upper Highlands, but right there as well. And you had some other folks involved. And I think the problem really at that point is you had a lot of people Brian and I dividing that vote up. And I think I lost maybe by 50, 55 votes, and Brian wasn't too far behind. It was very close. The second time I ran, it was just a different dynamic. You had absolutely the neighborhood had changed within that. It was a 4-year span of time. So the neighborhood had changed significantly. So older people had moved out or had passed away, and new people had moved in, and there was a different audience. But it always remained to be that it was a primary, and it was based on a really well-organized campaign. And in my case, the Democratic side was very liberal, very progressive, just kind of the hardcore folks that came out to vote, and not too different than the Republican side, which was much smaller in the Upper Highlands or the Highlands and even in the Acre. So it changed dramatically in 4 years. I can only imagine another 5 years later that it changed significantly. And it's always going to be that way. You need to keep on top of it. You need to understand who your vote is. But I think the strong part for an incumbent there is you know who they are because they're the same folks that show up. You probably can go to their door a couple of times or meet with them in different areas just to understand mailing to them or what have you, because you know who they're going to be, because the percentage of that, even though they changed, is still going to be a lot. You know who they are.
He's good because you took me where I wanted to go. The other difference, sure, the district changes. Some people move out, some come in. Lowell is kind of a community where people come and go. But the first time you ran in an open seat, the second time you ran against an incumbent. How does that change the dynamic? Because, Tara Hong is taking his second bite at the apple with Ratty Mom, and everyone's like, ooh, he came within, a few dozen votes, 5 dozen votes, basically, in 2022, almost took him out. Everyone's saying, this time, if he can, get his vote out, he's going to flip that, but the second time around isn't always sweeter. You came far closer the first time than you did the second time.
The second time around, I didn't have the dynamic that I was in, right? I had an incumbent who had the Speaker of the House actually come up into my district, and they had it really
promising a new Rourke Bridge, I bet.
Well, not the Rourke Bridge, but it was actually the Speaker of the House was there in the Couple Square doing a whole announcement out like, I support the incumbent Ratty Mom. They had flyers going out like that minute he walked out. And you also had folks who were supporting him that were really part of that Democratic organization, which is strong. I mean, they're a powerful, dynamic and well-organized. And when I say well-organized, they're also very hard workers. They'll be willing to walk, knock on doors, which a lot of folks, they don't understand the dynamic. And you're not going after the broader, group of folks. You're going after a select small group. And you need to do it financially, and you need to do it organizationally. And when you have the Speaker of the House coming up to your district, it's powerful. It's just a different dynamic. It is what it is. It's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's just that when you understand that, you need to develop a different strategy. And I think what Tara tried to do, from what I see, is really ingrain himself with the Democratic apparatus in Lowell and utilize that organization and skill set. Now, whether that's going to be the difference, we're going to know in a couple hours ultimately. But so it's a little bit different when he first ran. When he first ran, he was a newcomer knocking on doors, didn't really understand how that organization really works. Now he's tapped into it. We'll see what happens. I think the Ratty already had support from, I guess, the leadership in the House. I don't know if they came up here or not, but I'm supposing they did, saying what a great person bringing all this and that.
The last 2 weeks, the Speaker of the House sent a flyer. Aaron Mikaela, who I believe is the chairman of Ways and Means, sent a flyer. And then the one that kind of surprised everyone was Congresswoman Lori Trahan. Came out with an endorsement of Ratty Mom, which she hadn't done, to my knowledge, in 2022. Mona, does that make a difference? Does that sway you? If somebody that you like politically, does that sway you? Does it turn you off if you don't like that person?
Yes and no. So for me, in my opinion, I don't go by whoever votes or endorses whoever, because it is political, and this is the political game, if you will. So I go by what I see in the community, because I'm out in the community all the time, and I see who I see. So there are some people that claim they're out in the community and they're doing X, Y, and Z, and they are absolutely not. So even if somebody that is higher up endorses them, that doesn't really mean too much, but I know that others do look at it. But for me personally, no.
And that is really the
rap on Ratty.
That's the main issue in the 18th, right? Is Ratty Mom an effective state representative? Is he out there doing the constituent services? Is he visible? Asa, we didn't hear it in 2014 because it was an open seat, but we heard it in 2016, 18, 20, 2022, and we heard it again, literally sitting in these three seats. We hosted the debate, and the two challengers, Tara Hahn and Andrew Kohler, both turned to Ratty and said, "You're nowhere to be found."
Jim's
basically.
probably said the same thing.
No,
did you?
You do, but
in 2018?
No, you did, and I think the big problem at that point is we're talking about the Rourke Bridge.
Yeah.
And we were in a debate. And then Ratty at the time brought up the Rourke Bridge, like, I'm campaigning to bring it in. And I was like, we all went to your fundraiser 2 years ago and we lobbied the Speaker of the House. Didn't even see you there. Now, you went through a ride when you went to another fundraiser and brought him through it. But a lot of folks sitting in that chamber watching the debate, like that time Representative Elliott was sitting there. Representative Elliott had many motions about where is the Rourke Bridge. So we were like, well, what are you talking about? Now, the problem gets down to you got a lot of different people running. And it comes down to that small group of folks who are well organized, understand what they believe in, and they go out and they vote. And if you're going to try to win that race, you need to be really well organized and identify those people. I mean, intimately understand who they are and try to reach them, both with your mailings and then if you can still get to it, because it is that small a race. Whereas the Registry of Deeds, when we jump to that, that's a totally different race. That's more of, it's a broader vision. You're talking about the towns and Joe Reddy trying to make it there. The towns have a large percentage of people coming out. It'll be interesting to see how Karen and how, Corey actually attack that. How do they actually balance it? Because Lowell actually has a lower percentage than, say, a Chelmsford or some of the other towns. A little bit numbers are bigger. Yeah, but not significantly.
Well, not recently. Actually, Chelmsford's been nosediving.
At a high percent.
Look, so they're coming out like the towns. Lowell is doing cartwheels,
historically,
getting 13 to 15%. Drake and Chelmsford are starting to get 6 to 8%.
Chelmsford, I remember there was
somebody wake up Jeff Foster and tell him to try to get out the vote there. I have to ask you a question, Jim. Well, you were part of a story that we ran last week. There was a campaign mailer sent out by an independent political action committee that used a photo of you and Riddy Young from the 2018 race. They cut out Sammy.
Poor Sam,
Poor Sammy. I had forgotten he was in that race because he got cut out of the photo to vote.
Pretty good, actually.
But, Riddy was besides himself. He's a strong Tara Hung supporter. You, to my knowledge, hadn't supported anybody, but you did say to me, I would never support Ratty Mom for state rep.
No.
What is it about Ratty Mom that engenders such passionate feelings against him? And by all indications, he's a great guy. I've talked to I've often joked that before I had a daughter, if my daughter ever brought home a guy like Ratty Mom, I'd be in heaven because he's nice, he's polite, he's not. But something's happening in these campaigns. You know, you would never vote for him. Riddy Young went to the steps of City Hall, mad at Sokari Chow for voting for for getting the mayor's seat before Vesna got hit, but then proceeded to call Ratty Mom a loser, and Ratty had nothing to do with that mayoral selection. Yeah. I mean, it's clear he engenders strong feelings. Dave Willett, who ran against him in, I think it was 2016.
He was in the original,
right?
that great 2014.
He was in the original primary, ran against him in 2016. He had said, I will run if Ratty wins the primary. I'll run as an independent to take him down. If Tara Hong wins, I won't run. I'll support him. Is there something about Ratty that gets people to dislike him when he seems likable?
No, he is likable.
Maybe he's not a great rep. I'll let the voters decide that.
Look, I think personally, and I haven't talked to Ratty in a while, so I like Ratty. Nobody that I know, well, I shouldn't say that because that's probably not true. I actually think he's a good person. He is a kind person, right? He's a someone you could have a beer with, go golfing with, great golfer, someone you could hang with in that way, and it'd be, it's a very positive experience. There's not a bad thing to say. Now, I think with Rithi is the one who actually, I didn't know anything about it. Rithi actually texted me a picture. He's like, "You endorsing him?" I'm like, I'm not endorsing him. So don't, why we, it is what it is. I think Rithi and Sakari and Vesna and some of the other political leaders in the Cambodian community just have different politics when it comes to Cambodia. And those are strong, powerful, emotions that come from that. They have strong disagreements. And Rithi and Ratty are just on the opposite side of that, and that's where that's coming from.
Yeah, but you, as far as I know, don't care about Cambodian politics.
Well,
I'm pretty sure Dave Willett doesn't care about Cambodian politics.
I think,
and yet the feelings are.
But to say this, so when I first ran in Ratty, a guy actually called Ratty when I first ran, saying, I'm running for state rep. Could you support me? Because he's in the district. You're calling all your friends and what have you. I considered him a friend. And he's like, "Well, Jim, I'm going to run." I'm like, "Okay, well, then we'll be competing for the same seat. Not a big deal. We'll just have the best person win and what have you." The second time he ran, the first 2 years he was a freshman candidate. I had just got elected to the city council. I was like, "I will, help you because you're a friend of mine. Let's see if you can do things better." And one of the things I said to him is, you need to get out and be part of the community and figure out what's happening. You don't need to come up with significant legislation, because you're not. Look, let's be fair.
You're rubbing off on Mona.
You're not going to come up with
the way it's an edge.
You're not going to come up with significant legislation as a freshman state representative. You're just not. But you can do a lot of consideration, working with the folks in your neighborhoods. Get out there, find something that you can be meaningful. And those first 2 years, he really didn't. And the time he ran, I'm like, "I'm going to support you, but you need to really go out there and become part of that community. You don't have to own it, but you need to become part of it." We had the census was coming up. Now everybody's pushing the census. I'm like, I said to him, "But when it comes up in 2 years, you could take that as your own and get more people in the census, be a leader in the Cambodian community." 2 years go by, he does nothing. I lost a pretty painful city council race, and I'm like,
was that 2017?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do we not mention that year?
Was there an issue that year?
I
know Teddy lost that vote. He wasn't on the ballot.
Yeah.
You and I might have been
yeah. I got more time off. I was the winner actually in the long run. But I mean, I looked at it like, you're not doing anything. And I think that's kind of what and I'm not going to speak for Rithi, but I think the same thing, maybe Dave at the same point. Dave's like, "Hey, I grew up in the Acre. I'm part of the Acre community. I'm part of that team. I really kill myself. I make all these things happen, and our state rep is not involved in it." Now, I've been gone for 4 years, so I don't know if Ratty's changed that dynamic. I'm assuming not to the level where other folks think. I don't know his voting record, so I don't know if it's positive, negative. I don't believe he came up with any significant legislation. You can't say the Rourke Bridge is funded by Ratty Mom. It's a significantly long term with a lot of people going back decades to bring that there. And you had one of the most significant legislatures in the community, Senator Panagiotakis, who kind of kept pushing that forward and pushing it forward and pushing it forward. You're not going to say a freshman or sophomore state rep was the one that did it. That's just, I think the quote I had is, "That's knee slapping funny," because it was just funny. Like, you were not part of the process. You weren't even in the room. So
yeah, when you make the list, I mean,
that's and there was hundreds of a lot of folks locally and state that try to push it. So is that dynamic carrying forward? Is he not translating well? Is there some animosities that have been built up over time? They are what they are. Now, he's gotten elected each and every single time. So obviously he's
close calls.
So, but you know what? He's got elected every single time. So it is what it is.
He's the ultimate
that's all that
political
matters.
survivor, right?
And at the end of the day,
would you be surprised if he pulls it off tonight?
No.
Well, no, I bet a lot of people probably think he's a favorite. I'm not sure I do, but
I don't.
A lot of people do.
I think he's a favorite because you're the incumbent. You have a small group of folks that come out. Now, I know what Tara did is try to kind of have, I call it deep disruption of that organization by trying to get people who are hard workers, advocate for him. And I think he did some of that. Now, whether it's enough for the folks mailing their ballots and are voting, you don't really know. Now, Ratty has been part of that successfully, so he's doing something that's working. What that is, at the end of the day, obviously I ran against him, so I have a different approach to it, different thought process to it, but you can't take away the fact that he's unbeaten. And that's just a fact. So at the end of the day,
5-0?
5-0. Now he's faced some people like, again, go back to when I ran, Brian Donovan was a pillar in the St. Margaret's community.
Yep.
Pillar in the neighborhood. I had just topped the ticket on school committee. You had Dave Willett out in the Acre, was a leader in the Acre community, and he beat all three of us. Now, we did take the votes away. No, Dave,
you guys split the vote
we split
hard.
the vote.
Upper
We split the vote hard, but Dave
Paul Ratajam also had a write-in campaign.
That's it.
So
If he made the ballot,
in that thing.
were you third or second? I remember this.
second.
So I think I got a weird brain here. I think it went Ratty like 635, you 595, Donovan 5.
It was close enough.
635, 595, 585.
Yeah.
Those were the numbers in my head, and I remember where it dropped to like 333. But Paul Rathayem got like 250. If he's on the ballot,
Write-ins.
right?
Yeah, write-ins.
I mean, I think they had a sticker campaign, right? But it was write-ins. If he's on the ballot, you win.
But you know what? It didn't happen. So at the end of the day,
it's
it didn't. So the next time around, I forgot who ran against him at that point. I think it was Dave Willett. I think,
Dave Willett
actually.
ran against him in 2016.
And he had a lot of people that were supporting because they were like, you haven't done anything. But you're a freshman state rep. So you're not going to, again, you're not coming up with this great legislation to save the city, right? That's not going to, or the state or whatever. But he won again, and he didn't do anything different that third time. And from my understanding, right at this point, it hasn't been like this dramatic legislative career. However, he must be doing something right because he keeps getting elected.
Split vote.
He's
Though. Even
talking.
last election was another split vote because you had Dominic Lay. Tara was within 40, 50 votes. Dominic Lay got about 350. There's no split vote tonight. So now Ratty's getting a straight.
There's Andrew Collar.
Yeah.
Andrew,
Yes.
does he?
Political ideological split. How's that?
But
I understand
conventional
he's there.
wisdom is people who are unhappy with the incumbent will focus on the challenger. If there are two challengers, you're naturally going to have a split. If you're happy with Ratty, I'm not sure Andrew Kohler is going to win you over. Which is why I think he was smart for his strategy to forget about the people who voted last time. They're probably committed to, he may be able to get some of the Tarahan folk, but try to find those voters who stopped voting years ago for any number of reasons and see if he can lure them in.
The problem is that I think, and I don't want to, if it works, I like to be proved wrong, but no, it's not going to happen. Ultimately, he's going after people that are not in great number going to show up on this Tuesday or had mailed stuff in. Now, the mailing dynamic, maybe that does change it a bit. Maybe folks are like, if you give me something in my hand, I can do it in August. Maybe that changes it. I doubt it. I've heard a lot of people say it. Love to see it happen because if he's really actually doing that, going up to, Teddy Panos and saying, mail-in ballots coming in, I really want your vote. Can you please vote for me? And you're like, well, the guy came to me face to face and I do it. If you can do that enough times, maybe it changes everything. So that dynamic is not, there might be some studies on how effective that is. I think it's really still out there. If he capitalized on that, it'll be a good night for him. But if I was betting on it, I would have to give it right now. I would say Tara's going to pull off an upset tonight, but man, it's going to be close. And we're talking offline a little bit. It might be close enough to have like an actual recount.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
No. It could
again,
legitimately tie. We could go to a coin flip.
I definitely
Ratty
think
Mom
Tara.
hasn't lost yet.
Sorry.
So you think Tarahan wins, Mona? You nodded in agreement.
No, I agree Tara will win. And I think it will be close. I don't know if it has to be recounted, but yeah.
Definitely.
And one of the comments that I did want to make is I think just from me being a community member and being out there and seeing, even though I'm in the Centerville district, I'm also in the Acre district a lot, and I used to live out there for 10 years. And I think one of the key pieces with Tara that is different with Ratty is he is not out there, and Tara is out there. He's going on the doors, and I think sometimes as community members, you may think it's okay to keep voting for the same person because that's the one that you're comfortable with, and I think sometimes you need to come out of the being uncomfortable and listen to other ideas, because just from what I see, I'm not in that district, so I'm not voting.
Right.
In that particular, I am voting, but
Not in the 18th.
yeah, it's not going to affect me. But I do see Tara coming out, and I do see Ratty, and I have heard, and I did listen to the debate, and one of the things that I did see that I did not like was I did this and I did that. I didn't see you do that. And as you said, Mr. Leary, there is a lot. Whatever, I don't know.
It's a great,
Okay.
It's the gray hair.
Let me be, I'm trying to be,
The old
professional.
little politics
You
there.
have to be respectful to him. He's no longer an office.
Okay. What do you want me to call you?
Jimmy or Jim.
All right, Jimmy, Jim.
Yeah. Jeez,
Jimmy.
that hurt my feelings.
So, okay. Get over it.
You can call me Mr. Jim.
So, that part of it is, for me, just looking on the inside, outside, I don't like it because I don't see you out there. And just like you were talking about the Rourke Bridge, there are a lot of people that have invested time and resources to help push that. It's not ever going to be just one person that did that. So that really was like...
No, there's a list.
some
He's on that
things
list, but he's not on the top of it.
Correct. And there's some things that were said that, I can't say they're the truth or not, because if that's his perspective, but I like to see documentation on that perspective. And then
Show me.
So one of the things that surprised me with the Congresswoman Trahan endorsement was she is one of those people that's been front and center in bringing that money. It's going to turn out to be the infrastructure bill.
Recency bias.
That is
Lori
gonna do
Trahan,
that.
Danny Rourke. They pushed that thing. They did. They pushed that bridge over the finish line.
Right.
Absolutely.
But there's, she comes out and she endorses him, which absolutely shocked me. Not because I just
It
think
was
she's
surprising.
neutral in the race. Does that carry weight? I mean, she's got.
Can I say this?
She's got a little bit of a
This
machine.
will
in
lead
the
me
city, right?
into
The
my
speaker
prediction.
doesn't. The speaker,
I would say,
Speaker
yeah, I
Mariano
think-
doesn't. Lori Trahan does.
She's
folks.
she's an incumbent. I think it has a little bit of weight. I think folks do take a second look at that.
Of course.
That's a fair, look, I can say I don't vote the way someone's going to tell me to vote, but if you're sitting there not knowing one of the other folks running and someone's telling you that if you trust the Congresswoman, which I think a lot of people do, you're going to take a second look.
Right.
You're going to stop. Now, again, it might come down to I've seen what I've seen, but if she's saying, hey man, I'm going to do it, you might take a second look.
Where do you think that came from, that endorsement? Who's the person most responsible for that besides Ratty? It's an easy one.
it is.
He's on the ballot tonight, too.
Oh, so Kari Chow. And okay, great. So that's somebody said that to me because
His wife.
in Congresswoman Trahan's office, so Kari Chow's wife is working. And yet, I was expecting a follow-up endorsement in the registry race. And it never came from Congresswoman Trahan. She
Really?
stayed out of that one.
Well,
She stayed out of the registry of deeds.
you know what? That's
debate.
trouble, though. She
Which
knows
was
Lowell.
interesting,
She
right?
knows well Lowell, and there's also the district, which we could say we don't know as well. She
Fair
knows it
point.
better than we do.
Good point there. Very good
Can I
point.
just say real quick with Sakari, I'm going back and forth. I really think, I'm not predicting it's going to be a tie. I don't know if that's a cop-out, but it's going to be that close. I thought Ratty was gettable, just because there's not that split vote this time. Tara, I understand. Tara's more heads up this time than last time. What's his name? I'm sorry, forgetting.
Andrew Kohler.
Thank you. I forget the mustache. But this is much better aligned for Tara. But then I see Sakari out there going hard. He's campaigning real hard, and he's going to drag in some Ratty votes. So in my head, I'm like, you know what? Maybe Ratty does pull it off because Sakari is kind of his secret weapon. But then I see how low the vote totals are today, and it's like, I'm back to think. Like, I don't know.
I
It's
think
a coin flip.
I think it's going to be close, but I think it's again, you're going back to like for the 18th district, it's a very tiny hate using the word tiny, it's a smaller number of folks. The Registry of Deeds, Sakari worked really hard in the towns because the percentage numbers are coming up. I think all three of them did. So I think that's going to be the more hard to really pin down. You got, Joe Reddy, who's got a strong name in the town of Chelmsford. He comes from his father was an elected official. He lived there. He's been a part of the community.
All right. I'm going to give you a pause for 1 second because we are going to transition to the registry. Sure. By the way, Asa was worried earlier today we might not have enough to fill this first hour.
I didn't know.
I had Leary.
I didn't know Mr. Leary would be here.
I had Leary in the wings.
I could talk hair back on your head, brother. Come on.
It is 7:40. It is 7:40, and we haven't even gotten to the second race we're watching. You are watching Inside Lowell's live broadcast here on Election Night 2024. I'm your host, Teddy Panos, coming to you here in the WellPoint Studios. We are, as I said, it was 7:40. My clock just turned to 7:41. There's a little bit of a delay if you're watching this on YouTube or on InsideLowell.com, so it's somewhere in the ballpark there. But we're about 20 minutes away from the polls closing. Shortly after that, we should start to get some of the results in. We'll make some commentary on our whiteboard, and we also have our spreadsheet on the screen there. You'll see the 18th Middlesex State Rep, the Middlesex North Register of Deeds.
Should have got the Excel spreadsheet is what you should have had. We could have been minusing and dividing.
Well, that's what we have.
Done some pivot tables.
Yeah.
We have our
total
total from the 9 other towns that are in that race. That, of course, will total it up into the overall total. We should know the results in the 18th Middlesex race, well, I would guess by 9:30 the latest. The other one, your guess is as good as mine. But I do want to point out again right now, and as we will throughout the rest of the night, these results are unofficial until they're confirmed by all the elections directors and town clerks, and also until they're confirmed by the Secretary of State. So if we get it wrong, do not yell at us. We did the best we could.
We are amateurs. Absolutely,
We're no Tim Russert. We're no George Stephanopoulos. But
I got paid a chicken sandwich to come here, so that's about as far as the money part.
How long could it possibly take to count like 50 votes, though?
We got a new man here as well. He'll be jumping in at 8 o'clock, part of the Pod Squad, part of Beers with Batch, part of the Tinder Dating Show, one of the more prolific contributors here at Inside Lowell, Mike Bacigalupo, a.k.a. Batch, and he's going to come sit in here for me in a little bit. So what number again, Batch, to bring up this screen?
Number 6.
Number 6. There we go. I like it. See that? And the whiteboard is?
Number 5.
Look at that. Batch is good.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Batch is ready. Batch is ready. So let's, you were outside listening there in the green room. Just want to quickly get your take on the 18th Middlesex District race and what you think might happen tonight.
Honestly, I almost feel like Tara Hong might pull this one out. I don't know. I
4 analysts, 4 people say Tara Hong is going to pull this one off.
know if it was based on a debate, I'd say no. But I thought,
all right,
it was just kind of like a, regurgitation of talking points from the Democratic Party. But I think people, the machine's behind him. I think he might win. I don't. Yeah.
So that's a follow-up question there. In that race and the Register of Deeds race, we held 2 debates here at Inside Lowell, and I tried to arrange them, got to coordinate them, worked hard to come up with some questions and try to put on a really good show. Does it make a bleeping difference? Does it? And as a matter of fact, in the registrar's race, which we held August 28th, I think half the votes had already been cast by that point.
It didn't. Yeah.
And the rest of the town. So, do those debates really sway anybody?
I mean, so obviously I can't vote in the rep race, but I thought the Register of Deeds. If somebody watched that,
I did.
There would be reasons to vote for each of those candidates based on that debate. I thought they both, all 3 of them rather, just it would make an impact. I think it could make an impact if somebody listened. But do they listen? No.
Did it make an impact for you, Mona? Had you already voted before we had done that debate, or?
Yes.
You had already voted.
Yes.
Okay. You said it made an impact. Did it affirm your vote, or make you wish you could have it back?
Maybe want it back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, do you mind if we delve a little further in? Or?
No, go right ahead.
So,
Go right ahead.
So who did you vote by mail or did you do in person?
I did. I voted by mail.
Who did you vote for in that race?
Well, and how many times?
3. I did it 3 times.
One for each of them.
1 for each one.
There you go. That's good.
There you go.
Do you mind if we ask who you voted for?
I do.
You do mind.
I do mind.
But watching the debate changed your mind.
So there was a couple of, so for all 3, let me just say I think they did well. But there's only one that I particularly know. The other 2 I don't know. But I know enough and I've heard enough. But watching it, I'll use Joe as an example. I've met him, I've seen him out and about, but I've never really saw him sit down and talk about that position. Sakari, same thing. You know, I've heard him talk about it. Karen, I've met her and heard her talk about it, but I think there was a difference with all 3 no matter what. So, you know, one thing threw me off about each person, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to, like, how do I want to say this? I don't know how I want to say it, but I will say I didn't like, so like you're asking me, you know, will you say who you voted for? I really, like, for me, I'm not a political figure. I'm not just, but I am a community person. I'm an advocate and I'm an activist. I don't mind endorsing somebody, but I also think there's a certain way to endorse. You're not going to put my name anywhere. I really do believe in the democratic process of it being private, if that makes sense. And then, you know, with Karen, so I'll say Karen, I really like a lot of her ideas, and I think that she's been in that position. And in my opinion, you know, I'm a firm believer, if you do that job and the job comes up that if you're qualified, you should apply for it and see if you get it. And I think that she knows what's going on there. But I also didn't like the wording. I know it's weird, but some of the words that she used, it just made me cringe a little.
Well, she was clearly the least politician of the three,
and I
which,
get that.
By the way, may be a compliment. It may not be a put down, but she wasn't as polished.
I'm not a good speaker either, so I definitely get that, but just I was looking for a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And then for Joe, I didn't know all the experience that he had. So it was kind of, I do think that it could be anybody that wins.
You know, it'd be great is you have, Karen run the day-to-day, Joe run the office, and Sakari be your lobbyist.
Well, so here's the interesting dynamic, right? Because Karen Casella ran as an independent against Dick Howe in 2018. Yeah. She had been working with him for 26 years at the time. She lost. She was challenging her boss, and then went right back to work in that office with the same dynamic where he's the boss. If she doesn't win this time, is she going back to the office to work for one of these two who she clearly thinks she's more qualified than, right?
I could see her working for one, but maybe not the other.
You're going to leave it like that? You're going to say...
Well, if you watch the last 10 minutes of the debate, I think you know the answer.
Yeah. But, I mean, I looked at it like, if you really think that the day-to-day experience is the way to go, Karen's a clear choice. If you think having somebody like Karen and then having somebody that can be... Because Sakari is right. You can't just walk in unfortunately, you can't walk into Beacon Hill and get things done. It takes a while. Sakari could get things done on Beacon Hill. How important is that in that job? Well, that's another question, right? And then Joe seems like he would kind of have a little bit of both. So depending on what your view is, you've got a candidate. So it's kind of hard. Like none of them, they all made really good points, to be honest.
They did.
I think it's a tough choice, but I don't know. It's really between the people that I think it's between, Sakari and Karen. But.
Which begs the question, do the endorsements in that race make a difference, especially where it's not the 18th Middlesex district, which is two neighborhoods in Lowell. We're talking about 10 cities and towns, some of them completely different from the others. Lowell is not at all like Dracut or Tewksbury, Billerica, etc. And I think they go out into some of the ritzy burbs too, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a pretty funky district if you're looking at it. It's not as big as a congressional, but
so this is where I think the endorsements to me might make the difference, because you have the 4 top Democrats in the state, the 4 statewide office holders: Maura Healey, Kim Driscoll, Diana DeZoglio, and Andrea Campbell, come out and all endorse Sokari Chow. They didn't endorse the woman in the race. Think about that.
Did Solidarity Lowell.
4 women did not endorse
Solidarity Lowell
the women in that race.
That's bothersome.
Is that telling you something?
I think it tells you who's more organized, I think, within that group. And I think it's a smaller group. But it does, in a race like that type of race, it's going to play out potentially better. However, at the end of the day, you still got to go out and meet these people. It's one of those races. It's not a state senate or a Congress race. Nobody really knows what Dick Howe is fantastic. Reorganize that place like nobody probably could ever think of doing it. Nobody knows what it does. They really don't. And I think part of the position is really, here I am. Who has the organization? Who has that personal touch to it? That's really how you do it. And these towns are going to have, I want to say significant because it's going to be low turnout everywhere. They're going to have a really good turnout from a percentage standpoint. So you really have to work in the towns as well. So the question is, did Joe Reddy really lead the towns in terms of managing that? Was Karen able to get her message out there? And the same as with Sokari. Sokari had the big names, so you kind of have that in your mindset, but you still don't know what this position is. And a lot of folks didn't come out. So you're like, what do you do? It's a tough race to be in.
So that's the interesting dynamic in this, Mona. And you got the dynamic of a woman running against 2 guys, yet she doesn't get the endorsement of the women. As people have told me what they think is going to happen, they've pointed to Sokari Chow's fundraising, and he's able to raise a lot of money, and he spends a lot of that money, right? A ton of mailings. I've had people who tell me they think Karen Casella is going to romp in that race. And their analysis is she and Sokari will likely split Lowell. It will be close to 50-50. Joe will do very well in the burbs. And then I've had them say to me, remember the name Casella? It's Italian. She may not be Italian. I don't know if she's Italian or not, but her husband is Italian. He goes, Tewksbury, Billerica, Wilmington. They've got a lot of Italians in those towns. Will they vote? Do people? We're sitting here trying to think of who won the debate and who best articulated their vision for the. And do people just vote? Oh, Casella, she's one of us, Italian. Or Maura Healey says Sokari. He must be the true Democrat.
Well, every bridge in Wilmington's name is Maselli, so it might have something to do with it.
I think it breaks down to organization. Did you get, like he said, Sokari spent a lot of money. Did he get to the right people? Did he actually hit that? Did he nail it that way? Same with the other 2. I think at the end of the day, Joe Reddy's his father was I think he's a real estate agent. So you're looking
Joe's a realtor, his father was, but I think his father was a selectman too. And Joe has hosted, he's very politically active.
So Chelmsford has what? Like it has Westford. Westford's another community that's going to have a high voter turnout. So I think it's I wouldn't, if I was a betting person, I would stay away from this. I wouldn't be betting because I really wouldn't know who would win.
So I think
it's hard to do.
I was thinking Sokari was going to win, but then I saw some of the numbers that came out of Mikaela was over at the Daily, and the numbers were I think it was 600. There were high numbers at the Daily, and I think in that neighborhood the endorsements don't help.
No,
I think there's kind of an attitude of we want Karen outside of the machine. I don't know. It's just.
Outside of the machine, and yet, man, that Democratic machine, tough to beat here in Massachusetts. Ask any Republican who puts their name on the ballot. That machine delivers votes on election night.
I think it depends on who comes out, though. Like which neighborhoods are.
But I can tell you who's going to come out. You can almost predict, but it's looking at the voting. It's going to be the hardcore in the Democratic primary. Hardcore progressive Democrats.
Yeah, that's true.
What you should have done is got Dick Howe in here to describe how the town apparatus works, because he would be able to tell you this town of Billerica is going to have X amount of folks that are left leaning coming in, or are they?
You'd ask him if I had him in here?
I would ask. You know what I would ask?
I know what I'd ask.
I would ask him. Well,
I'd be like, what's
that's probably why he's not here. Anyways, but I would ask someone like with that knowledge, like, what is the town of pick Billerica? Is that a left-leaning district, or is it middle of the road district in terms of the Democratic Party? How does that vote change? How would you attack that dynamic? Because at the end of the day, those percentages are going to come in strong. Where Karen and Sakari are kind of running low, and he's right over the line, so he does have some Lowell effect. A lot of folks like know Joe. I think we talked about Ratty Mom. I think he endorsed him actually too, did he not? Or I mean, not Ratty Mom. Rithy Young. Rithy's going to kill me. Yeah. Rithy Young endorsed him for that race. So you're going to have.
And Joe, right? Also, you got Barry Feingold, which should help out. And so the town. Let me run down the 9 other communities besides all the in alphabetical order: Billerica, Carlisle, Chelmsford, Dracut, Dunstable, Tewksbury, Tingsboro, Westford, and Wilmington. So you've got some from Massachusetts, some conservative districts in there, right? Dracut and Tingsboro. Yeah. And then you've got some real lefties, Westford, Carlisle. So, to me, this is going to be a fascinating race. And I got a hunch.
Primary, though.
You guys are all dismissed to go home whenever you want, by the way. But I've got a hunch I'm going to be here very late tonight.
But it's a primary. So even in those like Dracut being more of a say conservative town, it's still the Democrats voting in the primary, not even the Democrats who show up in the general election. So it's a smaller group of folks.
It's like the hardcores.
Yeah, just folks who are well organized. I don't want to. I hate. There's not a real good adjective. They just have. These are the folks that show up for whatever particular reason they're showing up. If you can get to them and they're knowledgeable, they know all the folks running for both sides of it. And they know what they're going to do when they walk in for the most part. You'll have a lesser percentage who really don't. So that's hard to break into, even in the state rep race. It's hard to break into.
Great point about the hardcore, because there's also nothing at the top of the ticket. I went and voted in Chelmsford, and there was 2 competitive races: Governor's Council,
what is that?
Debating against Mara Dolan rematch, and the Register of Deeds race. Everything else was unchallenged. Pretty much the same in Lowell, and I would guess other communities. 2022 primary, you had Ed Markey and Joe Kennedy running for Senate. You had the gubernatorial. Yeah. There was something at the top of that ticket to draw the voters. Register of Deeds isn't really sexy. The most high profile race is actually on the Republican ballot to get a United States Senate candidate to run up against Elizabeth Warren. And yet, here in Lowell, when I got the mail-in ballot numbers from the new elections director, when I said 4,518, 3,850 of them were Democratic ballots, which leaves about less than 700 to be Republican ballots.
Tiny
5 to 1. Yeah. So that, again, hard to your point, Jim, hardcore Democrats are the ones coming out on this, and the 700 hardcore Republicans.
It's almost opposite mirror images of it. It's basically I'll be polite, well-organized folks who pretty much, for the most part, know what they're doing. You can switch some people, like you said, like a Lori Trahan endorsement. Most of these people know who the folks are. They kind of know where they want to go. There's got to be some, love the words, deep disruption of what that thought pattern is. And that's really hard to do other than going face to face or really hitting somebody's nerve with something that you did or didn't do.
That'd be a great fake Twitter handle.
Deep disruption.
Yeah.
So prediction time. You've all picked Tara Hong in all 4 of you, counting Asa. Give me your prediction in the Register of Deeds race. Mona?
No.
Ladies first.
Skip me.
Who do you think wins?
Skip me.
Not who you voted for. Who you think wins?
No, I think Sakari will win.
You think Sakari wins? Jim?
Yeah, I got to think Sakari.
You go Sakari. Yeah. Batch?
I think I changed my mind. I think Karen wins.
You think Karen wins?
I think the endorsements end up not helping that much.
Well, in Dracut and Tingsboro, I don't think they're thrilled about Maura Healy's
I'm not. It's. I mean, Diana Dezago, like, great. She was fantastic. I don't know the other 2, but Governor. Oh, come on. That's not going to help. That's not going to help.
I'm not going to help with that.
Yeah, but are you a hardcore Democratic voter right now?
Hell no.
Well, there you go.
No, I'm not.
But that's the whole point. The whole point is, like, would I actually, like, I like Sakari, by the way. Would I vote for him? Maybe not. Maybe I would vote for Karen. Probably, yeah, I would vote for Karen if I came in, to be honest with you.
There's 3 really good
candidates. But I got to tell you, it's hard to pick. You're right.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about a very finite group of folks. So did you get to those folks? You get more chance in a registry of deeds because there's not an incumbent there. Did you get to them with a message that they resonated with? Like you were saying, you already voted, but then you thought gee, after I saw someone else actually with their message, maybe I would have voted differently. So it's just interesting how that's going to work. I would say, in my opinion, based on everything, if I had to actually like bet on this thing, you had to put your $10 on it, I would say Sakari pulls it off. But like you said, the other two are strong candidates. A lot of good things to say about
I
it.
think it's chicken, steak, and pork. It depends on your mood. Depends on your
It
taste
could,
and mood.
no, but it really could, because really, I think it's definitely going to be tough. I think the votes are going to be close for Sakari and Karen, because really you could, in my opinion, it could go either way with those two.
I think it's closer. I think it's going to be closer than we think. I think Joe will get more votes than I think we originally thought. Because that was my first experience with him watching on the debate. I'm like, wow, this guy's really articulate and made a great case for himself. So he's been out doing that. I mean, I think it's going to be close.
It's a really hard race. That's the challenge.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. Won't make a lick of difference to the operations of the registry. I still don't know what that job really. Now that Dick Howe has brought it into the computer age, I mean, maybe somebody brings it into the AI age. But I mean,
the fact
let's be honest, all three of them will be more than capable of running that office, no matter who wins that race.
But who would you vote for?
I did vote.
Who would you be your? Okay, that's
the
not
debate.
It, but
the debate.
Who's your pick? You think that is going to win?
I thought Sakari Chow would win, but I can see a scenario where Karen Casella wins. I'm going to base it on somebody who knows the city very well, who I talked to on Saturday, and told me that they think Karen Casella wins. So if you put a gun to my head, I would say that she's going to end up eking one out tonight. By the way,
I think that would be wonderful.
It is 8:01 p.m. The polls have closed. You're watching it in a little bit of a delay at home. So, it's probably 8 o'clock for you as well. So the polls have closed. We're going to swap out in a couple seconds here. Batch is going to come into the big seat. We'll bring Mikaela and Han in here for a little bit. Jim Mona, if he wants to go grab it. You're taking off? You've said enough? All right. Well,
let me back again.
Let me take the time to thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're coming back November 5th?
Absolutely.
All right, good. We'll get you to the national ring.
He's a much more pleasant carpetbagger than Jack.
We didn't yell at him.
But I'm not as intelligent as that.
Well, we thank Jimmy Leary for joining us. The rest of the crew will stay here. Again, the whiteboard, we're going to start filling it up with information. And there you go, right there. As soon as the numbers start coming in, we will begin to update them and we will report them to you. We anticipate the 18th Middlesex race. We should have the result, well, I'll say before 9:30, the latest, barring any surprises. Middlesex North Register of Deeds, your guess is as good as mine. I absolutely couldn't. I've never had any experience with these other towns and how they happen to run their elections.
The unknown.
It certainly is. We're going to bring in Asa Stutz, part of the Power Hour, the other Stutz brother. He is here. Mikaela Hondros-McCarthy will join us as well here in her customary middle seat, part of the pod squad, along with Batch and I will take this opportunity to remind you you're watching Inside Lowell's live primary election night coverage here from the WellPoint studios. WellPoint, the only health plan offering benefits exclusively to Massachusetts GIC members. WellPoint, your whole health is their whole point. I also want to thank the rest of our Inside Lowell sponsors for making tonight's podcast possible. You're seeing them scroll through your screen there, and many of them are the candidates who are on your ballot tonight and are probably in nail-biting time as we speak right now, and one candidate that will be on the ballot in November as well. Also want to thank our friends at Washington Savings Bank. Make the switch now to Washington Savings Bank. TMI Properties, quality and value at every price point. Find your perfect space with TMI. Boston North Company, business solutions for restaurant and retail. Mahoney Oil, providing warmth and protection to Greater Lowell since 1925. Francis E. Preventure Insurance, the agency Greater Lowell has counted on for more than 4 decades. And by the Massachusetts Pirates, bringing you all the hard-hitting action of arena football to the Mill City. And with that, we'll take one more opportunity to remind you that these results that we're going to put on the screen, they are unofficial results. We're getting them from some of the candidate spotters with their printout sheets from the various polling locations, but they'll be pretty accurate, barring a disaster, a Cory Belanger-esque disaster from 2019.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
But we did very well with them during the Lowell City Council election, and we should have an idea, unless the race is so close to call that you're going to end up having a recount anyway. So with that, I'm going to turn over the big seat to Mike Bacigalupo. He's got Mikaela. He's got Han with him here. Asa and I are going to go out there and start gathering some numbers for you folks. Reminder, you're tuned into Inside Lowell's live 2024 election night coverage.
Thank you, Teddy.
All right, guys. So what do you think?
Well,
Let's jump right in with predictions.
I have a question. What do you call unofficial results that are like super reliable?
Unofficial. Unofficial results.
Unofficial results.
They're,
right, we gotta-
unconfirmed.
Okay, so we got to think of a word for unofficial yet totally reliable. What do we call that?
Unconfirmable? I don't know.
It's an opportunity to create a new word.
Let's create a word.
That's a lot of pressure.
Officially unofficial.
Unofficially official? Officially unofficial?
We can revisit it. It's not a problem.
Let's let that marinate.
Yeah.
Let's let that marinate. And we'll think of something good. You're good with stuff like that, naming things. I feel like I'm pretty good at naming things.
I think we can work on this.
Yeah, we can.
I feel some
comfortably unofficial.
A-Man, you joining us?
For a few minutes.
There he is.
About 10 minutes till the numbers come in.
Very good. So we did some predictions.
Okay.
So in the registry of deeds, who are you thinking?
Ooh, I think it's a toss-up between Karen Casella and Sakari. I don't know. It's a tough one because she's been there for 32 years. And, Sakari is a political monster in the making, right? So,
I mean, he's got
let's see.
2 sheets of endorsements. But...
He's got a machine going.
A lot of people endorsed.
Well, I have a question. Let's say Sakari gets an opportunity to run for state senate or something. Well, is he going to jump on that? Because he could have a
He'd have to
bigger ship
wait a little bit.
Yeah,
You can't
Why?
go bing bang boom. You can't go city
Why not?
council, register of deeds. I mean,
I think
legally can, but
well, let's get back to that. That's a
Okay.
good question. Who do you think's going to win registry?
Sorry, I think it's going to be a tie.
I think Karen, I think it's hard. I think they're all equally, I hear from different people because the Joe, is it Reedy or Reddy?
ready.
Reddy.
Yeah.
The Joe Reddy guy was very well, had cool ideas. Karen's been there for 30 something years. Sakari, so they all have good stuff. They're all 3 horses that could win this race.
So I compared it to picking between chicken, pork, and beef. All 3 things that are
Banh mi and chicken pork meat banh mi.
There you go. And you said,
I didn't say anything.
oh, you didn't?
Yeah, no, it's impossible. Anyone that tells you they know is going to win that race
What's
has.
it prediction-wise?
I think Casella's going to win.
So that's what I
just-
said too.
We're going to get
There's a lot
the
of
Lowell
Casella
numbers.
signs.
So just so people know, this is election coverage, but at the same time, if you've watched election shows, there's a lot of downtime. And that's even with city council races or presidential or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 2 main races tonight. And one of them, the majority of it takes place outside of Lowell. So trying to get numbers from Wilmington and wherever,
Oh yeah.
it's tricky. So
And they still
as you
use-
watch tonight, we're going to get numbers pretty quick for the 18th.
And they don't use computers or anything out there, right?
Out in the country, Dunstable.
They use those little levers.
But yeah, so if you watch the show, have you explained that it's gonna be more of just a show? We're just gonna,
I just sat down, man.
oh, okay, yeah. No, it's more of just a talk show that fills the time instead of sitting here going, oh, we're fake crunching numbers. I've done that. It's brutally boring for people.
Oh no, we're
watching.
not going to do that.
So
We don't know.
yeah, so
Yeah.
you'll get the numbers as soon as we get them.
Yeah.
We got the big board there.
Yeah, we'll just,
and
all of a sudden we'll be like da 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 da.
but in the meantime, it's not gonna
Ooh.
be. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And then
wow.
boom. So we've got
We're
stuff's
expecting
ready.
some Maury
this.
numbers pretty soon here, but I honestly don't know. I have a weird feeling that Sakari and Ratty could lose tonight, and I didn't think that earlier.
I didn't either. I'm with you. I think what's his name? The young kid.
Joe Reddy? Which race? Tara Hung?
Yeah, I think he might pull it out.
Yeah,
There were a lot of young people at the daily. There were a lot of youths voting.
What were those numbers again?
Utes?
Youths.
It was high.
3. So
actually
I went at
kinda
like
low.
I went at
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I went at
Oh.
like 640-ish, and it was 321 in one ballot box.
Yeah.
220. I was the 223rd on my ballot box, and then 4 in the other one.
That's like more than ever voted in the acre.
I've got some of the acre numbers. Oh yeah, no, but again, they're part of this race. That's part of the 18th Middlesex. This
Yeah.
is me and Hans district here. We grew up in this thing.
These are your people.
This is the Cornelius Kiernan
So I would
district.
take Ratty Mom at the plus 130 money line. I think that's a good bet.
Really, I would.
No, Ratty's a favorite. Ratty's an incumbent favorite.
Oh, I don't think so. I think that people have been saying, I think that Tara Hong has become the favorite, but I think that Ratty will win. And I think that Ratty will
I mean it. What odds
cash
do I
that
get?
plus 130 ticket.
What odds?
I
do
made
get
up the odds
if
of
they
course,
tie.
but-
If they exactly tie, what odds do I get? That should be like 10,000 to 1 odds, right?
Oh yeah, it's not gonna. I mean, that's.
They're going to tie. It's
I
that.
don't think that's gonna happen.
But here's the thing: like, you could say the same
could
thing in the
happen.
Registry of Deeds. Like I
hope Andrew Collar does well. I hope he does.
yes, I apologize for forgetting his name.
500 to 1 seems like a decent price. No one's giving you 10,000 to 1.
I hope
$2
he doesn't go away. I
lock
thought
it
he
in.
had.
Yeah, no.
He had some great ideas.
Who's the guy?
I think he won the battle. He won the battle of the in our well. We all have different political opinions, but to me, yeah, he had the better ideas.
On the inside.
Oh, yeah.
Ratty's got the
podcast.
resume,
No, he was the
and
better-
Tara's got the energy. So
He won the debate. I
He
thought.
wanted to.
yep,
Yeah.
and the same thing. Who won the Register of Deeds debate?
Joe
I
Reddy
think
did.
so.
So again, you've got the political machine in Sakari. You've got Joe Reddy winning the debate for the ideas, and you got Casella with the experience
Oh my God, it's a
in
similar
Belvedere.
it's a
It's
similar
really,
It really is.
you know what?
Because-
They're going to tie too.
because
Double
Rodney has
tie.
the
That's
experience.
10,000 to 1.
Double tie, 10,000 to 1 for sure.
There's a political machine.
100,000 to 1.
Yeah.
And then you have Andrew with the ideas. Wow.
I thought Roddy did a great job in that debate. Way better than.
Ratty? He was
Yeah.
just playing defense.
I think he
was,
did okay.
He missed an opportunity though.
What was the
Oh, God.
opportunity?
So people go on about the lack of constituent services.
Which I can attest to personally. I guess I have to go down to his office to like say hello and like
Right, but
ask him for things.
it's
But I've
him-
emailed so
in
many-
Boston or in
No.
Vinyl Square.
In Vinyl Square.
But you know that it's just him and another
couple
dude,
squares,
right?
sorry.
Like it's just him and some guy. Like it's just him and I just forgot his name.
Jake Vitale?
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
Like they're not. There's no. He doesn't have a huge
I
staff.
get emails back directly from Vanna and from Elliot right away
Well, it's-
when I email. I'm
it-
sorry, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but
And
you're
I
the chair
never-
of the sustainability.
No, no,
committee,
no.
so
I'm
you're
just
a big
no,
deal.
no, no. I'm just
You're not
saying
just some
it's,
regular person.
That's
You're
You carry a big stick,
You're like,
Mikaela.
not
yeah,
true.
this-
No.
This, it's Solar Girl. We gotta get back to it.
Solar Girl's a good name.
But I never
You don't
get,
want to get wiped out by her wind power.
Solar Girl should roller skate.
no, I'm not saying
That'd be
that.
awesome.
I'm not saying that to be like they get right back to me. I'm saying it to be like it's just them. They're answering emails same as it's Ronnie, just him.
I don't
and
know,
I never
man.
get back from him
it's-
ever.
Jake's old fashioned. He's a newspaper man. He'll write you a letter back, not an email.
He's gonna set the print.
That's right.
He's got a feather and an inkwell, too.
fedora. Oh yeah, he's old school.
But I mean, constituent services takes a lot of time. I mean, I don't know. I would.
Isn't that what you run for, to like serve your constituents?
Some do it better than others.
No, but you can't answer every call about whatever their problem is. I mean, you got to look at the whole district too. Like, you
Global
can't,
warming.
Does he deliver the goods to his district?
Death of the
so
planet.
that's the thing. Like, do you want? There's some people that are focused on the macro. Some people are focused on the micro. Ideally, you have a balance. You get like some internal flunky to do the micro, and then you work on the macro.
How many emails or requests do you think this person in this office gets every day?
I have no idea. Maybe he's got a really annoying district. I don't know. Like, what kind of? Like, it seems to me that,
He's got the acre.
huh?
The acre doesn't bother anyone. Just leave us alone and we'll leave you alone. No emails needed.
But I mean, what I'm saying is that I would have taken the opportunity to talk about that. Like, I think you can say, like, he's kind of low on the totem pole. He hasn't gotten a lot of committees hearings. He doesn't have the staff yet.
This is
So.
Ratty?
Yeah.
He's been there for a decade.
I know, but
That's a long time.
But he's not.
I'm not hating. I like Ratty a lot.
No,
I'm glad
I
he's
but
a
he
great
hasn't been
guy.
allocated a lot of staff. So
Now, listen, when everyone runs against you and says that you don't have a great communication staff, maybe you don't.
maybe he didn't.
But
yeah.
yeah, I think it's gotten better.
hope-
It's gotten
I hope-
better with Jake. Jake, you go back to the last election. Jake was sitting in your seat. He ran the election coverage. He was here.
Yeah?
He wasn't working for Ratty then. So he's fairly new. We'll give
Hopefully,
him some time.
I
Maybe
bet
they
he
have
wins.
Comcast and not Verizon. I don't know. Maybe they just can't get the emails out.
Maybe Mark Zuckerberg just censored your email, Mikaela.
Maybe that's the problem.
All our emails about the
All my
vaccine.
emails- Why isn't anybody getting
What's
back
with
to
this vaccine?
Wait, can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
Did you see this thing? The
letter?
the Zuckerberg letter?
Which one? The apology letter?
Yeah, about like
Yeah.
the FBI telling them that
The admission
Well, they were
letter.
talking. So the letter, to me, the big takeaway from that was that the FBI told him that the Biden laptop was fake news, right? And
Hunter,
it turned out to be
100% real.
And then there was a lot of it about COVID, and when you look at like Reuters, whatever, like the headline was all the headlines were all about COVID. They buried the thing about the Biden laptop.
They did it. And,
yeah.
They did it. Oh, not only that, but then they also said that it was like Russian
Disinformation,
collusion,
yeah.
and that they were interfering with the
was
elections. But it
50
was really the U.S. government threatening to take their like 303 whatever
Yeah.
says that like social
Protections,
media
yeah.
protections that said like people can't sue them for misinformation, which would render them like you couldn't
Flaccid.
have, you couldn't have you couldn't have a Facebook. I mean, that's censorship.
It is censorship.
That is
Now,
I'm surprised. Why did he come out and apologize like that?
because if Trump wins, he'll send him to jail. He's trying to get ahead of it.
But Kenny?
That's election interference.
So
It's absolutely electric.
definitely
Yeah,
is, but I mean, that's kind of the way things work right now in America.
The FBI's like, hey, this is misinformation. You'd kind of think you'd believe them.
Yeah, let's not forget that the FBI had an office in
5
Twitter's
years ago.
headquarters to tell Twitter what to take on, what to take off. I mean,
He just
it's
said
brutal.
the government told me to do this. I'm going to do it. That's basically what he said.
I mean, I could see some people be like, yeah, I should probably do what the government tells me to do.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be any of us, but I think
It's the big tech guys, even though I can't defend Zuckerberg here, but the big tech guys did, they've been called in front of Congress and essentially threatened, to do what we tell you for
Yeah.
years now.
Not to
So-
quote a great little politician, but he was stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I saw him today. He was out at the Pine Arts.
oh yeah,
Yeah, he was out there. Corey Belanger was out there. Saw a bunch of people on my travels today.
were they holding signs
Yes.
for?
Corey Belanger. Oh, boy, I forget now. I saw Eric Gitchier with a Casella.
Yeah,
I saw
Been a big supporter.
Vesna with a Tara Hung.
Yeah, that's no surprise.
Corey Belanger may have had a Sakari.
Okay,
And I didn't see Hoey's. He was against me. Oh, you know what? And Jeff Thomas up there, too. That was that crew.
yeah, I don't know who Jeff would be supporting.
May have been Casella, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't say it if I don't know. I'm just throwing names
throw
out.
it
He held the sign all day. He was in the wrong side.
Yeah, you had it all wrong.
If any of that was wrong, I
Like the
apologize.
6 guys, the picture
I
of
am-
6 guys with Joe Reddy.
Like,
Well, nobody can vote now anyway. So
I'm
it's
like
fine.
5 out of 6 for sure. I'm
all right,
pretty good. One wrong for sure.
I gotta say though, the more I think about it, there were some actual good candidates in these 2
Very
elections.
Yeah, the Registry of Deeds. Again, we don't see that race.
And
It's
the
never been
18th.
competitive essentially in our adult lifetime,
We
right?
should be proud of that. Good for everybody for putting their hat in the ring.
Oh,
and
yeah.
trying and running a campaign.
Takes guts.
I love that.
Go ahead.
Right, no, no.
Happy.
I wish that the Democrats would have had some sort of thing so that you could
Like
actually
a
vote for
primary?
somebody. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Imagine if you could vote for your Democratic representative for president. That would be different,
What
right?
is this, 19 or 2010? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, the party of protecting democracy who has a candidate who didn't get one vote is amazing to me. And now I'm told, I think she had the lowest rating of any poll ratings of any vice president ever.
What, before?
Yeah. And now magically she is hope and joy for the country.
Wow.
Like,
Well, I wish
what?
she
Did I
would-
miss something?
I wish she would do more interviews. Like I wish she would let us.
You mean a interview?
Why?
She's done one.
So they can remove her and add someone else in next week?
Well, I wish she would just let us get to know her, right? Like you
What's
go to,
to know?
You go to the. I don't know. If I'm voting for president, I want to know who someone is. Like if I want to vote for you for president,
Yeah.
We're on the board.
we're on the
Okay.
board.
Oh, here we go.
So should I just apologize now? I'll keep cutting you guys off and popping.
No,
in.
no,
Okay,
what
good.
happens?
We've got 6-1 at the Maury. So go ahead, Bash. You got the good eyes and you're close. Read that off.
No
Well,
pressure.
okay.
No pressure, Badge.
Go with the left-hand side
Oh,
first. That's the 18th Middlesex district race.
so 91 for Tara Hahn, 18 for
Wow.
Mikaela, and Ronnie Mom. Wow, 57.
Okay, so that's a lower Highlands. Definitely Tara Hong, bit stronger than Ratty in that neighborhood.
Much stronger.
Yes. So, but that's sort of expected.
So that's at the Maury.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
again, there's
where-
multiple. I think there was 3 or 4 different ballot
Now
boxes there.
these are also
Now to the right, you've got the Registry of Deeds numbers,
okay. So
And this
which
is
are
the Lower
interesting.
Highlands also.
Again, now this is
Oh.
Sakari, Casella, Reddy. Sakari needs to run up the score here.
84
Wow.
for Sakari,
That's his neighborhood. That's Sakari's neighborhood.
41 for Karen, and 38 for Joe. Huh.
So that's a small little sample, but we are officially on the board.
Neck and neck.
And
Karen.
Sakari is going to need bigger numbers than that.
Which one was this?
This is the Maury 6-1, Lower Highlands.
Okay, all right.
Teddy's getting numbers in. Again, one column's going to show us the live ones. The other will be the grand total. It'll take some getting used to for your batch, but
Yeah, I get
you with
you.
me?
Yep.
Cool. All right, so we'll be.
And
So this is one
what
out
goes up
of
here?
like a lot of districts.
Yes.
And what goes up here?
Well, not for the 18th, but for the Registry of Deeds for sure.
Yeah.
The board is wide open. If you need a Ukraine map, I'm here. I'd
just-
prefer not, but
I don't know what happened to our AI chart.
Oh yeah, what happened to that?
I don't know.
That's right, the AGI chart, right?
Yeah.
The AI beanstalk.
It
It was a very accurate.
more results.
No, not sure what this means. Again, don't
Okay.
mind me.
I'm a little surprised by this first. Well, I guess not. If it's the Lower Highlands, I gotcha. All right, we're very, huh?
Yeah. So, yeah, Teddy wants us to
Go back?
Nope, don't go back. Get out of it.
Okay.
Is that number?
So
vote?
he's updating it. So he's going to be some correcting and everything. But when he gives us the green light, boom, we go on.
Oh,
there.
don't forget, Badge. These results are unofficial.
They are
All these
unofficial.
results
Yeah,
are
what's the
unofficial.
word?
These are not real results. These results are fake.
And the real
They're
number,
not made up.
I think, you know what? This is the night of the tie. So I'm going to say it again.
There's gotta be.
There was 4,518 mail-in ballots
in the air.
at City Hall. Okay, that's all the ballots that were before this weekend. No mail on whatever Saturday, Sunday, Labor Day.
Are they
Wait, there was-
early,
no, I
are
thought
those
they-
early voting?
They have mail on Saturday and Sunday,
I
don't
think
they?
it's a combination of both.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know, but either way, there was the ballots that came in essentially.
I thought you were an expert on all things delivery.
So there were some that didn't make it in time. So the
Okay.
4,518, which is for mail-ins, is a great number. If you went back 4 or 5 years ago.
Wait, so Greg Pappas was right. Sometimes everything doesn't work out perfectly in the first try.
Greg Pappas was right when he said there might be 50 or 60% mail-ins. I thought that seemed crazy high. And again,
No, it's an actual-
tonight is the night of the tie.
That
It could be a
includes-
50-50. Show up in person, mail it. It
Yeah.
really could get 9,000 votes, and you've got 45, essentially 45. Looking at it, and I went to more than half the city counting numbers, it's really going to be close. Like, this is going to be
50-50.
it's the night of the tie.
But I think it does count early voting.
Yes,
Okay,
early
so
voting.
mail-in-
So
mail-in
early
and
voting
early
and
voting are
mail-in.
the same
They
thing.
took the whole big batch, a machine
drop
at City
off at-
Hall,
yeah.
and just we weren't sure because sometimes they would take them to the actual districts and run them through those machines in the morning,
Right.
Such a bad
which
way to
screws
do it.
Wait, but
people
when
like
you-
me and Teddy up.
But when this gets reported, does it include those numbers?
No.
But I'm sorry, what?
Do those numbers are those
Yes.
numbers reflected in this?
I don't think so.
Oh yes,
Really?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because those are low numbers. So
Great question, Batch.
Yeah, like where does the mail-ins come in?
While the crack research team gets on that, I have a question. What's all the hype about Tara Hong? Because when I watched the interview, I didn't.
In the next minute or so, we're gonna have
He's
the,
young, it's a second
we're gonna have the
time
daily
voting.
results.
Wait, hang on. He's young.
well, yeah, we have more
Like,
results.
well,
Yes.
why do I want to vote for someone just because he's young? I'm just curious. Like, what?
I don't know.
Does he have any platform that is appealing? Like,
Yeah, all
what
the
do-
lefty very
He's very progressive. He's very progressive.
yes, very progressive, and he's progressive.
He's progressive.
No,
okay.
he works. What nonprofit does he work at? He works at.
I don't know.
I think you should know this.
Pretty.
He's a nice kid.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't nice.
Nice kid. He did a lot of door knocking, and
Okay.
you know, it's his second time running, so he has some name recognition.
It was close last time.
I do think he'll do good constituent services. It's good to have a young person in there. It's kind of
But you're hitting a
impressive.
reset button on it.
You know,
on
but
your-
don't you need like some substance? You know what I mean? Like you have some good plans, good ideas.
I'm sure he.
You know.
what are you talking about?
Well, I'm just curious. I don't
nonsense.
I don't know what his ideas are. Like, I'm not going to vote for someone just because you're young. If some 19-year-old comes and says, "Hey, vote for me," I'm young. I'm like, yeah.
You
good
know
luck.
what though? There was a young man from Centerville once upon a time
Once upon a time, this is-
boy.
oh, I like it. Go
who
ahead.
was a very young man. And
Very young
said
man.
the same thing. What does he have to offer? He's so young. That boy's name's Tom Golden. Look where he is now.
What is he? 23 years. 23 years. Later?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I'm like, it was like a year ahead of me in school, and the kid's running for office. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know, and I liked him. You know, he was a friend of mine, but I was like, it just seemed like, what's this kid gonna
Let's
do?
give a shout out to his public speaking skills because that first speech when he first ran, yeah, he was not the polished machine that he
Well,
is.
I'll tell you
today.
what though, his first couple terms in office, this kid had balls. He went up against.
You say polish machine? I'm back.
All right, should I hit go to the big?
Hit it. Ready? Here's an updated tally. This includes 2 of the daily precincts
All right, so
and the 1 Maury. So what you're looking at on the left,
and this is the running total.
running total. So 1 Maury, 2 dailies. The dailies are the ones where Ratty needed to do well,
Yes.
and it appears he did not.
Wow, look at that. 334 for Tara, 246 for Roddy, and Andrews.
75. Huh?
Wow. Huh.
And again, this is what I'm about to say is unofficial, but from someone at City Hall, if the numbers are posted up from the machines, they include the mail-ins.
Okay.
So, but that's unofficial, but it's a trusted source.
Wow, look at the change. 284 for Karen, 235 for Zakari, 134 for Joe Reedy.
Sakari's in trouble there. I mean, this is
That's an indicator that well, I don't know.
yes,
All right, this is why I'm going to disagree
This
with
is
you.
close.
This is all Highlands, right?
yeah. This is 2 Upper Highlands, 1 Lower Highlands.
All right.
And Eric.
Too soon to say anything.
Yeah.
If Sakari's gonna win this race, like he needs to, think about when you get to Chelmsford, Joe Reddy's gonna bury them. When you get to Belvedere, Casella's gonna bury them.
Well, she's from Belvedere.
Right. And again, their vote totals was, from my count, it was about 70% more votes coming out of Belvedere than there was out of the Daily, which is embarrassing for the Daily because they've got a contested state rep race. The Belvedere didn't. All they have is the Registry of Deeds. They still had 70% more votes from when I went. So
Don't you think possibly that out in Belvedere, there's a lot of hardcore Democrats that'll go with Sakari because of the endorsements and everything?
you'll get some of that, but I don't know. You get into weird things where it's just you're picking names. You might be picking genders. Like Karen Casella is the only woman on the ballot. If you don't know who anyone is, and it's like, whatever, I'd rather have a woman do it. It's not impossible. It happens. So there's different elements that are, have nothing to do with their policy and they weigh. Why is this even a elected position?
That's
the weirdest thing.
That's the question, right?
That's not a bad question.
my original. Like, why is this?
I say the same thing about the
Yeah.
school committee.
It's cool. That's fine. But yeah, no, it's just weird. But
Because there's not much like in constituent. So like you don't call up to be like, hey,
It's all
can you help me with
constituent.
this?
It's all interaction with the public.
it would be like the Lowell
Well,
clerk.
but it's a job.
Like Michael Geary.
Yeah,
Michael
it's-
Geary
it
is
would
not
be
on the
like-
ballot. He's the
Well,
Lowell clerk.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, why do you need a politician in that?
Right.
And I think that from what they were saying, it sounds like some of the allocation of funds are done, as a group, like across all of the registry of deeds throughout the state.
Right.
You know what else is kind of weird too? It's on the ballot, but do you want me to?
Yeah, let's go to it real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm going to be rude all night just to keep you posted when Teddy tells
Whoa.
me. So now we've got
Yes, really.
So now we've got 2 Maury's, 2 dailies. Okay?
Oh, look at Tara! Holy crap!
So
Good for
this is not going to be a tie.
good for him. That's pretty crazy.
Yep, no, that's a very good showing for him. With the
Turning out the vote.
with the low vote total, with 2 of the daily precincts in, it's almost impossible for Ratty to win this now.
Unless Belvedere comes out for him.
No, it's 18th.
Oh,
it's just
that's
that.
right.
Yeah. No,
What am I even saying?
all that's left would be 1 more daily
Yeah.
and the downtown acre
Yeah.
and senior center, which is there's no votes there. There's really not many votes there. And when I went into the senior center, signs don't vote, but it was all Tara Hung people. He had all the energy.
Polls are closed, right?
8:00.
I think we know what's going to happen now.
I think we do, but we're about 1 more away from
right.
Teddy's the official caller here, but give me the update on the
Registry?
yeah.
So Karen 304. Sakari is now gained 313. Joe is at 159.
Again, there's a long way to go with that. I mean, you've got 9 towns and you've got but just on the face of it, Sakari having a single-digit lead with his home base, 2 Mauries, 2
I think
dailies.
it's looking good for Karen.
It's looking very good for her, but that one will bounce around. When we get Belvedere here, Karen will take the lead for sure. Teddy's got people out in Chelmsford. Like, Chelmsford is heavy ready.
So I think we were talking.
And then the
before.
unknowns come in.
So we were talking before. I think she does well in Karen does well in Tewksbury.
Yeah, sure.
Italian last name. No, really. Like it is. It's like a little Minga Valley out there, and then and maybe probably.
She has a
Berwick,
red and
too.
white sign. That's pretty Italian.
Yeah, I don't know. It's looking.
Subliminal messages.
Maybe she's smart.
Batches buying what she's selling.
Smart.
So we'll see. I mean, you never know though. This is going to flip flop a little bit. The Chelmsford number is really going to be telling.
So will these results also show results from other towns that we?
Oh yeah. No, so
Yeah.
you've got it on the right. If you go back to that real quick.
Yep.
You've got top right is the Lowell tally for the Registry of Deeds.
Yeah.
At the bottom is overall. So we haven't gotten any
So
town
towns
results. So we're still just dealing with Lowell, and we're just dealing with the 18th Middlesex, which is where Sakari's from. That's his home base.
So how do we get these numbers from the towns? Do people call? Is he calling?
Yeah, Teddy's got people out there, but this is where it gets real hairy. So not to underdeliver here, but
I think that
this whole night, there's a good chance that race isn't concluded.
Okay.
There's a chance it's not concluded by.
I think we should call them
days.
hairily official.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like that. Early official.
But
There
no,
you go, Nick. I like
We are
that.
getting
So when
there.
you get to Dunstable, you have a
Barely official.
Yeah.
town clerk that's just like, yeah, it's 9:30. I'm out of here. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. These things happen when you
That's
get
true.
to
It could be
towns.
bowling nights.
Right. It could be.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen. So you
This
don't.
is not
you
a
know.
good day for an election.
No, I mean, well, the other thing, I think
Well,
it's
2 things. The date was horrible, but the weather was perfect. Just absolutely.
I think in Berwick,
beautiful
though, it's
day.
2 for 1 at Jade
It's a
Pacific.
beautiful day.
What did you say? Sorry.
It's 2 for 1 at Jade Pacific, I think. So I don't know how that's going to go in Barica. But no, it was the day after Labor Day for an election.
It is. No, it's built by
Wait, is today
the
Tuesday? Yeah, today's Tuesday.
The Democrats in Beacon Hill. They picked this day to help incumbents. It's that simple.
It's such a bad day.
But for Ratty, it's not happening.
It's good for teachers, though, because you guys get another day off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather go to work and have it one less day in the summer. That's me.
Really? You don't want to...
This is my opinion.
Well, did you guys work Friday?
No,
You don't like a 4-day weekend?
It's a 5-day.
it's 5-day weekend. I did
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
like it
Amazing.
actually, but I mean, I just like
That's amazing.
I like ending the school year as fast as humanly possible.
Now, do you guys have trouble if you have to work like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, 5 days in a row?
It hurts. Yeah, it hurts to slow.
When's your first PD day, by the way?
That I don't know. Well, actually, the first day of school, so let's call it that.
So you've already had one.
Yeah.
You know there's another. Is there another one in September? Is it once a month?
That was been the old format. I'm not exactly sure about this format.
We should have been teachers.
You know.
I say that in a lot.
The only bad thing about
But it's a hard job. I couldn't do it.
yeah,
I couldn't do it.
the only reason I wouldn't be a teacher is the whole thing where you have to like teach the kids. The rest of the job seems great.
You guys could work downtown, be an assistant superintendent, and run the budget.
Well, that wouldn't be bad. I don't know Munis though.
Actually, I'm not sure. Did that job get filled?
I don't know.
I haven't been paying attention to it.
You know what? This is gonna drive Asa crazy. I keep
the tapping.
just gonna tap for him. Get that away from me.
Does he not like that?
Oh, it drives me
Oh,
crazy.
tapping's a thing.
But this is a terrible day for an election.
Yeah.
The Tuesday after a holiday.
Yeah.
No.
Like, why couldn't they have just waited for next week?
Why couldn't they have waited for next week? Because
a
that would
good
have been
question.
awesome. Because you would have had like a 4-day week and then another 4-day week, and
Yeah.
like it's like a better balance. It's like, okay, you're going back Monday and then you get Tuesday off. Like it just made, and for the kids too. Like I don't know, it just
Well,
would have made a lot more sense.
And for the people campaigning, like nobody's around on Labor Day.
Nobody wants to also like think about the election over Labor Day weekend. Like that's a
No.
bad last weekend to be able to campaign. Like you can't do any events. Everybody's away. Like it just doesn't seem. He's, Asa's probably right. It helps incumbents.
Absolutely helps incumbent. Well, it's some incumbents.
Yeah, I'm so surprised at this.
It's early. It's only 3 or 4,
Yeah,
polling
how many?
locations.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, they should really. I mean, the other thing too is like, I don't know. This is one thing I was talking about earlier today with somebody. It was just the whole, why we don't have voter ID. Like I'm not saying any of these. Again, these numbers are all unofficial. They're
Right.
barely official. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't have, especially in national elections, like show an ID.
Absolutely.
Most countries do it. There's states in the U.S. that do it. I think there's quite a few states that do it.
Yeah.
Require it in the U.S. I don't know why we don't do it in Massachusetts.
No, you should.
Who doesn't have an ID?
I think there are some people that don't.
Like who?
You know what, though,
Like what?
Batch? They have access to an ID. They
Right.
choose not to get one. What can I do about
If
that?
you have, all right. So if you have,
Maybe we should make it easier for people that are able to or qualify for IDs to get an ID. Like how?
well, what's the impediment? I mean,
Like, what do you mean? Like Uber ID? Like they don't have to go anywhere? It gets it delivered? What do you mean?
like what?
Yeah.
Like, what's to stop you from getting an ID?
So if you first, I think so for license. All right, license, whatever.
So if you don't have a license,
Right.
if you just need an ID card,
Yeah.
what's the process?
I believe it's a SOCH card
Yeah.
and something else.
Whatever forms of ID they ask you to prove who you are, and then you're good to go.
I think you need if you don't have a picture ID, I think you need Social Security and something else.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: if you're here in America,
Birth certificate would help,
like you should have. Everybody's required to have a Social Security card.
Whatever you would use to get citizenship is what you'd use to get an ID.
Even benefits, you need some kind of benefits.
Yeah.
Like they don't just give you like when you go to sign up for EBT or sign up for whatever, you need to get ID of something. They have to know who you are, right? So that's a step. I mean, I would make, you could do is any benefit card that you have, you could make, part of the picture, like getting a picture ID process. I mean, it's show you're a citizen, show a Social Security card, passport, whatever. Get a voter ID card. License or voter ID card. Make the voter ID card a couple things you need, as long as you're that show like you're here legally, you're a citizen.
I'm open-minded to having requirements to vote. Like
Yeah.
an ID.
I don't think it's
Oh, I thought you meant like land ownership.
No,
that's a whole other thing.
I mean, I don't. Yeah.
I mean, I just don't. I don't. The only reason people wouldn't want to do that is if they want. Oh, what do we got?
Hello.
Hello. You ready?
Aboard. Quick update. All right, so now, for those keeping track at home, this includes all of the Maury and the 2 dailies. So the Maury
The car
has.
is ahead now.
So yes. So the Maury is done. We're calling it 3.5 precinct updates. 3 of them are included in the 18th district. The other half is not. So it gives just the Registry of Deeds race. But
Say that again.
so there's 4 locations at the Maury. 3 of them are for the Ratty Mom race, the 18th.
Yeah.
The 4th one is not part of it, so it's part of the Registry of Deeds
Gotcha.
race.
Oh, okay.
So that's where we're at. We're getting serious conflicting reports about the mail-ins, whether they're included or not.
They can't
Okay.
be.
We're starting to think that it can't be
They
either.
can't be.
Because
Not
we
if there are
counted the
4,500.
daily at about 850 votes.
Yeah.
We don't know. It's like it's a bit more than we're in person, but it seems kind of low
Yeah.
total. So we're not doing anything with that. All we'll say is right now, Tara Hong is in real good shape and Ratty's in serious trouble. What do you got for totals over there?
So you got 544 for Tara Hong, 339 for Roddy Mom, and 145 for Andrew Kohler.
Yeah.
Kohler, am I saying that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And then in the Register of Deeds, you got Sakari at 404, Karen Casella at 336, and Joe Reddy at 181.
Okay. So
So they're flip-flopping a little bit.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, there's a little bit, the Sakari's pulling away a little bit after this.
We're still waiting on daily though too.
no, we've got the daily.
Daily is totally done.
Yeah. So there was actually 3 machines at the daily. The 2
Yeah.
big ones we have. The last one
The last one was at 4.
was
votes.
84A.
Yeah.
And again, it
There
was
was 4 votes when I was there.
same thing. It was 4 votes. It's a little sliver, I think, behind
Teeny tiny.
Target, like that back area.
Yeah.
So there was like 2 streets might be in this 18th district, but they're part of maybe Kim Scott's city district. So it's a bit of a mess there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like nothing. It's 4 votes. So just consider that gone.
So how many
daily?
pre-
The
so how
daily's
many
done.
precincts?
The Maury's done. All we're waiting on for the 18th is the Acre, so the senior center, and I think just 1 at City Hall, which are very low vote totals. You know, the people working hard out back
Are they ready?
they can't until we figure out the mail-ins, because if there is a bump of whatever 1,000 votes,
Oh, yeah.
I doubt there would be.
Right, 'cause
It
right
could
now we're-
swing it.
Wait,
But
is
looking
this
at-
counting this strike-it number?
Yeah, because you don't want
he's working on that now, so it'll be going in soon.
Like
I think
900 numbers.
that's
That's the
counted-
Teddy spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's counted in the 544 though.
Sure. So
All right,
I just
so
want to give
we're-
you that. I'll be back. Essentially, what they're saying is, if that counts mail-ins, it's over. It's looking like it might be over anyways, but can't do it until you're certain about if they're counted or not.
Yeah, 'cause I mean that'd be a lot of votes.
Could be right. It could swing it. You never know.
Like you said, it could be 50%
His
votes.
Ratty's whole strategy could be the mail-ins, you know, and
Yeah,
it's
he
like
could have been
so.
the- yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
some-
over, but it's not looking good.
Some people could have pushed early voting more than others.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? So
Yeah.
we'll wait and see because none of these results are official.
No.
And the Registry of Deeds, go back to that thing. The Registry of Deeds, I was just having a debate with Teddy. He said, oh, Sakari hung in there with Casella at the Daily. In my mind, Sakari should be winning the Daily easily.
So
He's a Lowell
Well, no, because
city councilor.
Eric Gitcher's very.
That's true. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great call. He was out there holding a sign for Casella.
yeah, not only that, but I kind of get the sense that
I forgot about that. That's a great call.
yeah, he's been a big endorser, very active, and I feel like that neighborhood responds to like what they're talking about. Like I think they're not so. It's not Belvedere where they're all hardcore Democrats. The
Yeah.
Highlands is a little more.
And they're into
Like-
I mean,
you know.
honestly on paper,
JFK Democrats.
if you
Yeah.
if you like look at the candidates and look at Karen Casella, she's been there for over 30 years, like you might make that choice without even like watching any of the debate, without even
I think the Karen Casella narrative of the 32 years plays pretty well
yeah
in the Highlands.
yeah
So I'm not surprised that she did well there. How well does that play in Belvedere? I don't know.
only time will tell, Batch.
I
Only
know.
time will
Only the
tell.
mailman will tell.
Only the mailman. Definitely voting.
What are we talking about?
We were talking about
Voter ID.
Oh, voter IDs. That's right.
Yeah, no issue there.
Should be automatic. You should be a citizen to vote too.
You should be able to like have like at this.
Why? Is there any debate on that?
It seems like a lot of people are voting.
In this day and age, though, like instead of like carrying around a license or an ID as an alternative, couldn't you like have like a QR code on your phone that's like, yep, I'm the person I say I am. Like when you go to like, I don't know,
No, that's stupid. No, I'm just kidding. No, I thought it's a good idea.
right?
No, you can do that.
Like you should be able to like have some sort of thing. It's like, oh, like you flew on an like you have a passport. Here's your QR code. Like you just scan it and like you are who you say you
I don't know.
are.
I think you need election update.
Yes, but I don't want to disturb.
We need
How you were accurate. The Drakeit numbers are legit. The ones you saw.
Yeah.
He's got them on the board, but is it?
That's what we had before.
No. So the
That's
middle.
what we had
so now the
before.
middle. That's our first towns coming in.
MSB2.
So the top is Lowell.
Oh, the top
middle
is-
towns, bottom overall.
Yeah.
So that was empty in the middle. Read those out. That's our first batch
Oh,
with Drakeit.
I got you. So overall total 512 for Karen. Oh wow, 479 for Sakari, 27 for Joe.
So Drakeit voted for Karen Casella.
And those are pure Drakeit numbers in the middle. So
Yeah.
Casella 176.
Yep.
Bad eye. Sakari 75.
And Joe 46.
Apparently, there's Italians in Drakeit too.
Oh, here he goes. Yeah. I thought it was all Greek
Again,
sub shop owners.
There's a lot of
Yeah, you come to Lowell as an
lot of
immigrant,
Greeks.
you open a pizza shop, and then you
Yep.
move to Drakeit.
Yep,
yeah,
you
I'm
make
not-
the
I'm
world's
not
best
surprised by
pizza.
that.
That's good for Karen Casella.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah, so this is where it's going to get. The 18th, we know the precincts and the schools and the streets and everything about it. Once we get outside of Lowell, it's just raw numbers coming on in.
Yeah.
We don't know if that's from what part of Drakeit.
I'm
So it's just
Are there parts of Drakeit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Lots of it.
Collinsville, East Drakeit,
Parker Village, whatever.
regular Drakeit, and
The
the other part
plaza.
of Drakeit.
The plaza.
There's
Farmy Drakeit.
there's if I was going to describe it, so Collinsville
Yeah.
and East Drakeit, that's the only two ones. So basically, it's brothers out by O'Hara's. Then
Yeah.
you're
That's
over
the
by.
plaza.
Then there's out by the boathouse.
Tingsboro Drakeit.
Yeah.
You got Lake Drakeit.
Lake Drakeit, Lake Drakeit,
Pond.
Huh?
The pond.
Yeah, Beaverbrook.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Is that
Right.
Drakeit? No, that's not Drakeit. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Brook is Drakeit. Yeah. Over by Cutter Farm, Horse Drakeit.
The rally
Wall
cap.
Street, yeah. Rally Cap
The
Drakeit.
Rally Cap Drakeit. Yeah.
And then Mammoth Road Drakeit.
Yeah.
golf course
Lakeview
Drakeit.
Ave is like close to Lowell, and then you get into Drakeit. Oh, golf course Drakeit.
Golf course
Grazie
Drakeit.
Drakeit. So you got golf
Grazie Drakeit?
Drakeit, horse Drakeit.
O'Hara's Drakeit.
Harsh.
Somewhere Shaw Farms.
You
gotta
could
get
just
there.
name like
All the bars for Drakeit.
you could just name like the bars, and you would know where.
Well, the funny is that they're all packed all the time. Nobody drinks like Drakeit.
The per capita amount of bars in Drakeit is quite high.
Yeah, but they're all full at 5 o'clock.
I think the Locai's dying out.
Yeah, they
Oh,
had their
really?
lights on the other day. They had the lights outside.
Oh, yeah.
They hadn't. I think they're trying to make a comeback.
It's weird. Like
They had the lights.
there'll be a one night.
that helps. You
No,
know.
like not the lights. They had the lights,
Yeah.
but like the Christmassy lights.
Okay.
They turned those back on.
There'll be like a night where I drive by and their parking lot's jam packed.
Really?
And then I'll drive by 4 days in a row and there's like 3 cars.
Oh, really?
I've never seen a jam pack.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
definitely
they have like a comedy
hot.
night or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
But even like, so we were out in, where the hell was I? Tingsboro. And on Friday night. And we were at Cazadores.
Cazadores, the
The
basement.
Mexican
Yeah.
place?
4:30, 5 o'clock, banged out. Down below in the basement bar. Or one day we were trying to get into Muddy Waters,
Yeah.
banged out by 4 o'clock. Like, it's crazy how much people go out after work in the towns, and it doesn't really happen downtown.
Well, downtown's been a little, since COVID, very unfriendly, right, to the drinking crowd.
Well, no, places are open by 4:30.
Yeah.
What do you think that is? Like,
Everything's
what do you-
closed early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
I think there's not as many people working downtown as used to. It's all housing, or it's, there's a lot of people that are.
I think
definitely not working.
less people are drinking,
What,
as
Lowell?
often as they used to. I just think if you took
I would agree.
how many drinkers there were in Lowell, say 20 years ago versus today, I think there's a lot less.
So I used to think the same thing, but I think they all moved to the towns.
Yeah, maybe that could be.
Or they developed like their like places that they go outside of Lowell, and now they're comfortable there and they don't come back.
It's just not like it used to be.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I don't know what it is. Well, up in Nashua though, it's pretty banged out. You go up there at 5 o'clock, it's pretty busy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I don't think it's parking.
Tavern in the Square is very busy sometimes, and that's a big place.
Yeah.
By Cross Point.
Yes, I mean the 99 gets pretty busy.
You know what? I don't know. I mean, downtown areas, some of them get busy, but there's not a lot of like anchor bars that like people will gravitate towards on a regular basis.
You don't think so?
Well, there are, but it's not like after work. I don't know.
I just don't think anybody's here after work. I think everybody's gone.
You think everybody just goes home and then they go from home?
No, I don't think anybody works downtown anymore.
But people don't work like people work. I mean, people's houses are the same proximity to like downtown Lowell than they are to Drake it. And people,
So, all right, if you live in Drake it and work, right? You're driving
Yeah.
home, you can go park, right? No, the people that used to come downtown a lot would be, they'd already be at work. They'd get out of work and they'd walk somewhere.
mm-hmm.
So I think what's changed is that, you know, like people, nobody's driving from work down to a downtown bar.
Right,
There used to be people that already work down here.
right. I mean, I think like the Old Court gets very busy. Cobblestones get very busy. Fuse gets very busy.
Especially when there's a show. When there's a show, it's
Different
a
story,
completely
yeah.
different story.
That's true. That's true. There's no comfort large dive bar downtown. I think that's what we're missing.
Sure, the Shamrock.
But I love that, but it's not the level of comfort I'm talking about.
Really? So I'm very comfortable at whether it's Old Court, Fuse. There's plenty of.
Describe your level of comfort.
My
What do we
my
think?
level of comfort. I'm not going to say it.
Well, yeah, but you've been hanging out at O'Hara's since for like 10 years, so.
Not 10 years. But I mean, like the it's a different. I mean, do I need to say it? Like,
I don't know.
no.
You get up so for Fuse Batch.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
What are you going to do to fire up the downtown bar community? How could you pump up the jam? So to
Make
speak?
downtown detail great again?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Batch Duke 2024.
Yeah, that's not bad. Happy hour?
I think that'd help.
Yeah.
I think that'd help. I think maybe some places if they opened rather than 4:30, maybe at like 3:00, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Because the lunch is dead.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know. I think we need more business downtown. Like more. I don't know if it's ever coming back, but like I don't think the school is. Like the banks used to come out a lot. The banks don't come out anymore.
Mm.
I don't know if that's all. Like Low 5. Well, Low 5 was downtown. A lot of those workers would come out.
Ramen is packed, by the way, all the time.
They don't
Ramen's
open till
packed,
late,
but
though.
they don't open till late.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's a disconnect, and I don't think it's the parking.
I don't think it's the parking either. I've never had an issue parking. downtown.
Well, yeah, I mean that's she's one of these people that manifests parking spots that drives me absolutely crazy.
She just tells her car, park itself, go find a spot. It just does.
I just
does.
believe that I've never had an issue parking downtown. And you know what? Also, like, you can ride your bike downtown. It's not hard. Like walking downtown is like a very pleasurable experience. It's like it's just nice. Like I don't mind walking a few extra blocks to get to where I'm going.
Well, I don't mind. Did that tonight. I'm up by Cobblestones, walking down the streets.
Oh wow, that's fun.
Well, yeah, for you,
Yeah.
far, but for us people, but like, I don't know, it's just different. Like you go to towns and it's a big difference.
You are right though about the towns bars being packed and
Yeah, I mean it's a different crowd, but it's
Yeah.
like I don't think those people are going to be comfortable. They're not going to go to like someplace that's you have to have Bud Light for the towns. It's got to be a certain price point.
yeah. It's hard having a restaurant.
Gotta have
It's
Keno.
hard having a successful. Yeah, Keno is a must.
I mean I enjoy going to the towns every now and then, but it's definitely a different vibe.
It is.
By the way, we're going to do an election show here on election day for the presidency. So that
Yeah.
should be an interesting day.
That will be interesting.
Well,
We'll have a lot to talk about that day.
yeah, like what bunker are you going to go to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What?
All right, we got updates.
Updates.
How many
the
days
board.
will it take to count all the ballots?
Oh, wow.
So, let's start with the 18th.
Okay.
Nothing can be done. That hasn't moved at all.
Yeah,
that hasn't
nothing's
changed.
changed.
Nothing can happen until the
Holy
mail-in votes
moly.
are accounted for. So that's kind of on hold. We're thinking by 9:30 at the latest, that one will be official. Let's go with the trends here. That'll be the theme of the night.
Yeah.
The trend says that Tara Hong is looking very good and Ratty's in big trouble. That's that race.
I'm surprised.
Now, as we go back over to the Registry of Deeds race, that all the numbers you see there in the towns are all from Drake-it. Drake-it has
for Karen Casella.
possibly, I'm going to forget, 8 different precincts. That's either 5 or 6 of them combined. So that's most of Drake-it. With that said, Karen Casella is looking mighty fine, and
she's
her
going to
camp-
win the election too.
yes. There you go.
Where you go with that?
No, and her camp has talked to InsideLowell and said they think these trends are going to continue. They see similar stats in Wilmington. They see similar numbers in Tewksbury. And again, they're feeling very confident at the moment.
Wow.
So that
Okay.
is the update from that race.
All right.
Now I'll switch seats and camera angles. Hey, look at that. Hello.
Hey, wow.
This is more like it. Why-
Professional.
Mikaela, feel free to tap on the desk.
Do not tap on the desk.
Tap on the desk. Tap it.
Oh, you'll drive the audience nuts. And the host.
The audience? Is that who we're concerned about here?
Yes, it's them. I stick up for them. Oh, come on in, Teddy. What you got?
Well,
Board or
batch
no
is on a good. Go to the board for a quick
right.
second.
6, yes.
And if we look at that town's total, that is in Drake-it. I'm told there are 8 precincts in Drake-it. 7 of them are reported in the numbers that we have.
Oh, 7 of 8.
Right there. 7 of the 8. So Karen Casella winning Drake-it comfortably.
Yeah.
And what we were just told from somebody in her camp, they're seeing similar results in Tewksbury and Wilmington. I don't have those yet. We're trying to get them, but they are feeling very good right now at Camp Casella.
Excellent. And we're still going to be getting Belvedere pretty soon, correct?
We are, excuse me, yes, we're still waiting on Belvedere. The one caution with the Lowell seats, and this will be mitigated a little bit in the registry race because of the town numbers will give us a larger sample.
Yeah.
But when we're looking at the 18th right now, if you're Tara Hong, you're getting ready to celebrate. That said, there are 4,518 mail-in votes. How many of them are coming from the 18th? You'd think a good chunk, right? Because that's the really only competitive race.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do those show? Is it enough to give Ratty Mom a chance? The other thing, as folks have been telling me all night, is why would the mail-in votes show a different pattern than what the in-person votes? Now, it happens, right? In-person voting is, if you're looking at the 2020 Republican versus
boy.
Democrat,
You
but you're
gotta
looking at
bring
a
this up.
Democratic primary right here. So
The trend is the trend.
the trend is the trend. The Hong campaign is feeling pretty good right now, and the Casella campaign is as well. But again, all those numbers are unofficial, as we like to point
Yes.
out, and there is still a ways to go. A lot of votes still to be counted. But if you're looking at that right now,
Just look at those Casella numbers in Drake-it. She beat both of them
Knocked
combined.
that out, yeah.
Like you'd think she was from Drake-it.
yeah, and again, Drake-it,
A hometown feel right there.
Drake-it, a very conservative, dare we say, Republican town, right? Karen Casella was an independent, ran against Dick Howe back in 2018. I think she was a registered independent as well up until recently. Did the Maura Healey endorsement hurt so can reach out in Drake? And,
Oh,
and are
sure.
we going to see something similar
shoot. That's
in
a good-
Tingsboro, right?
that's a
Dude,
good
and
point.
also,
That's a
how
good
much does the
point.
Maura Healey endorsement help in Lowell, given the fact there's a lot of people mad that there's a hotel that just became
right.
and a dorm room that became a migrant shelter. So
Marty
a
Lawyer
lot of
brought that up on the
dynamics
radio
there.
today, and you know what? I hadn't thought about it because you think about in a Democratic primary in Massachusetts, if you get the machine behind you, you're in good shape. Maybe this year's a little different, which will trend us out into the general election in some of the statewide races. Who knows? Maybe Republicans grab a couple seats or Senate seats.
That would be a major victory for the Republican Party. But
Literally, each one step at a time. They're like alcoholics, right? One day at a time.
that's right. We get our coins after
Speaking of that, where's
a certain
Matt?
number of seats. Okay. All right. I'm going to head back out, try to track down some more numbers.
Excellent.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank
By the way,
you.
thank you to our friends at the Worthen for supplying our dinner sandwiches. We're
Oh, that was the word.
from the Worthen,
Nice.
and our friend Penny over there. And also make sure to thank all of our sponsors as well. Mr. Stutz
I will do that.
And please use the whiteboard before the end of the night. I cleaned it up. I wrote election 2024.
Very nice.
I like the way you cleaned these. Look how messy and dirty it is. Where is that? Is that
I'm
here?
gonna get some.
Look at it. It looks like it's written on. Oh, get it. No, go ahead.
It looks good.
Do like the Egyptian walk or something. Look in the elevator and go down.
I don't think I can do
Hold
that.
on, ready?
Oh yeah.
Lower.
All right, take it back.
What I miss?
Break it went.
Break it down. That was,
Castella's apparently running away with that.
that was 7 of 8. So that's
That's a good point, though. It being like a red
A vote against.
vote. Yeah.
What about Maura Healey's transportation secretary that wanted to toll you every time you went in and out of the state?
Oh, the congestion pricing
Yeah.
for Boston.
Oh, I love that idea.
he got fired, didn't he? Or did he step down?
Was it he or she?
Oh, it's
They?
There was yes. Did
So
they
I'm-
step down?
I don't know if they stepped
I
down.
remember there was like back-to-back really.
I know
bad
that
things.
they thought that it was like their job to tax everybody.
implement communism in the state of
Yes,
Massachusetts.
just like
Are we using they as a plural or is it?
that every
Anything
10.
they. We're just covering all bases
all right.
here.
We're gonna-
trying to do a nice family-friendly election show here.
By the way, imagine driving a car in California and you get the, hey, you know what? Your car insurance is going up 54% this year.
Oh, I gotta tell
It's gonna
Mikaela.
happen to all of us.
So
eventually.
you're a
No,
Tesla
I
driver.
don't think
Yeah.
so.
There is a new feature that I've only seen it for the first time today, and people on Twitter were going nuts. But it remember Knight Rider?
Kit?
Yes.
Oh wait, is that the thing that goes like this at the bottom of the grill?
Yeah.
No, it's actually a little more advanced than that. The most simple, basic thing.
Wouldn't that be the best though?
That would be. I mean, they will eventually put it on.
Yeah.
But you can summons Kit. Remember, he'd
Oh, summer
fight people, and you would summon your car, and Kit would come get it.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
get you.
Yeah, that's been a feature.
That's a
for
feature.
while.
Okay, no, I saw a guy.
I don't have it, but you.
Some guy was going nuts, and people that were tech people were like, "This is unbelievable. It's real life." So
Yeah.
So that's something that.
Summon your
That's been
car.
something that they've advertised for like since Tesla came out.
Oh, geez. Okay.
But you need like the full self-driving package for that to happen, and it needs to be like legal in the state that you're in, which I think there are driverless cars like going around everywhere.
I can't wait for driving.
They say San Francisco is out of control.
That's gonna be just so
I
great
think
on.
Arizona too. I think there's.
It's so funny that people like legitimately, like they go kind of go slow sometimes. They just go the speed limit, which is slow.
Yeah.
And people like wailing on the horn, like giving the finger, and there's just nobody in the car. It's like, you can't have road rage anymore.
I think like, they should call it the St. Patrick's Day model because think about in like 20 years, you just go out, drink some beers, have your
Well,
car
that's
pick
when
you up.
that's
Not
when
20 years,
someone can
2
get-
years.
Yeah, but that'll put all the Uber drivers out of business.
You're mumbling into the microphone.
Okay.
So
You won't.
Take me, Tesla. Take me
the robo-taxi. I was trying to think of the name last episode. We were talking about AI and yeah, it's called robo-taxi, and it's going to be driverless buses and cabs.
Oh,
And
it's driverless.
It's very real, and it's very much coming. And another aspect of it was the Tesla owners, your car, I'm not sure what model you have, but the more modern, the brand new ones,
Yeah.
like you would go home after work and your car would just leave and become a taxi and you would make money.
You make money while. Yeah.
Hey, what planet are we on here? But it's
awesome.
very real and it's happening. He said by
Even
next
the
year.
long haul trucks.
Oh, yeah. It's wild.
I just hope it doesn't.
I mean, that's scary. It's going to like replace a lot of like jobs and.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
4
like,
million of them.
How much trust are we gonna put into that?
Way more trucks than
technology?
anybody
Like,
that drives on 495.
or Saugus Route 1. I never want to drive on that road again.
So the traffic's so bad, and one of the reasons is people have no idea how to drive.
Yeah, I agree with Batch on this one. There's a lot
they-
of people that don't know how to drive.
They tailgate or they go too slow and they're in the wrong lane.
Blocking intersections.
Yeah,
which
but
should
when we
be
get
illegal.
to-
Like that's. I
It is.
hate when people do that.
Don't block the box.
wait, do that again?
Don't block the box.
Where's that
Did you
from?
learn that? Did you learn that in driving school?
No, I just made that up.
That's
But no,
pretty good.
Thank you.
That should be like a state-sponsored campaign ad.
Don't block the box.
Wait, okay. All right.
I feel an inappropriate joke for coming from him in any.
You kickstarted with the Egyptian thing, and you just got the blood pumping.
Well, what's gonna be sad though is, I mean, I don't mind. I think it would improve driving for everybody, right? Now, not everybody's gonna be able to afford it, but the real people that are going to suffer are the ones that make those mats with the little beads on them. For all
Oh, the cab drivers? Yeah. They'll be the first to go.
They're in trouble.
The bead industry is going to definitely suffer.
Actually, Mikaela, how often have you hit the driverless feature in your car? Just
I've been in the car once and done it. It's awesome.
It won't. You can't. You have to pay attention to the road. You have to like touch the steering wheel. Like, so I use it on like the highway, so that it just like stays in the lane.
so you use it regularly.
I honestly sometimes like on long drives. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
could
she'll be like, mixing up her coffee and doing like whatever, and it just, you just.
You can eat breakfast. You can
Yeah.
eat, but you can like do that, but it'll make you like touch the steering wheel every now and then. You know what it does? So back when I got it like 3 years ago, it was not as strict as it is now. Now it can tell where your eyes are off the road. Like it's monitoring your eyes.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
So if I have my,
boy.
I don't like that.
so if I have,
Hey, you, over here.
yeah, no, so if
Sorry,
I have
car.
I could have both hands on the steering wheel, but I could be looking there, and it will say, "Hey, pay."
Oh,
attention."
really?
And it'll be like way quicker.
I'll be texting and
They
driving.
must have had. I mean,
What if we
so
put
it's kind of
Softer on your lap? Your dog.
and it
There's like 4 eyes.
Yeah.
What's gonna
You're trying to scam your car.
You'd be looking at your phone, the dog's looking ahead.
Yeah, no,
Batch, think about the future of DUI, right? It could be like, listen, Batch,
Sorry, that was a weird sentence.
Batch, sir, you need to go sit in the back seat. Just tell me where to go.
Yeah.
Sit in the back seat. You're too close to the wheel.
But that would
Like-
be a
like-
good.
That'd
that
be
would
great.
a good-
Yeah.
It's like a horse. A horse knows its way home. That's why there was no driving while riding back in the day.
the
Yeah.
horse
'Cause
just
did you know this? This is a real thing.
No.
If you have a horse and you ride down to a bar
Yeah.
and you go and drinking,
This is like 1800s
well,
or?
it probably still works because horses haven't changed. But you
Okay.
can,
Well,
a
you have
horse.
to have a stable at your house.
Oh yeah, the horse knows its way back home. So they would just take the drunk and throw him over the back of the horse, slap the horse, and the horse would walk home.
It's not. Do you want to bring that back or?
I would love to bring it back. It's faster than. So I figured it out. There are
Taking
some
care
days
of a horse is a lot more expensive than taking care of a car. But insurance.
I priced it out. It's
But insurance. But car insurance with car. And do you have to get horse insurance? Like a vet insurance.
Well, because he's
I don't
walking
know.
it down to the bar. Yeah.
If you own Big Brown, you do.
Where would you,
Well,
like-
leaves a lot of big browns? Yeah,
Where would you park it? Like you go to the old court. You put it in the alley? Is park it the right word?
you just tie it up to Todd's Beamer.
Tie up your horse to the dumpster in the alley?
Yeah, but no. When you look at how long sometimes it takes to get home on 495, if you had a horse galloping at full speed, you'd get home faster. No
Well, you know what? They have those signs, no horses. You see those? On
They
the
do have those signs. You're right.
on the highway. Yeah, because
Yes.
the car lobby.
The car lobby.
Trying to get rid of alternative
Big car.
transportation.
I wonder, Mikaela, the first time you did the driverless, like, what is that like?
I couldn't do it.
I'm saying like, you're going like, okay, I'm going to
I'm gonna.
test
How do you do that? Yeah, I'm gonna press a button and not involve myself.
Oh my god.
Going around like a turn.
How do you sacrifice that control?
So the first time I was in the car with her doing that,
Jesus.
I was like,
Oh, that would kill me
I'm like,
too.
what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's driverless. I'm like,
Oh, my mom.
you grab the wheel?
Don't even.
Oh, you gotta prank him with that.
I had the instinct to, but I knew, not to.
My daughter
Check on some numbers.
Hit the driverless. I was like, no, not doing it.
What, you have the driver?
No, I test drove a Tesla, but everyone's like, hit the driverless thing. We were on the highway. It was busy. There's cars everywhere. I'm like, I am not trusting this thing.
I mean,
ever.
It's not perfect, but
See, that scares me.
you know what? Well, no, I mean like my things are like the cruise control. Like, do you use cruise control?
Nope.
Really? Like my things are like my
I
knees
don't use
hurt.
that.
Well, like, cruise control is great because you don't have to have like your foot on the pedal. You don't have to be like stagnant the whole time. So like my knees hurt more than anything. It's not like I don't really use the driverless like turning thing that much.
Does it work
Like,
in
my
the snow?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't wait for driverless cars.
These do scare me. They do scare me. Also, like the potential for like security hacks and like
Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, I would.
Stephen King.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, is that a?
Oh.
Oh, really?
You never saw
I don't
Maximum?
watch scary movies.
Well, I mean,
And the 18-wheelers got a mind of their own and just started killing people.
yeah.
So that's it.
I mean,
Could
you've seen
happen.
it in movies.
AGI, we talked about it last show.
What, taking over
The
like?
computers could just decide, hey,
Yeah, no, I get that. But, when you look at how clogged the highways are, how broken our infrastructure is, anyways, right? Like, you ever look under a bridge around here? It's scary. Like, they're held up by like paper mache and like pigeon shit. But like,
Is this a cheap shot at the Rook Bridge?
no, it's one of the best bridges around.
On the board.
We're on the board.
For anyone wondering what's happening here, we've decided tonight that just sitting here and stalling and waiting for numbers is too boring, so we're just kind of doing a show and giving election results. We're doing it all.
Yeah.
All right, let me give you, the big board has been updated, but I'm going to give you 6 of the 8 Billerica precincts. So combined, Casella, 503, Sakari, 523,
Very close.
Joe Reddy, 463.
Wow, he's very big in Bill.
So Billerica is like almost like a 3-way tie, fairly close. Not really, but close enough. And Batch, those are included in the big board. Where are we at?
For the overall totals?
Give us overall.
All right, so overall, Karen Casella, 1,819. Sakari, 1,468. Joe Reddy, 1,000. Oh, look at that. 1,000.
Even.
Lowell total is pretty much the same, right? There's been no change there.
Yeah, now Lowell were...
Town total, 1,483. 1,064 for Sakari and 819 for Joe Reddy. Huh.
So it's interesting that Sakari, again, when we talk about Lowell, we've got different neighborhoods, different ethnic backgrounds, different financial background. Like, it's a very different city. Belvedere is very different than the Lower Highlands. When you get to these suburbs, if you get 6 out of 8, like, that's the trend. Like, that's what it is. It's a bunch of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say suburban white people, but that's essentially what it is.
They all think the same. They're
all clones.
Lots of nuance.
Yeah, sorry, none of you
They're
are.
just
Wait, so
all
there's-
the same.
but-
So we don't have any Chelmsford numbers yet,
We do not. So when Chelmsford comes in,
I mean,
Joe
look at
Reddy
this.
is going to spike.
right?
Yeah.
Well, it's 800.
But we also don't have Belvedere or Tewksbury. Belvedere because she's from there, and Tewksbury because her flag is looking Italian. Was that
That was what
theory?
we were saying.
Maybe.
Casella had a last name that's Italian. I didn't know Tewksbury had that many Italians, but
Yeah. They have.
We still don't know that. We're just going with Batch's theory.
What are you talking about? There's a million Italians. That's,
Is it? I don't spend much time in Tewksbury at all.
Oh, yeah?
I saw that bowling alley for the first time like a couple months ago.
oh, that's a place that gets packed. Apparently, I haven't been there, but
Yeah.
it gets
And they
very
get the,
busy.
They get the Beards and Babies Brewery.
The what's
Excuse
it
me?
called?
Beards and Babies Brewery.
Treehouse, right?
Why beards and babies?
You go there, it's all guys with beards with their wives and their babies.
I haven't been.
Oh,
there.
so it's like every.
I heard the pizza's really good.
Pizza's supposed to be really, and that
Yeah.
beer is really good beer. Apparently, the Treehouse beer.
But you can only have 2 of them?
3 of them.
3. So 3's the limit.
Yeah,
They're
tons
big-
of babies. I'm
they're
telling you,
big
it's thick
beers.
with babies.
To anybody interested in this, there is the governor's council race, which we are not following tonight, but with 6 of the 8 Billerica precincts, Devaney, 866,
Oh, he ran for.
and I think it's Maura Dolan, 593.
All right.
Gonna lie, I know nothing about that race, but
So I do a little bit.
Oh, there we go.
Well, because governor's council doesn't get a lot of ink, but it's pretty important that they pick the friggin' judges.
Oh yeah, it's
Because Corey ran for it before. And I remember being like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's great, Corey. You're running for." I'm like, "What the hell is the governor's council?" I believe the woman that's losing right now. What's her name?
Maura Dolan. She used to be on WCAP.
Really?
I remember that name.
Was she?
Damn it, I could be wrong. Hold on.
Fake news.
Teddy, was Maura Dolan on WCAP? Thank you.
I
Confirmed by another former WCAP employee. And I'm not talking about you.
did she
Or
work?
me.
I think she worked for Mara Ely, didn't she?
I think they have the same name.
No, I think. No. Well, anyway, so forget that. But do you think? I heard one of you guys say this. In the towns, don't you think this is like that Sakari's endorsements are probably hurting him?
I don't know because he just won Billerica essentially.
Not like Maura Healey that like Republican.
I would think Billerica would.
Say that again.
Sorry,
People that enjoy being Republicans don't enjoy Maura Healey.
that's true.
I think that
I'll have
she's
to
saying
confirm
that,
that.
people with common sense don't like Laura. I'm going to clean that up for you.
I like Maura Healey.
What?
Why?
Ugh.
You know,
I thought Billerica was a bit. I don't know much about Billerica politics. I just know that there's always the Lombardo guy, who's a conservative Republican.
I thought it was a very conservative town.
Remember when the radio a couple of years ago and the guy went and he just painted the crosswalks?
Yeah.
I love that story.
Oh yeah.
I forget what it was. He was just annoyed. He's like, we're supposed to paint, and the town was like stalling, and he just like, screw you. He just painted all the
Wait, because the
crosswalks.
town didn't paint the crosswalks in there?
Maybe not fast enough or to his liking. So he went out with a whole bunch of paint and painted crosswalks right in the middle of the town center.
I love that.
I can see Aragicia doing that. Like he is gonna do something like that.
Yeah,
Just,
maybe.
I've had enough here. Just go to City Hall. I mean, whatever. Go to Lowell High and
I'm sure
fix
it would be
something.
well documented on
People
Facebook.
Just be scraping mold out of Second
Live
Memorial.
stream.
Yeah, live stream.
Look at this mold.
We even got streets to cross.
Demo in bathrooms at the Stocklosa.
There you go. But no, I could, but Drake, I could see like, hey, oh, look at all these people endorse
Yeah.
Sakari. F them. I'm gonna vote the other way.
I mean, Karen Casella dominated. I mean, when
That is crazy. She really did.
she doubled them, like, yeah, both of them combined, she beat.
980, yeah. She had 980 and a lot of people turning out to vote for.
I can't believe we don't have Belvedere yet. We should have that. They're usually pretty on the ball. This mail-in thing, we were learning, stinks for live election shows.
well, I think
We're gonna get
Who saw that coming?
we're gonna get an all at once.
Well, I think what happens with the mail-in is somebody's.
Belvedere's still sleeping. They're still up in Seabrook. I'm shocked they have a new city councilor.
Well, that's
It
true.
wasn't a speech day.
I mean, half of them are teachers, so they had the day off.
That's true. Well, they would have done the
Spending that big
mail-in.
raise they got.
Oh yeah,
They would have done the mail-in so they could have the 5-day weekend.
yeah. I mean,
They're done the
you got to do something with that 5%, right, hon?
What 5%? What are you talking about?
But can I say, so with the mail-in or vote ahead of time ballots, like, couldn't they just like count those
Ahead of time.
ahead of time?
I think they don't want to because if that got out, it might affect the election. Do you know what I mean?
Couldn't they start counting it at like 7 p.m.?
So I think with the mail-in ballots, I think what they wait to see is who's winning, and they decide how they're going to fill out their mail-in ballots. No, I'm just kidding.
We talking about 2020 here?
Absolutely. That's exactly what he's talking about.
Every time you say something I don't like, I'm gonna
That's Han's thing.
Listen, you got to get your ballot supply chain going. You got to know like how many ballots you need to print and fill out over the next 3 or 4 days while we still count them
Can I go?
to hit
Can I go
hit the
far
number.
left turn here, real quick?
Yeah, do
You're
it.
talking about interfering with elections and doing that.
Yeah.
We had our AI topic last episode of the Power Hour. OpenAI is the company that makes ChatGPT.
Yep.
And they're the ones they're ahead in this race. The race for AGI, they're the closest. And they've got some
That we know
technology
about.
That we know about, right, true. They definitely have the lead. They haven't put out a product since ChatGPT 4. They put out updated versions 4.
And ChatGPT 4 isn't even that good.
But it probably was when it came out, right? And that was like
Yeah.
2020, late 2022.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Now, there's all these other different LLMs. That's what they're called, large language models. Has what, Grok,
Gronk, and then there's
Claude,
another one.
Sonnet. There's all the big companies are putting them out. ChatGPT has a product ready to go, but they don't want to release it before the election. It's going to be powerful. How powerful? Now you get a clue. They say it's 100 times stronger than more powerful compute power than ChatGPT 4. So picture that, which I know you use, right? Picture something that's 100 times more compute. What can that do?
Yeah.
The only people they've shown it to, you'd think would be like trade shows, or they've shown it to the US government, the Pentagon and the CIA. Those are the only people that have seen this product. So we're getting into this weird moment where they don't want to release this yet. I'm going to end up in a deep conspiracy here. I didn't mean to, but I'm going to
go.
So if they release it, just imagine the video, the voice, everything this AI, advanced AI
Oh,
can
that'd be
do.
like the deep fakes.
It could really interfere. So they've always said they were going to push it off. If Trump wins,
Wait, deepfake, isn't that the name of a CNN show?
deepfake. That'd be a great name if they just did it.
Deepfake, yeah.
To deepfake.
Deepfake today.
But now we're in this weird moment where they're now in bed with the government. They have to be. We talked about it before. There has to be like a Manhattan Project once you get close to this insane technology. they were trying to stay apolitical. It's a little bit woke, but it's not too bad. But now Trump is all in with Elon, who just built the largest supercomputer in the world. He's making colossal. Something like that. It's 100,000 GPUs.
How come they never just name it like Bobby?
Yeah, he loves weird names. But either way, this is the most powerful. GPT was built on like 10,000 GPUs. This thing's 100,000. So it's a monster.
So it's
We were talking about the now
so it's
power.
one better.
This one computer uses
10x.
This one computer that Elon just built in Tennessee uses more power than the entire city of Lowell every day. This computer uses more power than the entire city of Lowell. So, long way to get to the conspiracy. ChatGPT, Elon hates them. If Trump wins, he's all in with Gronk and with Elon.
Yeah.
So this other company now was going to wait till after the election to release this super powerful product. What if that's the October surprise for the presidential election? And they say, you know what? Screw it. We're screwed if Trump wins. So we'll release this thing a month early
And what sort of-
and unleash it on Trump,
What sort of things?
helping Kamala, because they know if Trump wins, Elon wins this race.
I mean, but
What sort of things could it do?
Like you said, it's just anything with video, anything with audio. I mean, we don't know. It's that powerful. No one's ever seen it. The only people that have seen it is the people that work there, and their entire safety team. 3 of them have quit
all right. Well, here's the
because they're
question.
nervous of what they've seen.
Do you think?
Like, we're at crazy levels now.
But let's say. Wait, which one's the one you're talking about?
So there's OpenAI who owns ChatGPT.
That's the one you're
We're
saying.
waiting for ChatGPT 5, but
Yeah.
they're going to rename it ChatGPT next. Okay, then after that, they've got one that's 10 times stronger than that called Orion. That comes out next year.
But what's the one you're saying they would be like is in trouble if Trump wins?
Sorry, this is true, but it sounds crazy.
Which one? What's the one that?
Elon is Grok.
Yep.
That's the one that right now 100,000 GPUs, computing power, uses more power than the entire city of Lowell.
Okay, but what's the one you're saying that would be in trouble if Trump got elected?
OpenAI.
Okay. Let's say OpenAI makes something of Trump, like doing something crazy, like whatever. I don't know, something with a Russian girl in a hotel room or whatever. Like
We don't have to. Right? You ready? I'll answer that for you. There's always this rumor that Trump said the N-word back on what was the show he had there?
The Apprentice.
Yes, I believe so. There was always like a rumor of that happening.
what neocon?
Yeah, no. So, but again, I don't believe it just because people are like, oh no, someone signed a non-disclosure for whatever it was, 10 years or something.
Yeah.
But it's always just a rumor, and it's like, no way. If someone had that, they would release it. Who cares if he sues you for $10 million? You have a bunch of Democratic donors that'll pay that in 2 seconds. But it's like, but if you have a fake video of that comes out, and it's like, you're going to get into a real dark, dirty place
So this
the
is
last
what-
month of this race.
This is what AI is going to take away from us. It's going to take away our ability to like decipher what's real.
Oh, yeah. No, it will. It'll take
And we'll
our...
have to not, and we're not gonna, and so that's the thing where it's gonna be like, we can't trust our own eyes anymore because, and so I saw a video about.
Can't trust anything online.
I saw a video about AI and it kind of like said, it was like, we're not gonna be able to like enjoy life's simple pleasures like cat videos that we know are real, that we just think are so hilarious because we know they're real and they're so silly.
Yes.
And it's such a joyful pleasure, but like we know like what's animated and what's, but like now we're not even going to be able to enjoy cat videos because we're going to be like, oh, someone made that up or that couldn't happen. So if we're not even going to be able to enjoy like life's simple
true.
pleasures, we're not going to know the difference between real and fake.
But I
Live cat shows. Bang.
There you go.
We'll make a kill. What do you mean? We are in on this.
No, I'm in. I'm in.
like,
Isn't there a food place around here that's going to have cats while you eat and stuff?
What? Wait, what?
What?
What did you say?
What?
What's on?
Wait, what?
Yes, yes. No, there's like a restaurant.
Cats to go.
Yeah, I think it's opening up.
What do you mean, like
downtown? I guess.
There's a cat cafe in Japan.
I'm sorry.
There's a
What,
cat-
what
like,
is
no.
happening right now?
No.
This is coming to Lowell.
It's like you
Cat cafe?
Yes,
Oh,
some
like,
guy
just
I
to be
work with was talking
And
about.
this is to feed cats or for us?
No.
Like you get to sit
cats?
down and have lunch with cats
hang out
that you,
with you.
for you to
Oh.
pet and
Cats
stuff.
hang out.
All right.
I don't know.
No.
They have one in Japan.
Well, it's
don't
not
mind
for
that.
me, but I mean, like, if you're a catty,
Cat lovers.
Saying you
That's gross.
eat lasagna, there's a cat on your shoulder.
if you love the kitty cat,
Oh, yeah. Come on in.
We're just sitting here talking about
For
cats.
those wondering, this is how we stall for time.
Meow. All right, so go to the board batch. We've got a lot of numbers that just came in now.
Oh, we're over 4,000.
If you We've got all of Drake-It is in, which went very big for Karen Casella. Billerica, 10 of the 12 precincts. By the way, that is the closest race of them all. It was Chow 888, Casella 884, and Joe Reddy 855.
Wow.
So that's Billerica, the closest of all the communities. But in Wilmington, we believe these are the final numbers in Wilmington. 793 for Karen Casella, 481 for Sokari Chow, 359 for Joe Reddy. Tewksbury, we believe we have most of them, not all of them. 336 for Casella, 212 for Chow, 187 for Reddy. The election may have actually been won in the towns of Tewksbury, Wilmington, but Drake-It, check out these numbers. Drake-It, now complete. Karen Casella, 1,338. Sokari Chow, 699. She almost doubled him there. 509 for Joe Reddy. Karen Casella outpacing Chow and Reddy combined in Drake-It. 1,338 votes there. A huge margin there. They are feeling very confident, more and more so at the Casella camp, but also talking to somebody in the Ratty Mom and Sokari Chow camp. They are very nervous. They pretty much believe it's over for Ratty Mom, and they had voiced prior to the Drake-It final numbers, Tewksbury and Wilmington coming in, they voiced concern for Sokari Chow. I think those numbers just kind of gave them real reason for concern right there.
So I forget, does that mean Dave Willett returns his signs?
Yeah, Dave. Hopefully, Dave gets a returnable deposit. So, anyway, those are the numbers. I can't. My glasses can't see that far right now.
So,
I've got just my readers on, but
4,300 for Karen Casella.
Yeah.
2,906 for Sokari and 2,152 for Joe Reddy. Those are the overalls.
That, barring something bizarre coming in, I don't know if there's enough votes in Westford, Carlisle, and I think what's the other community out there? Tingsboro. You would think Tingsboro will go similar to Drake-It, just smaller numbers. Again, there's a large swath of Lowell votes that have not been counted, 4,500 mail-in votes.
Belvedere.
But Belvedere, we do. Actually, you're right. Let me give you the Riley School numbers right now. Casella, 613. Chow, 222. Joe Reddy, 61.
Yeah.
So she almost 2.5 times, almost triple the vote, Karen Casella over Sokari Chow at the Riley School. That is the in-person. As most people are telling me, it's hard to believe that the mail-in will come in different. It might, but right now, if you're Karen Casella, you're probably measuring the curtains in the office. She's obviously going to.
It's over 9,000 votes right now that are in.
Right. It's
They can't count the early voting ahead of time at all.
well, in the olden days, they used to put them out to the polling stations and run them there, so they were in the total. The problem is you have 4,500 votes. You've got to tie up the machines at the polling locations, and people won't be able to get in there and vote. So mail-in has completely changed the way we get our election results and report them, but
How do they tally those? Do they have like a machine just?
they have a machine that's counted them all, and I assume has split them up by district, and then when they bring in the SIM cards, the voting machines from all the precincts, they'll combine everything there and give us one total, is what I'm told from the City of Lowell election office. Much simpler in the towns, it looks like. They were able to get everything done all at once, apparently. Certainly in Drake-It with, what is that, 2,500 votes there, Asa?
That's a lot of votes.
That's a lot of votes, and they were able to get them done in Drake-It.
They were the first ones.
I think they're the first we've had the complete number on. Wilmington, complete number. Wilmington's about 800, 1,600 votes there as well that have been counted there.
So
Since we can't make the call, let's give a win probability. Panos win probability. We'll start with 18. Tara Hong's win probability.
unofficial.
If I were trying to go to a victory party tonight, I'd find out where Tara Hong and Karen Casella are. That's where the smart money is right now.
Unofficially.
Honestly, unofficially, this is we can pretty much call them. We'll
99.9?
wait for a few more numbers to come in before we do. But follow Inside Lowell on Facebook and on Twitter as well, guys. We're on YouTube. We're on the website, Facebook and Twitter. We even have some charts where we will call the winners of the races.
Do you have Riley
prepared.
numbers for 18th?
No, because that's not in the 18th. The 18th.
Why do I keep asking that?
The 18th, we're waiting on the senior center now. for the 18th, I believe.
And the one
That's it. And maybe
Lowell High.
maybe the charter school and the one
Yeah.
Lowell High. Those are going to be minuscule
Okay, so, yeah.
numbers. And again, if you're looking at the machine, Tara Hong's Democratic Party machine, he's probably going to win the mail-in voting there as well. If he won the daily school,
Oh yeah.
then he's probably going to win.
He should win
The mail-in
even
voting as
the
well.
I would
small,
agree,
the
yeah.
outstanding ones. We've got the collegiate. We've already got that. So
I think a very small number in there,
he's
yeah.
whatever's left. He's probably going to win those anyway.
So this does include the charter school.
I believe
Yes.
one of the
Yeah, they were sneaky. They were early.
Yes. So those are your results. Again, unofficial results, but looking very good right now for Karen Casella. Also, Karen Casella and Tara Hung. Also, Marilyn Devaney. I just got a new set of numbers here from where is that? That's
For Governor's Council.
Bill Ricca. Devaney 1849, Mara Dolan 964. A lot of people thought Mara Dolan was going to win that race. It was very close last time, and she's got a lot of nudge from some of the Democrats. That's Bill Ricca. Bill Ricca is kind of a conservative town, one of the few local towns, maybe the only
thought
local
so.
town with a Republican state rep.
That's why I find it strange that
They have-
Hickory kind of
and-
did well in
and
that
yet so
first
County
bet.
Cal did well in Bill Ricca, so go figure it out. Or maybe the people who told me that that Italian name thing and
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, I think
they were onto something.
did Jim say it first? I think Jim said it first, didn't he?
I had somebody tell me, somebody who knows politics very, very well,
Yeah.
and repeated that to me tonight after calling in.
It makes sense to me.
Italian,
The Italian name, a lot of Italian. Look, Diana DeZoglio will tell you in Methuen, a lot of her success is that Italian name. There's a bocce club up there.
Italian
in
pride.
Methuen, so
Betch,
don't,
you might have a
don't
fu- you might have a
discount the
future.
strength of the Italians back
I
here.
didn't know it's got a more Italian name than you.
Batch for.
I don't even know how to say your last name.
Yeah, there you go.
Whenever I say your last name, I kind of just vomit it and hope I get close. Bacigalupo.
Keep up the good work, guys. I'll get you some more numbers.
All right.
Thank you.
So
We got to be getting close to some people conceding in this race.
I would think so, right? Like,
I mean, it would help our broadcast. So no, it's 99.99. Tara Hong is winning. I'm not sure.
I don't
Casella.
think you're gonna get your tie tonight.
No, I'm definitely not getting my tie. The night of the tie has been canceled.
Yeah.
Maybe Joe Reddy can tie Sakari. We need a big Chelmsford number.
For second place, it's a little. You don't really get anything for second place.
do we have any idea?
You got a set of steak knives, actually.
Oh,
'Cause first place is a Cadillac Eldorado.
How many? Do you think there's a lot of mail-in votes in the towns?
I would assume so. I don't know.
did they have? Is it more mail-in or more early voting?
Well, whatever. It's the same thing, right?
But
Yeah, but I'm wondering. Like,
even with the
what-
mail-ins, they could process those first thing in the morning. So I have a feeling Lowell's already done it. I might go to City Hall.
Can we just do
Straight down the
away with?
street.
Can we just do away with mail-in voting?
Yes, we should.
It's a total pain in the butt,
Yeah.
and it opens the
most
door for
corruptible thing.
cheating and everything else. Let's just take a grenade to it.
But there are no. Listen, there's no voter fraud. Remember?
No,
Oh, boy,
none.
here we
there's
go.
no such
Listen,
thing.
it's an election show. We don't talk about voter fraud on election shows. We talk about it
think
tomorrow.
making it convenient for people that might not be able to make it to the polling locations on voting day.
Well, there's an absentee balloting
absentee
system for
ballot.
that.
Yeah.
What about an old person bill? Like what? Old person.
What do you mean? Why are you being an ageist?
Absentee ballot.
As if an old person
No.
can't vote.
Old people vote. Young people don't vote.
That's an absentee-minded ballot.
This notion that we have to be so lazy that this person would vote if they could get off their couch.
Huh, do you mind if I do an election here?
Oh, no, go ahead. Please.
Oh, geez.
Go ahead.
We were just getting to
He gets so touchy.
They were just shitting on people.
This is what they do.
He's an ageist. He was basically suggesting old people aren't
See what it's
capable
like.
of voting.
It's 2 against 1 every time I'm in here. Would you like the Westford numbers?
Yes, let's
All right,
go.
done.
Yeah.
Westford. Joe Reddy. Again, this is Joe Reddy country. Westford, right next to Chelmsford.
Oh,
872. Sakari, 712. Casella, 694.
This is Casella's first loss of the night,
All right.
Yes.
That's
And again, she'll lose.
but not by much.
Yeah, she'll lose Chelmsford to Joe Reddy. She lost Westford. But she can. She has some wiggle room there.
The card did well in Westford.
Yeah, that is
Go figure.
So it's,
surprisingly well.
she's still got like a 1,400 vote lead though.
So did that number jump? Did Teddy hit us with the overall?
So it's 4,994 for Karen, 3,618 for Sakari, and 3,024 for Joe Reddy.
Okay.
So
Man, listen, we're starting to knock these. We're getting way more of these towns than I expected we'd get tonight.
They're doing very well.
Billerica,
counting the
Drake it, Westford.
We should have had a bet on like the towns that would come in first for counting the votes. Like I
Oh,
would have
who's the
thought.
first town in?
Yeah. Like we should have like a race.
All right, we'll do that next time.
Yeah, we'll do that next.
But here's the
time.
problem. There's a little flaw in this. These are the people that are giving them to us. Like someone's calling Teddy. So
Well,
he's got people around, but
We can still bet on that.
so we're betting on who calls Teddy first with the numbers.
Basically, yeah, who gets that?
Or the staff, sorry. We have a whole team back there. The interns,
Everyone
everyone.
back there.
It's the InsideLowell election team.
Oh.
They're not allowed. You ever see like NBC? They get isolated in the back, so they can't be. Yes, they can't be bothered. They will
they're
not
all
be.
sequestered?
Yep, they're sequestered.
Yeah,
They're sitting back there.
You just pass a piece of paper back and forth.
That's it. It's just Marty Laurie sitting in a room going crazy.
He's driving around on his motorcycle.
He's giving them pizza. All right.
All right.
So, again, still looking like Casella is going to win this, but there's that.
Yeah, I mean, you need to. How many votes did they say? Mail-ins? There's
4,500.
45-18.
And that's for Lowell only.
yes. That'd have to go really heavy on Sakari for that to change.
Yeah, same thing with Ratty.
Yeah.
You know, I had a
You what?
feeling today. I'm like, I thought Sakari and Ratty would win, and just seeing how low the vote total was for the 7 o'clock show, I'm like, they could both lose here.
I thought
And they're both going to lose.
once I saw those Highland numbers that you sent me, I'm like, oh, Karen's gonna win.
Yeah.
So I figured the Highlands would go for Karen.
Yep.
Belvedere is her neighborhood, and then the towns. Wasn't sure about Joe or Karen, but I knew Sakari wouldn't do well in the towns.
It's a good story. She worked there for 32 years. Now she's in charge. It's
And I
that's a
don't think-
great story.
In a place like Drake, I don't think the Democratic machine helps you.
No, not at all. It hurts. That's where it hurts.
That's an interesting lesson, right? Like,
It's Trump
if
It's
you're-
Trump.
I know.
Trump cranky.
So you would think, right? Getting an endorsement from someone big like Mara Healy would help you, but it's not necessarily the best thing if you're running in places like.
No.
That low.
Or even if you just are in a cycle where people are mad about the migrants and the money and everything else. And
Yeah.
like, even in
Yeah.
liberal cities, it doesn't help.
It's an indicator of something else.
Yeah,
Yes.
I probably would have been like, Mara, thank you so much, but I'm all set.
Right, yeah, right.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep this between you and I.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Biden, when certain senators or governors were like, no, thanks,
Yeah, just
thanks,
hold
President
no, we're
Biden.
good,
You know,
we're
just,
good. No, I got this.
we'll just pass, man.
And you'll see it won't have a big impact. But in the general election, you're going to have Ed Kennedy with a challenger who'll be Carla Miller, who, we expect it would be a blowout. But I think that district swapped, like Groton for Drake it. So it got a bit more conservative.
I don't think Groton's very conservative.
I don't think Groton's very conservative.
When you look at the home,
Unless they're like closet conservatives.
I don't know.
it's so you figure it's
Wealthy suburbs in Massachusetts.
But they're very
That's pretty blue, though.
but they like their like fancy like I don't know. They like
Yeah, they're liberals.
yeah.
Yeah, they're liberals. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
they
they're
said
liberal.
liberal.
So that district is trading the liberals for conservative Drake it. So it would be good for Carla Miller. She still has no chance, but it helps.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't want to
Yeah,
say she has
might
no
do
chance,
well in-
but she's
might do well.
a heavy underdog. But that could be the
Wait, what
difference.
towns are in that district?
The Lowell's the big one. It's all in this area,
Drake it.
except not Tewksbury. I screwed up. When
about-
you screw up an election night? Oh, I screwed up once. So bad.
Does it include Tingsboro though? It's got it.
Yes. Drake it, Tingsboro.
Tingsboro's pretty. You can always.
So going back to this seat, this is the old Eileen Donahue seat. She was the senator for, I don't know, whatever, 16, 20 years. She was the state senator from Lowell. When she was going to be city manager, she stepped down, and then that was when Ed Kennedy won the seat. But it was Drinkwater, John Drinkwater, Rodney Elliott. Like, there was some heavy hitters in that race. It was a very good race. We were doing it live at WCAP, and the results are coming in. And Drinkwater's not winning, but he's like doing good. He's like, I didn't know anything about the guy. I'm not gonna finish the story. Hold on. Oh, what you got? All right. Remind me where I was in that story. It's very boring, anyways. Chelmsford numbers. Joe Reddy, no surprise. 637. Sakari, 353. Casella, 328.
A second loss of the night.
Yes, so that was the other one.
That's all of Chelmsford, right?
Teddy, is that all Chelmsford?
All of Chelmsford.
That's
That
not
is
a lot.
pathetic.
That's
All right.
not a lot of votes.
So that's 5,322 for Karen, 3,971 for Sakari, 3,661 for Joe Reddy.
And when you do the mail-ins, it's possible that Belvedere has more votes than all of Chelmsford. No, it's not possible.
I'm very surprised. Not a lot of. Did they not have like another race going?
They don't vote.
Yeah,
If you remember the last
Chelmsford doesn't
municipal,
vote?
like the last,
1,300
whatever,
a lot to make up.
they had like
Yeah.
7% turnout. I remember a year or two ago, they had a local election, 7% turnout. You get 12% Lowell, and people are calling the FBI as a federal crime here, and it's like, we're going to redo everything. And like Lowell, when they get to 10, 12%, it blows Chelmsford away.
I wonder what that's about. That's interesting. But no, I Karen Casella's probably celebrating. I would be.
I mean, that
What's our total at? Sorry, I missed that. Could you give me a rundown of the grand total?
5,322 for Karen, 3,971 for Sakari, 3,661 for Joe. What's the total? Oh, they add them up.
Oh, no, sorry, no. I was multitasking.
So that's, you want to add that up for me? 5,322,
Wait, why? What are you adding?
I can
the,
add
the
it.
totals.
You don't need to. You have it at the bottom. That's the overall total.
No, the total number of votes.
The total of the.
Oh, of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So 5,322, 3,971, 3,661.
10644.
We're over 10,000.
Yeah.
So she's getting 50% of the vote right now. More than 50%
Yeah,
of the
more than
vote.
50%. Yep.
So you got to figure if that carries over to the mail-in voting, you're not gonna catch her,
I would say.
right?
Yeah, no, I would say no.
I mean, even if Sakari goes,
They won't have the mail-in
No,
voting.
she has her home neighborhood isn't even in there yet,
Yeah.
and that'll be
Oh, yeah.
monster. Yeah. So because Karen Casella's gonna win, we can't officially say it without Lowell's number.
Good for
But
her.
And
She's
none of
been in the
these-
job for
yeah, no, it's a
years.
good story.
32 years.
32 years.
Was it really 32 years?
Yeah, I think. None of these are official, of course.
So does that mean they're hiring? Because they're gonna need someone to do her job, right?
No, why would you need to hire anybody?
Because she's
You need
taking
a backfill.
she's taking the Dick Howe spot.
Yeah,
So
but
someone needs to take her spot.
Yep.
why would she need to hire anybody?
She doesn't want to do the work. She's in charge now.
No,
That's the whole point of winning. Dick Howe hasn't been in the office in 20 years. No, just kidding.
No, good for her. That's exciting.
Yeah, no, it's a great story.
But you know what's interesting is somebody that's not a politician at all and is, like you're just, the worker, the head worker, whatever, the head clerk of the place.
The head worker.
The people responded to that.
Yeah,
it
resonates.
Given the opportunity between,
No matter what you do, if you've done it for 32 years and you have to run for an elected spot, and yes, you're right. That
You
absolutely.
know, a lot of people can connect to that story of I did everything right. I know the in and outs, and why should someone else just jump ahead of me, right? The people like
Especially in elected.
a lot of people can connect to the frustration
That's
of,
true.
of
You know what? That's
being
true.
put in the back of the line.
or you get you get a boss that comes in
That doesn't know.
that
You're
doesn't
right.
know doesn't know.
Like, so what do we do here? Not saying that that's what they would.
I mean, not in this. I mean, in
This-
some
I know this would
departments,
not be. Yeah.
in some departments, I'm sure, like there are a bunch of people, like some new boss comes in and has no idea what they're doing and is making way more than you are, and a lot of people, I think, would just like that makes
yeah,
them
and you're
crazy.
making it work, right? You're
There's also
Yeah, you're the
female-
glue, and
there's
watching
also a
someone else collect
female-
all your credit and money.
Yeah. And also like a female male aspect of it. You're a woman who's been there for 32 years and you have some.
That's the interesting thing about
That's a story that sells. On the
some
campaign
years
trail,
involved.
that
That's
absolutely
what
works.
I
I
mean,
mean, there's two stories there, right? That sell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and even Maura Healey bumped her, right? Maura Healey, her position is to promote women, right? I mean, she's kind of stated that in the past, hasn't she?
I'm sure she
Well, you know
is.
what? So
Yes, I'm sure she is.
And
There might be more
in
to
this
that
in this
story.
situation, she didn't go with the woman, which is interesting.
Well, and when you look at it too, like you got the Democratic machine back in Sakari, right? Which Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been around.
There's some connect. I'm sure there's some connection.
You know what's weird though?
Maybe.
The state Democratic, but not the Lowell machine. It's bizarre.
Well, no, there was some Lowell. There was some local.
What do you call him? Was it Gilly? He calls him the Lowellinati.
Yeah, no, there was some of that for Sakari.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
But then there was,
But it wasn't, the Lowell Democratic Party. I someone sent me a message.
there was some big heavy hitters from the Lowell Democratic Party in there that supported him.
All right, let's see. Oh, here you go. Text from Jeff Thomas. She can just appoint someone for her old position. She's the boss now.
Well, there you go.
Well, we don't have to have an election for the second.
Another text coming in. Lowell Democratic City Committee are 100% behind Tara and Joe Reddy, not Karen or Sakari. So it's a little bit of a mix and match happening there.
Well, if you look at
That was from Jerry.
Oh yeah, Joe. That's this and like Solidarity Lowell. I think was for
What's her name?
For
Joe.
Joe.
already.
so that's the thing. Like, so you get the Democratic Party back Sakari. You've got Solidarity Lowell back in, Joe Reddy. So you could have backed a minority or a minority or a woman, and they backed the white guy, and then you get it's kind of like Karen really just had the people or whatever. Like there was she didn't have a lot of heavy hitters backing her.
Yeah, no, that's the Eric Gitchier path to success. It is. It's not huge endorsements or anything. It's just, let's go out there and grind it.
Yeah, I mean the message was really simple.
And he had that support that helped in the Highlands.
Yeah, I mean I think sometimes
I thought Sakari would win easily. I mean, if he was going to win, he'd have to run up the score in the Upper Highlands, and he either lost or barely won. It was way too close.
Well, I think
Something's happening, by the way. Everyone's watching this and now sending in texts for me to read on the air. That's
good.
4 straight. Let's see.
By the way, it's the Lazy Cat
Here's a
Cafe.
text. Isn't that why Belvedere loves
say
appointments?
Yeah. It's on the corner of Kirk Street.
Oh, that's the cat one? Yep, I got
Lazy
that one.
Cat.
I'll start
Lazy
Cafe.
Cat Cafe.
Gilly Mo.
That was gonna be
never heard.
there.
Yeah.
Gilly Mo. The Il Lowell Minati. All right.
But it could be a rejection to a lot of things, like that people are responding to her. Plus, the message is simple. I've been here for 32 years.
There's a part of this that I will say out loud that we probably shouldn't on election day. There's a lot of people that just don't care who the Register of Deeds is. There's just people that don't even know what they do.
I mean, I
They-
didn't
it's-
understand why it was an elected
No,
position.
so that's what I want. My bigger point here. Can we all get together as a society and just make her the Register of Deeds and not elect them anymore?
What do you mean, like gather with our pitchforks and say?
Yes. No.
"This is who it
Well, this is the opposite of pitchforks. This is with our nice job. Take the job as long as you want.
But I mean,
You earned it.
Yes, we're not doing any more election shows on the Register of Deeds. This should not be an appointed spot. This should be an earned position that you want.
I mean, it's under.
I'm saying she is clearly qualified. Part of the reason she won
Wait,
is
did
because she's
Richard
qualified.
Howe not
I could have run as a
endorse her?
moron and won.
No, I don't think you endorsed anybody.
Let me rephrase that. I wouldn't win, but you understand. Someone with no experience can just hop on there, be a dope, and win. And it's like
I think Callie was telling me that it's the first time in like a really long time and hasn't been a lawyer.
the
Register of Deeds. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's under.
Joe Reddy wasn't a lawyer, was he?
Don't bother
Real
going to
estate.
the board. It won't change much, but that's one of the senior center precincts.
Oh wow, what an update! I'm sorry.
No.
Hold on, Teddy.
Yes.
Is that last number a 0?
What's the number?
When we said we were waiting on for the 18th Middlesex race.
Oh yeah.
So, all right, here's some numbers from the senior center. This is a small precinct. When I say small precinct, I mean it. Tara Hong, 9 votes. Ratty Mom, 4 votes. Like, these are the precincts we're waiting for. And Kohler, 2. And when it comes to the Register of Deeds, can you put the picture camera on me?
Yes.
This is worthy of like this update. Teddy's like a little piece of a pizza box over here.
Go ahead.
Sakari, 11 votes. He ended up taking that district.
Hey.
Karen Casella, 5. Joe Reddy with the goose egg.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's 6,000 mail-in votes coming from the senior center.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
You want to spin? Political
So
spin?
this
Joe
means
Reddy.
Actually,
Your
no,
vote
you know,
matters.
Joe Reddy only lost this district by 11 votes.
that's close.
That's right there.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm thinking like those are seniors, but they're not. 'Cause that's just the.
No, it's the senior center. It's the acre. That's literally us. That's Cross Street, Phillip Street, Marsh Street,
Yeah.
Acre people.
Very much invested.
Oh, we love to vote.
There you go.
We care so much.
Wow. That's
I meant to tell
But
you.
also,
so-
that district didn't also have a 18th Middlessex person to vote. Oh, they
It did. It did. Oh,
why,
yeah.
Why am I so confused?
Don't
about
worry, we
that?
were
I
here for
can't
you,
get
Mikaela. We
it.
got your back.
I can't get it.
You got
right.
one more Riley 18th Middlesex. You're allowed one more.
Thank you.
You're not hit your salary
you
cap
have the
yet.
Very
percentage
kind.
of registered voters that voted.
I meant to tell you, this is totally off topic, and I shouldn't talk about this on the election show, but I drove
But
by Temple Street where we lived for a period of time. In our wall, well,
The wall.
the rebuilt wall,
Yeah.
I'm coming down to, what's the pizza place called?
Queens.
Coming down to Queen's Pizza. Some houses on the left. And I'm having this moment of nostalgia. I'm like, oh,
Wait, the wall, like when you're walking up to the,
on Temple Street, right behind the Gale Club,
yeah.
the wall collapsed.
oh yeah, across from the.
Oh, I didn't realize the wall collapsed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm having this nostalgia moment. And I'm like, oh, that's, we lived there for whatever.
Wait, they
10
built
years.
the new thing there.
No, this is so the Temple Street is the hill right behind the Gale Club. It's a
Okay,
ghettoish
got it. Yeah.
hellhole. But I'm having this moment. I'm like, oh, there it is.
Interesting little league teams.
And right when I pull up and look at the wall, there's a hooker. I don't think she was standing there on purpose, but she must have like resting her foot, and she had like the foot up on the wall, like an 80s movie.
Oh, no.
Did she have a comb in her back pocket?
It was like, by the way, I'm not certain she was a hooker, but just the way she's standing with the foot on the wall, I was like, oh, there goes
Yeah,
my
with the boombox
nostalgia.
playing, yeah.
Completely lost.
Was that Pat Benatar?
Yeah.
We are young.
It was. So she's dressed like that. She was dressed like an 80s person.
Wait, I don't get why.
She wasn't like setting
Was her
up
hair
shop.
feathered?
Love is a
I think she legitimately was just resting her foot for a minute, but the moment I pulled up, I'm like, oh, come on.
You know what Asa doesn't realize? He was about 2 seconds away from a John Sting.
Maybe Rex Ryan was in town. She just had that foot up.
It's just, I mean, maybe she wasn't. Who knows? Maybe she's just a hardworking woman resting her sore feet.
Rest her feet.
Maybe she had a really bad bunion.
And you couldn't have more perfect, like, 80s
Oh,
hooker wall.
I missed. Was she smoking a butt or not?
No, she was kind of
Had to.
messing with the shoes a little bit, so
Well, let's make sure we get.
got to get her some orthopedics.
We got to get this
Wonder if she
updated.
voted.
She was the
She was
one
the.
of the. We could say it. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so it is the Lazy Cat Lounge in Lowell.
All right, can you have the description?
Do you have it? I can't.
I've only got a picture of it.
So
Is that the health department's okay with that?
I don't know. Like, how do you
Well,
eat
you can bring
food?
your service dog into restaurants now.
Well, two questions though. Do you bring your own cat, or they have like house cats?
I think they have
don't know.
house cats.
Yeah.
BYOC. Or-
There's libraries that have
the
cats.
sections, like, hey, can you put me in the Persian cat section?
Cats are ruthless killers. I don't know how they get away with this.
Cats are smart.
You know what? They just like kind of like paw at you.
Smart in a cunning serial killer way.
Can you still call it the
Yes.
Persian
Do
section?
you have cats, by the way? No.
I prefer dog. I'm a dog person, but
We should do
Cats
a
are-
live remote from there.
oh, you know
God.
Vance, what's his name? Vance, JD Vance
Oh,
Right.
would
He likes-
love the Lazy Cat Cafe.
He's a cat man.
He doesn't like cat ladies.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
you think they'll have the cat clock?
Oh, I like that one.
So the dupe.
I
block.
like that. I like
I'm
that.
gonna check some
That's
numbers. I'll
kind
be
of
right
gross.
back.
I don't want to eat food with those
No.
filthy. I mean,
Cats
it's bad enough
walking
dogs and I hate when dogs are in bars and stuff.
They use kitty litters. Like
Whoa, wait, hell, I didn't think in the restaurant.
it's
There
not-
must be kitty litter somewhere, right?
Yeah, they have to go. They
Yeah,
have to
just
go.
don't. It's fine. Just don't order any granola. Especially not with raisins in it. So
Oh, boy.
it's kind of a weird thing, right?
No, they have one in Japan. It's like wildly popular. People people just want cats to hang out with.
Do this with llamas, Batch.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Alpacas.
Yeah.
You can't do it with camels because they'll spit at you,
Yeah.
and you can't do it with donkeys because they'll kick you.
Dogs would be cool.
Although donkeys love to drink, Batch.
I've heard this.
I've
So do pigs.
I've
by the
watched
way.
Mexican donkeys just crush beers like they're going out of style.
Are you sure it's not a deep fake? See, we can't,
Oh no, I watched
we
it.
can't even watch donkey drinking videos soon because of
It'll all be
AI.
fake. But,
I'm actually truly sad for this.
but don't you think that, like, let's say a Trump deep fake video came out, and it's on NBC or whatever.
MSNBC.
Yeah, or CNN. I'm gonna be like, that's a fake, obviously. You know what I mean? And you're gonna be like, whatever. Or if it comes like,
Well, you can't believe the media at all now, right? Like
that's what I'm saying. The media,
they've lost all credibility.
all the media, not just whether it's Fox or whatever. Like, it's so discredited already.
Yeah, you got to go like online, right? And whether it's podcasters or people online or whatever, right? You have to, because those are the people that'll actually prove themselves to be real or not
So
real,
it's
right?
the person that you.
It's almost like you have to have your own personal resume these days, because if you watch CNN or you watch MSNBC, you're just getting fed a bunch of absolute propaganda to consent to whatever the government wants to do with you.
What are your
right?
top?
That's it.
What are your top things that you use to discern if one source is credible or not, or like something that you listen to, like a reporter that you really like, or something like? What are your like top things that you're like, I know this person is credible because XYZ?
Well, I like it when, okay, like let's say we're watching a podcast. A lot of people will then attach, like let's say they're citing studies or something, right?
Yeah.
They'll actually attach the studies, attach the specific sections of the study that, show the finding that was discussed. And, I like that myself.
So I used to do that. I used to be.
It becomes a lot of work though.
Now I go the step further and see what the study's on it.
Yeah.
I didn't used to, and now I do. You gotta look.
Yeah.
You double check them.
Yeah.
With COVID, that was a big thing, right? Because you'd see a study that would say, oh, well, the ivermectin's a great one, right?
Yeah.
Well, the study doesn't show that ivermectin is a cure for COVID. And it's like, okay. But then when you read it, you read the study, it's like, oh, the group that got ivermectin within 24 hours of contracting COVID, like 100% of them were perfectly fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
oh, so it sounds like it's pretty good,
You know,
right?
sample size,
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
We have a bunch of chat going on here. Do you know that? We have live chat happening.
Oh, where?
You can't see it. I'm
all right.
looking on my phone here. Oh, why don't you do that? So,
Are you reading some of this, or?
want me to?
Yeah.
Sure. Again, let's just go right in order here.
Well, that's great. Asa, thanks.
The first message is from Wayne Janess,
Oh,
Lowell
wait.
City Councilor.
All right.
He says, Conway, Hill, and Drake it. Don't know what that means.
Oh, that's a section. Remember we were talking about the section.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah.
Conway Hill. That sounds nice.
It sounds
That
like we
sounds
have did a
beautiful.
Pasicon over here.
Italian theme night. Costello got all the votes there.
That's an icon.
All right, next message. Where is the best place to get current election results? That's kind of rude. That was not. I won't say.
Oh, not from Gilly.
There's a no, this is a real person. Oh, we'll say Eric. We won't go last names. That was very rude, Eric. Next one. This stream is the only one I know of. They're good about putting them up. Oh, thank you. That's nice. Maybe next election have a little graphic in the corner with the last update. That's a fair request.
That's a good idea.
We could do that.
Next message.
You know, we don't have a whiteboard.
As riveting as this conversation is, it would be nice to have election info. Eric's coming after us.
Wait, is that Eric again?
Yes.
Well, that was probably during one of our like intermissions. But, that would have been nice to have like a latest.
Hey, Eric,
Corner.
Casella's going to win.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, why don't you come meet us at the cat restaurant?
Again?
Say that to our face.
Our numbers are unofficial, but
Maybe that person thinks we're not working hard.
Next message, go Karen.
Nice.
And I'm not making this up. You know what the person's name was?
Karen.
What's the person's name that wrote that?
Pea spaghetti.
There you go.
Italian.
Next one, little disappointed, would have liked to see color, but excited to see how Hong performs if the results pan out. There you go. That'll be a theme. Well, again, maybe we haven't showed the update in a little while, but Tara Hong's looking very much like he's going to win.
Oh wow.
And Karen Costello
got
is-
some new numbers.
Yeah, there was a couple small
778. This is real time updates.
there we
Went
go.
from 7
Oh, look at that.
78.
Yes, watch the screen.
Well, let's
Take that, Eric.
Now it's back to. Oh,
let's
fine.
go on.
Don't watch that, Eric.
Yeah, that's why we don't keep them on the whole time. So.
What else we got? Happy about Karen, if that holds out. from Holy Moly. I've never read a live YouTube thing here before. Wilmington Apple with the Wilmington results. We had those earlier, but thank you very much. Much appreciated. Does anyone know if we have results from the 18th Middlesex District Democratic primary? Yes, Lewis. We are not officially calling it, but we are unofficially saying Tara Hong is going to win.
It looks that way.
Lowell hasn't counted the mail-in ballots. There's 4,500 of them, 100 of them. They're at City Hall, but he's got a substantial lead.
We've got
just for the small
I'm
votes in that
come up in a
district.
second. I just don't want to have the spreadsheet on while numbers are getting entered because they might get.
All right.
That's we don't
You
like
don't-
that. We don't like that as
Next message.
people.
Last message. Sorry, how many % of precincts reporting? So I believe we have Wilmington. We don't have all of Lowell. We're still missing Belvedere. Plus we have the
we have
mail.
all of Chelmsford.
We got Chelmsford. We got Westford. We have Wilmington. I know we're waiting on.
We have Billerica, Dracut, Tewksbury, Westford, Wilmington,
Yes, we are waiting on.
Dunstable, Tingsboro, and Carlisle
Okay.
for towns.
Bang. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
we're almost there.
where we're at.
All
City
right.
Hall slacking right now. Usually by 10 p.m. they have.
Is it 10 p.m.? Oh my goodness.
I know. I gotta wake up at 4 a.m.
Gee.
Actually, no, I gotta be at work. I gotta wake up at 3.
Checkout time.
Check out time.
Yes, we'll give it a few more minutes here.
Yeah, I think we've got one more update coming.
Yeah, Teddy's working the
Oh yeah,
phones
he's
right
working
now.
on the numbers. Yeah, he's working on the senior center right now. More small numbers.
Well, that
from the
update shouldn't
senior
take
center.
long, huh?
No.
Yeah, we do need to find out what that one district was that had 0 votes in person.
That was District 6.
Wait, what?
The Senior Center 3. But there's also a Senior Center 3A. So, it's...
Let's see here. All right.
Here we come.
Oh. Come on. Give us a big update. Make the call.
So kind of the senior center ones, I'm kind of putting in. I don't know if I'm putting them in the right spot. The numbers are accurate,
They're not
but I don't
worthy
know if I have
of.
them in the right.
Oh, the
thing.
district.
But the numbers are
That's
so
the same.
small. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on the.
Has anybody conceded yet?
Nothing, and we're waiting.
Really?
Yeah, I've been told there's about 2,500 votes outstanding in the Casella race. They figure with the mail-in votes and whatnot. So
Okay.
So I'm confused by that. So Lowell has 4,500, right?
right.
So are they counted in or not? How could there
Well,
be?
they're not all in. Oh, well, actually, they are all in the Casella district. No, they're not counted in yet.
Okay.
So that's what we're waiting on. So about 2,500 votes plus mail-in, but we've gotten some of those in fast. So
Okay. All right. No one's conceded yet.
no
huh?
one's conceding yet, but
Feels like
they're celebrating at the Hong camp and the Casella camp.
All right.
Stella
the Han
is
camp
at
and
an
Casella
Italian
camp
restaurant
are
celebrating.
celebrating. So we've got 703 for Tara Hong, 171 for Andrew Kohler, Riley Mom, 448. Yeah, I mean, I think the writing's on the wall there. Karen Casella, 5,361. Sakari Chow, 4,012. Joe Reddy, 3,673. Huh.
down the message coming in on the YouTube. Do you expect mail-in ballot results tonight?
No.
No.
From
Oh,
So Teddy says yes. We say no.
yeah.
Burning that midnight oil.
Yeah, we'll find out soon.
I'm surprised Roddy didn't.
So let's look at
I'm so
yeah. So
very
let's
surprised.
have the conversation.
Tara did very well getting the young, or I don't know if it was all young people, but very well galvanizing voters.
I don't think it was young people.
You don't?
No, they don't vote.
I saw some young people when I voted.
There's going to be about 9,000 votes in Lowell. That's a rough guess. I'm just going based on the 50-50. I'm getting my tie here, but 4,500 mail-ins, 4,500 in person, about 9,000 votes. This wasn't a hugely, this isn't a presidential primary or anything, but
That's more than the last election, though.
7,500 was the last election,
Yeah,
yes.
that's-
But again, you had a ton of uncontested Leahy seat, the Rourke seat. It was a weird, funky.
No, but at least the number
Setup.
up. I mean, it's good that it's more than.
Yeah, it is. Man,
Wait,
I want to see what the Chelmsford turnout is. There's no way Chelmsford got to 10%. There's no way.
Oh,
I don't think
no.
Chelmsford. I don't know if Chelmsford got to 8%. Like that's,
they couldn't have.
I don't know their politics the way I know Lowell's.
That's a
But
pretty low
that-
turnout.
Wait, Lowell.
That is a really low number.
Lowell Lowell's total was 988, 677 plus 254.
In
That's a small turnout.
tiny. Here's the important question. Text it in. What did Hans shoot today?
Lowell had,
A viewer wants to know.
Lowell had just under 2,000 votes
Today?
for Register of Deeds.
Okay, so
They had
that's the ones we know about.
1909.
We'll get about 1,500 minimum from Belvedere,
Yeah.
and then the 4,500. So 6, 8. Yeah, maybe 9 at most. Might be the 8s.
8,000?
Yeah.
1,900.
Again, maybe there's some blanks on there, but
Wait, what are you talking about?
We're trying to get the total vote count for Lowell. She's just combining what we have from the
More than
Register of Deeds.
1,900.
It's 1,900. Lowell's total is 1,900.
Remember, there's
For Register of Deeds?
it doesn't have Belvedere, which is a huge chunk, and it doesn't have the mail-ins. That makes it has part of the Riley now.
Yeah. So if you look at Lowell total up top, that adds up to 1,909.
So, yeah.
So Lowell will not get
That's a bad turnout.
Lowell will not get to 9,000, and the mail-in will be more than 50%.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
Texter, I think Vesna Noon really helped Tara Hong in the Highlands. I agree
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
that's a good.
Are those in here, Teddy?
All right, so we've got the grand total there, Batch, but I've got the actual Riley. This is one of the two big ones in Belvedere and Lowell. For the people watching from the other districts, I guess, from the other towns, the Riley School in Belvedere dominates Lowell politics for this reason. Karen Casella, 613. Sakari Chow, 222. Joe Reddy, 61. And this thing is over.
It's a wrap.
I mean,
Yeah.
again, can't do anything, but that is kind of the bomb I've been waiting for here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your total right now is Karen Casella, 5,361. Sakari Chow, 4,012. Joe Reddy, 3,673.
And the thing about the Riley is this is one precinct. There's 2 bombs there. So this, whatever this number is, it's about to double up.
There's 3 precincts.
Say that again?
Riley
there's
1,
two.
Riley
There's-
2, Riley
No,
3.
what are the numbers again on the rally?
2 monsters. Casella, 613.
Yep.
Sakari, second place, 222.
Oh, okay.
Joe Reddy, 61. To put that in perspective, Casella beat him by a margin of 10-1.
Well,
So
Yeah,
yeah.
so she's going over.
And she's about
She'll go over.
as soon as Teddy gets the next numbers, which I'm sure he will because they're coming back to back a lot of times here, it's just going to double again.
Yeah, so she'll go over 7,000.
She's going to expand
Yeah.
that lead.
Yep.
So,
I mean, I think it's
pizza for
we go.
everyone.
yeah. I don't, again, we can't.
not
officially-
official. Not
can't-
official.
We can't, these are all unofficial. We can't call it until we get the city hall numbers in Lowell just because it's such a big number. There's more mail-in votes at City Hall in Lowell than there are outstanding votes in the rest of all these towns
Yeah.
for the Register of Deeds. But, I mean, come on, this thing's, it's looking like it's over. 18th Middlesex over. Han looks like he's about to fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm
I
falling
think he's had enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's give
Time
it
to
a
go.
couple more minutes. I'll plan our escape. Talk amongst yourself.
All right.
Karen Casella wins.
Wait, someone had a question for you
Oh.
about golf.
Yeah. what-
No, I didn't shoot today. I was driving home from Mohegan. I played yesterday at Mohegan, and I had a
It's gonna be
rough
live
run
again,
then.
by the way.
Yeah, I like live.
It's
I
always
thought
fun
you
to
said
have.
alive. I was like, yeah, live is not getting the phones and the.
We need phone calls.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Spice things up a little bit.
It's always fun to have the haters too.
Yeah, hey, bring the hate. Let's
I
go.
love that. It's always we used to have some good ridicule on the live show on the
Yeah,
radio. Somebody used to like once or twice. It was just, I forget who it was, but they would just call in and just tell us how terrible we were.
not Evening Joe.
No, Evening Joe is the best. But you always get a curmudgeon or two. You know, you can
Yeah,
suss them out. You know, it's
couple
pretty.
of cranky people.
Yeah, whatever. It's like
I'm sure
whatever.
that. Imagine like being able to watch a podcast and be able to call in
And say you
complain about-
suck.
Yeah,
That's,
you idiot.
that's actually nice.
No, I think you
Yeah.
can. I don't know if you gave out the number.
Yeah, it would make for a more entertaining show. That's for sure.
You know, you could,
Especially when you're rattling off election numbers all night. You know.
I know. Yeah.
in
We
between
can't
talking
do
about
that.
cafes.
Yeah. So when did this cat cafe open?
I don't know. I think it's just in the works.
Oh, it's coming. Oh, I didn't know if it was all like already arrived or it's on the way. I have no
I don't know. I just saw the screenshot that we got sent.
Yeah.
There probably won't be any mice problems in there.
No, definitely not.
Oh my God.
No chance.
No.
So it's a real thing in Japan, huh?
Yeah. And people like love it. Like they have cats on people's shoulders. Like people, go. They have cats on their shoulders. It's like a whole. People are lonely at home. They want to go hang out with cats.
Japan has some interesting interests, Batch, because we do.
Weird.
My cousin hosts a chili fest, right? So every fall, we have a chili fest where you can either bring your own chili or you can show up and
not like the pepper.
taste.
Like
You can taste other people's chilies and
That's cool.
vote on it. But this guy puts a GoPro in the yard and he live streams Chili Fest.
Okay.
And let's say you made a chili, you could go over there and talk to the thing and basically say how you made your chili and da da da. And this thing got millions of views in Japan.
What?
Like people love it. They're totally into like American cooking and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the guy was telling me, oh yeah, our last year's Chili Fest was like had millions of views. I'm like, what? I'm like, how can that be?
I always wanted to put a GoPro on Callie's neck, around his neck, and have it just broadcast
On karaoke night?
Yeah, just have them out. Oh yeah, on karaoke night, they'd love that over there.
Oh,
You should do that.
That'd be hilarious.
yeah.
You guys want to hang for what, 8 more minutes?
I'll give you 8.
All right, good. We're gonna give it a few more minutes. City Hall and Lowell's gonna give us an update, or they're not. And that's that. But
Oh, or they're not.
that's where we're at here. So I got a couple more numbers. This is smaller precincts in Lowell. This is from the Butler School.
Hon, you're hanging
Let's
in there.
So there's 3 precincts in a row, very,
2
very
hours of
similar.
sleep.
Casella 40, Chow 54, Ready 20. Next precinct, Casella 40, Chow 25, Ready 19, Casella 17, Chow 18, Ready 10. So small numbers.
You still don't have your tie in like one single place. That's. Oh no.
Oop.
Senior Center, you got 13 to 13.
Thank you. I mean, been telling you that all night.
So it's okay.
Like you finally got the tie.
I got like a 0-0 tie.
I know, honestly.
The tie is back on.
Yeah.
So that adds to that. What is the official Register of Deeds?
Well, none of this is official.
Excellent response, Matt. You're getting good at this.
Yes,
Is
the
it like we
unofficial.
can't say official, right? Like that's
Correct.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It's the crack team out back.
Not until the election gets certified
Yeah. Okay. So unofficial.
by each town. Right?
I think.
Yes.
I think the Register of Deeds is certified.
Yeah, where are we at for overall?
Luckily in Lowell, we've had good election people. So it's 5,458 for Karen Casella, 4,109 for Sakari Chow, 3,722 for Joe Reddy. In the towns, interestingly enough, Joe Reddy is beating Sakari. Karen's just running away with it. But yeah, that's kind of Joe's got 3,419 to Sakari's 3,345 in the towns.
All right.
Joe Reddy's catching up a little bit
To Sakari.
to Sakari, not to Karen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, you can see unofficially, you can kind of see what's going to happen here. What's interesting, though, is when you think about it, those early results, like the first 2 precincts,
Yep.
it's held up.
It's right. Yeah. The trend is the trend.
The trend's the trend. I mean,
It's like Ohio.
Yeah.
Is it Ohio?
Ohio is one of the big predictors in any national election. I think it's
Bellwether.
like the last, how many presidential elections?
Yeah, no, whatever. 12 in a row.
And you know who's winning right now? In the polls, at least, is Trump.
RFK.
Yeah. Too bad. I wish he was.
So what's the impact of this in Lowell? I know, I can tell we've got people from some of the surrounding towns, but for Lowell, Sakari's still a Lowell city councilor, so nothing changes there.
Which is great.
Sakari will once again be a favorite to defend his seat in that district,
Yeah, definitely.
which is good news for Tom Golden. That's always a seat that, Vesna, someone in the Vesna camp could come in and if Sakari's not around, that thing's vulnerable to a Vesna camp candidate. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
There's the Vesna camp, then there's the Sakari Ratty camp.
Yeah.
They go back and forth. Tonight,
Okay.
the Vesna camp is clearly having a good night. Sakari, Ratty, both losing. If Sakari had won, he said he'd finish the term on the city council, but whatever. Had he won, he would eventually step down from that seat. Someone else would have ran for it, and had they been an anti-Golden vote,
Right.
you know, you start dealing with that a little bit down the line. Sakari's now still the favorite to win back his seat if he chooses to run for re-election.
Yeah.
So I guess that's weirdly good news that one of his candidates, one of his allies lost.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's that. There is, what do we got? Oh, Tingsboro. You want Tingsboro?
Sure.
All right. This is with,
Oh my gosh, that is so low numbers.
I think they say it's so cute.
Bro.
How cute.
What a cute little
What a
voting.
cute little.
This is with 75% of Tingsboro in.
So demure.
Casella, 87. Sakari, 45. Joe Reddy, 67.
That's with 75 reporting. 75%.
Yeah. So
Say again?
75% reporting. Casella, 87. Sakari, 45 votes. Joe Reddy, 67.
Yeah.
I would have bet that Joe Reddy could have won Tingsboro just because it's right there near Chelmsford.
I don't know. I think Karen really, her story and everything really resonates with
Yeah, no, it's across the board.
this. I mean, Tingsboro's like there's a snowplow in every driveway. I think that.
But Joe Reddy did win Westford and Chelmsford, so that's kind of like the
They're a little more.
The
They're a
Cooney
little
Triangle.
more affluent.
the SUNY Triangle,
I'd say
the
they're more,
Merrimack
like,
Valley.
affluent.
Well, yeah, Tingsboro's. It's all whatever. It's more.
They have an Angelina's.
The people that almost made it to New Hampshire.
They have a Tremonte.
Yeah.
Is Tremonte where Matthews used to be?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the one? What's this story? You don't have to get into it. Didn't some guy get tied up in the kitchen like a mafia movie?
What at Tremonti's or at Matt?
Or maybe it was whatever it was before. I think there was in between. It was
No,
definitely.
Angelina. That was Angelina's in between, wasn't it?
I don't know. I just know
No.
there was a story about like
It
a
was
guy
something.
It was Angelina.
getting like a movie tied behind his back. Like,
Yeah, I did hear that. I forget what that was.
we'll
That's unofficial.
turn into the next year's election. We'll finish that story. All right. So where are we at? Big picture now.
5,545 for Karen Casella, 4,154 for Sakari, 3,789 for Joe Reddy.
It seems like
Joe's still winning in the towns. Outside beating Sakari rather.
Mm-hmm.
Karen's still on top.
Yep.
So she's just plugging along.
Oh, we got the
I'm
laptop.
with you guys.
Oh, look at this guy.
Laptop.
Nice. I get a message from on the feed here. It says from Corey Robinson, so could be the city council.
CNN comes
Could
up
be-
as one
could
of
be a
the
different one.
recommended.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
Doesn't say.
On YouTube.
Isn't official once the
the heck?
Secretary of State office verifies the results with a question mark. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's true, right? It goes.
I don't like him asking us questions. We should be asking him.
No, it's the,
We don't know.
The town.
But he's right. Yes, the town sends the secretary. Yes,
Yeah.
he's absolutely right. The question form threw me off. We ask, you know the answers.
Yeah.
We ask the questions around here. What do you got?
Nothing. We got what I think is most of Tingsboro, 3/4 of Tingsboro in.
Not a lot of voting.
Not a lot of
happening
voting.
there.
That's why all the big needle movers, except for the Lowell mail-in ballots, have all been in there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the live feed going with the numbers screen up there. I'm gonna let you guys go home. I'll update for a little bit longer, maybe cut in every now and then, but we'll keep the.
How long? You'd swear to the viewers you'll do it till it's over?
I can't promise that. I have to take my kids to school in the morning, but I anticipate getting some of the numbers because I imagine all the voting machines are back at Lowell City Hall now. They'll have to basically just upload them, and then I'll kind of have to reconfigure the numbers a little bit because I think the mail-in totals are going to get put into the individual precincts. Whereas we've already added
really?
our
Oh, they do that?
I'm pretty sure that's how they're going to do it. I'm waiting to coordinate with Will Rosenberry there, the new elections director. But we will try to get you the final numbers here, at least from the city of Lowell, and still waiting in terms of the registrar's race. We're waiting on Carlisle, Dunstable, and then it appears to be one of the one of the 4 Tingsboro things. None of those are going to move the needle. You're seeing the numbers coming in, especially from the small towns. Drake was the big. Drake, Billerica,
Yeah, a lot of
Tewksbury, and Wilmington were the biggies from those communities.
Belvedere again.
Yeah, we've got. I think we may have all the Riley numbers.
That seemed low.
Well,
for
it's
both.
1,000 of them. If you double them, 1,000 is what if you total up the three candidates at the Riley. So we got about 1,000 votes there. If you double that, figuring the mail-in votes, maybe more than double it, you'll have 2,000. That sounds about right for a low interest race.
You know, it's you've got a newcomer, relatively newcomer in Tara Hong, and I would say an outsider. I mean, she's not a political, insider, and Karen Casella winning. I mean, I think that kind of says a little bit about where.
Well, it was Tara's second time running.
Right. But he's still not.
But he's still new, yeah.
Long-term incumbent, and you've got somebody that's definitely not your standard politician, right? I mean, it's kind of shows you what's the mood of at least this area.
You could. I think you could read some of that into it. It's also, I always point to this dynamic though in Massachusetts, unless the woman is certifiably insane. If a woman runs against a guy, she's probably going to win in the Democratic Party. There aren't many examples.
That's a low bar.
No, but there aren't many. No, well, if you just go look at all the races, there aren't many examples. You can go to some of the females. Go to some of the well, that's a Republican. Which if it's a Democrat, unless some of the Democratic candidates, Shannon O'Brien and Martha Coakley.
Yep.
But generally, if a woman, especially in recent history, is running against a guy one-on-one, or in this particular case, it was 1 versus 2,
even better,
the woman is probably going to win. You're hard-pressed to find Massachusetts election history where it's any different.
I also think the idea of a woman who's held a position for 32 years, that's running, that's probably pretty qualified, getting, the rug pulled out.
I'm not.
Two guys that have not.
Yeah, I'm not critiquing her. She's qualified she knows the office. She's qualified. She's from a very well-known family in Lowell. She ran in 2018. She has name recognition in those communities, whereas Sokari and Joe Reddy didn't necessarily have to do it. They were starting from scratch. Karen had at least some base of support from 2018. I think she got 20-something% of the vote against Dick Howe Jr. at the time, so she's got a base already there. It's not surprising there. We thought because of the money factor, Sokari Chow, and then he got some of those endorsements, they clearly didn't help him.
I think they heard him.
They may have heard him in Drake it.
I think her story,
considerably may have heard him in Drake it.
Really identified with her story. I think it really resonated, and I think
that's a good thing. It's just good. Because honestly, that's kind of justice in a way.
It's nice to see endorsements and money.
Yes. No, I said it weeks ago. Sakari, I like Sakari. Sakari's good. We all like Sakari. He would have done a good job, but he had the machine behind him. In my mind, I'm like, you're in a Democratic primary in Massachusetts. The machine typically wins.
But this isn't
the machine did not win tonight.
Well, what does that say for Maura Healey and Lowell?
Yeah, no, it's definitely.
Oh no, I don't think she's.
Right? Is that a warning sign for her? Yeah, 2 years from now?
Who's going to love that? Who's going to love Maura Healey if you live in Lowell? I mean, nobody wants a hotel room, kind of.
Or an affordable house.
I know. I mean, this state's not doing that good right now.
Build a new hotel.
All right, you guys ready? If only we had.
Running points was affordable housing, though. So.
One of what?
One of Tara's main running points was affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, what's he going to do about that? I mean, no, you're right though. I mean, he did talk about it. I mean, I just think that I think this signals a couple of things. I think the woman thing is part of it, but by the way, I can't believe Maura Healey wouldn't support a woman.
Looks bad now.
I don't know. It just seems a little.
Maybe she was supporting her by not endorsing her.
And Teddy never finished this thing. If a woman isn't certifiably nuts, she's got a good chance of winning. If she is certifiably nuts, she wins a date with Batch.
She'll be on the dating show. Are you ready for the most frustrating comment of the night that I received.
Go ahead.
This is from the City of Lowell Selections Office. I asked, numbers totaled yet? The answer came back, no. We've got some ballots that were tabulated separately that we have to hand count. It's going to be a late night.
Oh boy. Okay. Check, please. On that note, I do have a message from Gilly Mo Pena, one of our listeners. Thank Teddy for staying on. I ran out of Ambien and I need to fall asleep.
Well, just wait till he falls asleep to the screen that we're going to leave up of the the voting total. That's right.
I think he has a mouse in his wall.
Well, but hey, I appreciate you guys sitting in here for two and a half hours. Almost. Asa's been here for 3.5 hours.
Going strong.
But
Yeah, our pleasure.
we'll have to beef up the team on November.
Just a nice
Get
strong
some more
bullpen.
bodies
That's all we
in
need.
here.
Good bullpen, live arm. We're good to go.
And we'll just go overnight. Yeah,
It should be like a party.
yeah, we'll go like overnight till 2 or 3 when the ballots start arriving.
Oh, he's already
About
setting us up for next
100,000.
time. He's already setting us up.
The presidential election's going to be,
Oh, that'll be a blast.
that's going to be interesting.
If just think about this
We're
for a
not gonna
second.
have-
If the mail-in votes in Lowell can't get tabulated on election night
Yeah.
into the totals, just imagine the rest of the country.
We'll need to sleep here for
bad
2
luck.
weeks.
AI October surprise. It kind of rhymes a little bit. Just keep that there. That's my last statement.
AI
AI October
October.
surprise.
I think Taylor Swift's gonna come out and endorse someone.
Travis
I
Kelce.
suspect that someone won't be Donald Trump.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll be.
All right.
All right, so Teddy
Okay,
is
yeah,
gonna take
I'm
over?
gonna keep that screen on and a live feed
Yeah,
going
okay.
for some numbers. I may bounce in from time to time just to
Nice.
give folks some updates until it's time to go.
To wake Guillermo Pena up.
Just to keep Guillermo awake, just in case he dozes off. But I want to thank you guys and everybody who tuned in.
Yeah, thanks
some
everyone for
strong
watching.
numbers out there.
We found it late. There's a chat going on YouTube there.
Yeah, it's a good chat over there.
Any
Darn.
more
Except
chat
for,
before
what's his name? Eric. Eric's all over us.
Yeah, Eric, get out to a polling location and send in some numbers if you want results, dude.
Yeah, Eric.
We're not getting paid over here. We're all freaking volunteers.
No,
They
thank you.
didn't even eat the damn sandwiches we brought.
I had one. It was good. All right, thanks.
All right, thank
See you
you.
guys.
Bye. Ugh.
Apparently, we're not done yet. No. Bye, Asa. And a reminder for those of you who are still with us, you are watching Inside Lowell's live election night broadcast. I'm Teddy Panos, coming to you from the Well Point Studios here in downtown Lowell. We're going to stay for a little while longer here, at least. I'll be cutting in and out if we get any new numbers to report. We'll also be popping them up on the board over there. But right now, as you can see, these are all unofficial results. And we should point out that in the city of Lowell, at least, it does not include the totals from about 4,500, I think the exact number is 4,518 mail-in ballots that have not been added into these totals. We've gone precinct by precinct as they print out the results. For those of you not familiar with how it works, is that each of the voting locations, each of the wards, each of the precincts, they have the machines there that you cast your ballot in person. At the end of the night, those machines will print out the results from those machines. And these are the numbers that we have posted here for you. So in the 18th Middlesex State Rep race, those are the numbers you are seeing right now. Same thing for the Lowell total in the Middlesex North Registry of Deeds race. Those are the Lowell totals. The towns totals, they're pretty much complete. Those numbers we've received from the towns right now of Billerica and Carlisle and Chelmsford, Dracut, Tewksbury, Wilmington, Westford is in there as well, and I believe Dunstable is another community. We're waiting on Carlisle and Dunstable to come in, and then one of the 4 Tingsboro precincts. But those town totals are pretty much complete right now. As you can see, Karen Casella holding a pretty good sized lead in the towns. Joe Reddy actually second in the towns. When you throw the Lowell numbers in there, Sokari Chow bumps up into second place, but Casella's lead actually expands. So barring a real surprise on the mail-in votes in Lowell, you're really going to need a massive swing for Sokari Chow or Joe Reddy in terms of Lowell mail-in ballots. And frankly, most folks who know how this works will tell you in a race like this, that's not very likely to happen there. You'll probably see something along the same ratio. So that said, it looks pretty safe right now for Karen Casella in the Register of Deeds race. But again, the results aren't official, and we're not hearing anything in terms of a concession or a victory speech coming, a victory declaration coming from any of the candidates. In the 18th Middlesex District, again, as we said, there's a whole bunch of votes, 4,518 total in Lowell. How many of those are coming from the Highlands and the Acre neighborhood? I don't know, 500, 1,000, who knows? Are you going to double that total you have there? Quite possibly, but will you see a different trend than what you're seeing right now with Tara Hong having a commanding lead over both the incumbent Ratty Mom and Andrew Kohler? Probably not. You may even see that margins start to spread out a little as Tara Hong's had a very good campaign in terms of the local Democratic Party machinery, and I would think that they had a significant get out the vote effort in terms of mail-in balloting as well. So you're very likely to see Tara Hong's lead expand. That said, none of the candidates, I've been in contact with them and their camps throughout the course of the evening. None of their candidates have come out yet and either declared victory or conceded. But based on those numbers that you see there, it's looking very good for the Hong camp. I'm told it's a very loud and boisterous party at his campaign. Some somber thoughts coming in from the Chow and Mom teams. They can kind of read the writing on the wall, especially on the Ratty Mom campaign. They held out some optimism in the registry race based on the Lowell numbers, and yet once they started to see some of those towns come in particular Dracut, which was staggering for Karen Casella there. She had over 1,300 votes, almost doubling the total for Sokari Chow in Drake-it, and that really kind of set the tone for the rest of the evening there. The total again in Drake-it was 1,338 votes for Karen Casella, 699 for Sakari Chow, a near 2-to-1 difference there, 509 for Joe Reddy. So you can see that Casella more than doubled the vote total of Chow and Reddy combined in Drake-it. Then we saw Wilmington come in with a similar story, albeit at smaller numbers, and Tewksbury, again, much smaller numbers than even Wilmington, but a similar story as well. Casella winning it overwhelmingly, and that's how you get such a huge advantage in the towns. 1,100 vote difference right now in the towns. Again, we're waiting on Carlisle, we're waiting on Dunstable, and we are waiting on Tingsboro, but those are going to be very, very low numbers. Billerica was the most competitive of all the towns in that registry race. I think only 20 votes or so may have separated all the candidates from first from third. But then Joe Reddy won his hometown of Chelmsford, but just not nearly enough votes in that town to make a difference in the race for Joe Reddy, his first time in that campaign. So again, we thank you for staying with us here at Inside Lowell. We're going to stay here in the WellPoint studios for a while longer, see if we can get you some more information, see if we can get you the final results from those towns, and then see if we can get a little bit of movement from the city of Lowell in terms of its final numbers, which at that point we'll be able to declare something. Also, we'll reach out to some of the candidates and see if we can get them to join us here as well. I assume they're all still up, still trying to get their numbers as we are here at Inside Lowell. So appreciate you staying with us. Stick around a little bit longer, and hopefully we'll have some results for you, some final results or more final results before the night is complete. For now, stay with us here at Inside Lowell. Check out our website, InsideLowell.com. Follow some of the content there, and keep us tuned in here. And we'll leave that screen up for you for a little bit longer. We'll be back soon with another update. And we're back here for a quick update for you from the WellPoint studios here at Inside Lowell. I'm Teddy Panos, Inside Lowell's election 2024 coverage, primary election coverage. Just got the results in from Carlisle. We were mentioning that was one of the communities that we were still waiting on in the Middlesex North Register of Deeds race. So Kari Chow, the former Lowell mayor, actually winning that town. He had 267 votes. Joe Reddy came in second with 211. A little bit of a surprise there. You'd think Reddy, Chelmsford, closer to Carlisle, he might have done a little better, but maybe that was an instance where the Governor Maura Healey's endorsement actually helped. So Kari Chow, again, he had 267, Joe Reddy 211. Karen Casella came in third at 161, a distant third, relatively speaking, over 100 votes in what looks like is about a 600-700 vote area. But as you can tell by looking at the results, again, the margin simply far bigger than that. So Kari Chow would have needed an overwhelming victory there just to get close. He did chop 106 votes off the Casella lead. Reddy got a little bit closer as well in the towns. As you can see, in the towns so far, Joe Reddy's actually in second place, 40 votes ahead of Kari Chow, but both about 900 plus votes behind Karen Casella. So we are still waiting on the town of Dunstable. That is our final town that we are waiting for any results from. And also, I believe we are waiting on one of the 4 precincts in Tingsboro, about 190 votes cast total in Tingsboro from the 3 precincts that have been reporting. So we'll try to get those for you as well here before long. And then again, huge number of votes in the city of Lowell, mail-in votes to be counted, and still some other precincts. We haven't gotten your numbers from the Robinson School. We haven't gotten everything from South Lowell yet, and some of the other precincts in Lowell. And of course, the mail-in voting numbers, which are significant, 4,500, and are the only reason we haven't called that Register of Deeds race yet. And I'm going to guess is the only reason why none of the candidates has also commented yet. But we will also try to get some of the candidates on the phones for you, kind of get their thoughts as they wait for the final numbers to come in. We thank you for being with us. Stick around for a little bit longer. Hopefully I'll be back soon with another update. And a quick reminder, you are tuned into Inside Lowell's live primary election night coverage. I'm Teddy Panos, still here in the WellPoint Studios, gang, trying to get some more numbers in there for you, both in the 18th Middlesex state representative race here in the city of Lowell and the Register of Deeds race for the Middlesex North Register of Deeds, the city of Lowell plus 9 other communities. Let me pop those results back on there for you folks so you can see what we're looking at right now. Unofficial results. We're getting them from the different polling locations in the city of Lowell, but also in some of the cities and towns. Reminder, the results not official, and they're really not official until they're confirmed by the Massachusetts Secretary of State's office. But as you can see in the 18th Middlesex District, of the votes that have been counted, Tara Hong with a large lead over the incumbent, 5-term incumbent, Ratty Mom. Tara Hong at 703, Ratty Mom at 448. That's a difference of 355 votes. You'll recall last time the two of them were separated by, I call it 60 votes, 6 votes, give or take one here and there. Very close race. This time, the challenger, Tara Hong, a little more recognition this time around, a little more experience running a campaign. And as you can see, it has paid off, at least on the in-person voting from today. We have, I believe, all of the numbers from the district, 18th Middlesex District in Lowell. The one caveat and why we haven't called this race and why nobody in any of the campaigns is either conceding or declaring victory is because here in the city of Lowell, there are 4,518 mail-in ballots that were cast and put into a machine at City Hall over the weekend. Mail-in voting, of course, ran through Friday evening. All of those votes were then tabulated. The problem is they have not been sent out to the polling locations throughout the city of Lowell, divvied up and sent out there. It's a lot of ballots. You tie up machines by putting them through. That said, the turnout was kind of light today in Lowell, so they may want to revisit that. But now what they have to do is they have to marry those numbers, the mail-in voting numbers, marry them to the precinct machines that were out there, and then they're going to end up being recalculated and then sent out as brand new numbers. So we'll have to update the numbers a little bit if we can get them soon, and we'll try to get you the final results in that race here in the city of Lowell. But again, if you look at that total, it's going to be really hard. If I don't see any reason, and most political observers I've been speaking with all evening also don't see any reason why the mail-in votes would be significantly different in that district than what the in-person votes were. That said, that's a large number of votes that are still outstanding. 4,518 in the city of Lowell, 4,518 total. How many of those are in the 18th Middlesex District? Who knows? 1,000? Maybe less. Tough road to hoe for Ratty Mom, who certainly does not appear like he's going to win re-election for the 6th time. So Tara Hong right now holding on to that lead. A little more information. We can speak with a little bit more certainty about that Middlesex North Registry of Deeds race. And the reason why we can is because the 9 communities besides Lowell are all pretty much counted at this point, and the numbers have been worked into our totals here at Inside Lowell. Billerica, Carlisle, Chelmsford, Dracut, Tewksbury, Tingsboro, Westford, Wilmington. I believe we're still waiting on one more Tingsboro precinct to come in, one of the 4, but it was not even 200 votes in the first 3 precincts. So you're not going to get any earth-moving shifts in the votes there. Dunstable, the same thing. How many voters are there in Dunstable for a Register of Deeds race, especially without anything at the top of the Democratic ticket? No governor's race, no congressional races, no Senate races to bring out a huge turnout in a town like Dunstable. But that remains to be seen. But again, the caveat being those 4,518 mail-in votes from the city of Lowell, theoretically, you could see a huge number of those. All of Lowell and all of those mail-in votes will have also seen that Register of Deeds race on their ballot. So you would think most of those folks will have voted in that race, at least a good number. You do see some blanks, you do see some write-ins, but safe to say there's more than 4,000 votes still outstanding. And that is why, despite a nearly 1,300 vote lead for Karen Casella at this moment, we're still going to wait, be a little bit cautious until we hear something more definitive from the city of Lowell, from the new elections director, William Rosenberry. You'll recall he just took over at the beginning of August for the now retired elections director, Greg Pappas. So he barely had a month on the job, folks. He picked up an election midstream. Mail-in ballots were already flying around the U.S. Postal Service by the time he came in and took over the office. And now he's got his first primary election with what looks like, 4,500 mail-in votes. Actually, the Casella race might give us, the Register of Deeds race, I should say, might give us an indication there. So you're looking at about 2,000 votes, give or take a few. Now, there's some precincts we haven't counted there, but let's say 2,500 votes will have been cast in person today in the city of Lowell. Let's get crazy and call it 3,000. That still means that more than 50%, more than 60% of the votes cast in the city of Lowell in this preliminary election were mail-in votes. You remember the elections director, Greg Pappas, told you that number was going to be close to 70%. He was talking about the November presidential election. He might have hit the nail on the head here in the preliminary election, because if you've got 4,500 mail-in votes, you're going to be lucky to get 2,500 or another 100 here or there of in-person voting. So you see a significant shift to mail-in voting here in the city of Lowell. How many of those votes does Sokari Chow win? And as we said in the 18th Middlesex race, what's to make anyone believe that the percentage of mail-in votes is going to see a significant shift from what you're seeing from the day of voting? Might there be some? Sure. Are you going to see a 1,300 vote difference in favor of Sokari Chow in there? Boy, hard pressed to believe that. But since he did have part of the Democratic political machine of Maura Healey and some of the high-end endorsements that he got, you leave open that possibility. And that is why we have not heard anything from the Chow camp or the Reddy camp in terms of a concession. It's why you haven't heard anything from the Casella camp in terms of a victory declaration. We are sitting tight. We have been communicating with the different campaigns. We'll hopefully get somebody to come in, as you will understand, or not come in, but call in, and we can interview them for you that way. But, as you can understand, they're being a little bit cautious until a little bit more information is known, and also out of respect for their rivals in that race, you don't want to jump the gun, at least until you know for soon. But again, I want to thank my election night team for being in here: Mona Tyree, Jim Leary, and Asa Stutz in the 7 o'clock hour, and then Mike Bacigalupo, Mikaela, Hondros-McCarthy, Stutz, and then Asa stuck around as well from 8 o'clock on. They've retired for the night. We've sent them home. No sense keeping them around as we wait for a few more votes to come on in. But I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. What the heck? It's 11:09. We got nothing but time, right? We have plenty of time to sleep after we're dead. So I'll stick around for a little bit longer. I'm going to try to update some of those numbers. Again, we're waiting on Dunstable, one more Tingsboro precinct, and then, of course, the biggie, Lowell, and those mail-in votes. How will they shift the race? Will they shift the race? We'll let you know. Thank you as well to our sponsors. Of course, WellPoint. We're here in the WellPoint studios, but also Washington Savings Bank, TMI Properties, Boston North Company, Mahoney Oil Company, Francis C. Preventure Insurance, and the Massachusetts Pirates. You see their logos flashing through the screen there on a rotating basis, and also on our vote tally sheet. So we thank them. We thank all of the politicians, all the candidates, all 6 of the candidates on the ballot, plus Carla Miller, who will be on the ballot as a Republican running for first Middlesex State Senate against incumbent Ed Kennedy in November. She's out there as well. We thank them for helping to make this broadcast possible. Stick around with us. There's a decent number of you still out there between our website and our YouTube channel. Hardy souls, but you're getting some commentary from some of my election night team here that can't believe that you folks are out there, but we appreciate it. We'll stick around a little bit longer for you folks as well, see what we can find out, and as soon as we have anything new to report, or if we get any of the candidates on the phone, we'll try to bring them to you. Stay with us. Back with more here at Inside Lowell. All right, and we're back here for a quick update here in our Inside Lowell studios. I want to step outside the Mill City for a few minutes, though, folks in Lowell and the other communities we cover, Dracut and Chelmsford, did get to vote. If you pulled a Republican ballot, at the top of your ticket was the race for United States Senate, and 3 Republicans seeking the opportunity to face off against United States Senator Elizabeth Warren, and the Associated Press is projecting that John Deaton, no surprise there, ran away with that race. With 74% of the votes counted, Deaton has just a hair under 75%, Robert Antonellis at 26%, and then Ian Kane at 9%. So John Deaton will be the Republican facing off for the United States Senate seat against Elizabeth Warren in November. Meanwhile, in a governor's council race that a lot of folks have been watching closely here, it's a rematch of the Democratic primary in 2022. Incumbent Marilyn Petito-Devaney facing off against Mara Dolan. Dolan, you'll recall, some connections here in the Mill City and in Chelmsford. She actually ran for state senate in the seat that also included at the time Chelmsford in the district. I believe it still does. It's the seat that was won by Michael Barrett, who is still the senator in that district. But Mara Dolan also was my co-host for a short term there on 980 WCAP, and she also hosted her own show as well later on in the day. So right now, the challenger, with 65% of the votes counted, is leading by about a 53% to 47%. It's actually a 5.4% lead if we get into the decimal points here. But Mara Dolan, 52.7% of the votes. Marilyn Petito-Devaney, the incumbent, with 47.3%. Devaney survived a very close race in 2022. The rematch right now, nobody has officially been called in that race, and I couldn't tell you where that vote came in from. I'm going to guess that Lowell, with its 4,500 mail-in ballots, as well as its other day of ballots, is a big chunk of that. So still a ways to go in that race there, but right now the challenger, Mara Dolan, looks like she is on top. In terms of our races here in the Mill City, again, 18th Middlesex State Representative, we are waiting for those mail-in ballots to be added into the totals that we have right here that show Tara Hong, the challenger, with a commanding lead over the 5-term incumbent State Rep Ratty Mom. Once we have those, we'll update our numbers and bring them to you. And in the Middlesex North Register of Deeds race, we're waiting for those same Lowell numbers. Again, 4,518 mail-in ballots. A good chunk of those, if not 99% of those, will be in some way, shape, or form cast in that Registry of Deeds race. So that is the reason why, despite a 1,300 vote lead for Karen Casella, we're still a little bit hesitant to call that race, or the Tara Hong race for that matter. We don't know how many of those 4,500 outstanding mail-in ballots are from the 18th Middlesex District, maybe 1,000. Your guess is as good as mine. But until we have a little bit more concrete understanding of what those numbers look like, or until we hear from one of the campaigns themselves that somebody's either declaring victory or is conceding the race, which I doubt will happen. If it hasn't happened by 11/21, waiting on those Lowell numbers, chances are it's not going to happen until those Lowell numbers do come in. So we'll stay here. I'll stay here in the Well Point studios for a bit longer. I'll cut in with any more information for you as soon as it becomes available. We're also waiting on Dunstable numbers in that Register of Deeds race, and I believe one of the 4 Tingsboro precincts still outstanding. We'll try to get a clarification on that as well. So thanks for staying with us here at Inside Lowell, and I'll be back to the Well Point studios as soon as we have something to report. Thanks. Alrighty, welcome back here to the WellPoint Studios. I am Teddy Panos, coming to you still live on election night 2024, the primary election here in the city of Lowell and throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And one of the races we've been following tonight, you've kind of seen that screen there frozen for a while, but the 18th Middlesex State Representative race, unofficial results. That is our tally from the votes that have been cast in person today. We are still waiting for the mail-in voting numbers to come on in, but right now it looks like Tara Hong is going to be your next state representative from the 18th Middlesex District. And I believe, if my technology is working here, we have Tara Hong on the phone lines with us. Tara, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Teddy, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. How are you doing here at 11:36 p.m.? I bet you figured one way or another you'd know what your fate was by this point, right?
Yeah, it's 11 p.m. right now. This is still early. You know, during the campaign, we stay much more later to do the work.
Yeah, you're gonna end up waiting a little bit, but obviously you have to be pleased with the numbers that you're seeing on our screen. I would imagine your camp has similar numbers. Do you have any updated numbers, Tara?
We have similar number as what you have right now. Nothing update at the moment. So we're still waiting for the city hall to give us that a number for the mailing vote. Still waiting as you as well. So.
All right. Do you have any indication of how many of those mail-in votes? I was told that the number was a little bit more than 4,500 throughout the entire city. Any idea how many of those mail-in votes came from the 18th Middlesex District? I'm doing some quick math here in my head, thinking maybe 800 or maybe 1,000. At the most. Do you know? Do you have a definitive number or a close guess on that, Tara?
I do not, but I would guess that probably close to 1,000 mailing vote because we did cut turf during the campaign to canvass around the neighborhood, focus on who have requested the mailing ballot so far, and I believe close to at least 1,000 in that. Votes right now at City Hall. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to guess, just based on the kind of campaign you ran this time, but also in 2022, that was a focus of your team, right? Getting out some of those mail-in votes early, putting them in the bank, as they say in the election world.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Was that a focus of your campaign, is trying to get out a lot of your vote early and by mail?
Well, during this campaign, we focused in a few different ways. When the mailing voting happened, we focused on that to try to help and educate our community to mail it in as soon as possible, so that their vote can count. And then we have the early voting happen. They also focus on that to educate our community on the time and date on when the voting happened, and then the election day happened. So we are doing step by step as what it be play out to just educate our community when voting happens, so they can cast their ballot for the right candidate.
Okay. And I actually just saw a video on Facebook maybe about 5 minutes before we connected on the phone of a scene from your campaign. I appreciate you guys watching the Inside Lowell stream broadcast here and getting some of your results that way, but it certainly looked like the people in that room are celebrating. You haven't declared victory yet, and I assume none of your opponents have conceded as well. Is that accurate?
That's right. The room here at our headquarters are full of big supporters, and we are very happy with the result that we have right now. And we are still waiting for more numbers coming, but we feel pretty comfortable on where this number is going. Okay. We're going to win this.
How many people are still in the room with you, Tara?
Half of them is still here.
Those are your loyal supporters, you know that. But all right. Well, listen, I appreciate you taking a couple of minutes out. Hopefully, we will get the numbers. I was told by the elections office that it's going to be a long night, but hopefully we'll get some of those numbers. And regardless of what those numbers show, congratulations on a very well-run campaign. Your second time out, and as we're speaking right now, now at 11:40 p.m. It certainly looks like you're going to be our next state representative, but we don't want to jinx that yet unless you're ready to declare victory, in which case, please, I don't want to stop you.
We'll wait for more results coming for official call.
All right. Thank you, Tara. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Teddy. Have a wonderful night.
Yeah,
Talk to you later.
That is Tara Hong, and you can hear it in his voice, right? That's a young man who thinks that he's going to end up winning that race. And I'll tell you, I've been talking to members of the Ratty Mom team as well throughout the early part of the evening. They could kind of see where those numbers were going, particularly when they came in from both of the precincts at the daily school in Lowell, which should have been fertile ground. I'm just going to pull those numbers up, but those came in very early in the night. I think that might have been the first set of numbers we got, and they came in very strong for Tara Hong. He got 243 votes at the daily school to 189 from Ratty Mom, 57 for Andrew Kohler, the third man in the race. Now, again, those are, a fraction. Those may not even be 50% of the votes. We think that it's looking like well over 50%, maybe 60, maybe as much as 70% of the vote may be a mail-in vote here in the city of Lowell. So it stands to reason that you're going to see something similar as well in the 18th Middlesex district. But again, that was a focus. Early voting, mail-in voting was a focus of Tara Hong's campaign. He was pushing that on Facebook and out there making videos and social media posts and trying to get his supporters banking those votes, as we kind of heard in 2020, the presidential race, when mail-in voting first came into massive use. And it's, you get those votes in, you don't have to worry about people getting sick on election day, or they forget to vote, or the kids get sick and they have to take them to the doctor and whatever not. You want to put those in the bank. That was one of the focuses of Tara Hong's campaign. I'm going to guess, and every observer that I've spoken to as well during the course of this evening has said those trends that you're seeing in the in-person voting, you're likely going to see them in mail-in voting, both in this race and in the Middlesex North Register of Deeds. Not like the presidential race and congressional and Senate races nationally, where there was a big divide between Democrats and Republicans versus how they wanted to get their voters out, whether it was in person or whether it was by mail. We saw that a lot in 2020, saw that to some degree in 2022. Here locally, Democratic primary, all of the candidates are kind of focusing on that. So you're not going to see a very large swing. I'd be shocked if the numbers differ all that much. Again, a commanding lead. Quick math here, 255 votes. 255 votes. I think I miscounted that last time I gave you an update, but 255 votes separating Tara Hong from Ratty Mom, with the mail-in votes still to be counted. Over on the Middlesex North Registry of Deeds, you can kind of see the situation there as well. We're waiting on those Lowell numbers. We have most of the town numbers, and Karen Casella looks like she has a commanding lead there, 1,285 vote lead over Sokari Chow. Joe Reddy running a close third to Sokari Chow. Actually, Joe Reddy in second place in the towns, 40 more votes than Sokari Chow. But Karen Casella, really, when the story of this night is written in that race, it was the fact that, again, Casella, we go back to that daily school, right? One of the first sets of numbers that we got in. Casella won that pretty handily over Sokari Chow. She had, by my counts here, 243 votes of the in-person voting today at the daily school. Sokari Chow had 151, almost 100 vote margin. And that's Sokari Chow's kind of home neighborhood, the Highlands neighborhood in Lowell. Granted, he's a Lower Highlands district councilor in Lowell, but you would think he'd have a lot more support, even in the Lower Highlands. He didn't win by enough to really make some inroads there. And then when the election moved to the towns in Wilmington, Karen Casella, 793 votes. Sokari Chow, 481. Joe Reddy, 359. In Tewksbury, Casella, 336. Chow, 212. Reddy, 187. And then it got to Drake it. And that kind of came in early as well. And that really kind of put this at the margin. Karen Casella, 1,338 votes in Dracut. Sokari Chow, 699. Difference of about 650 votes in Dracut for Karen Casella. If you look at that total, she's up by 1,285. 650 of that margin came from Dracut. Now, again, we still have those 4,518 mail-in ballots in Lowell to be thrown in, along with some other precincts that we have not gotten numbers yet for in Lowell and haven't been tabulated. So were it not for Dracut, this would be potentially more of a nail-biter and an opportunity for, you could say, well, so Sokari Chow might be able to pull it off. Not, you wouldn't want to bet the farm on it, but there's a possibility. 1,280 vote difference, about 4,500 votes or so outstanding. That's a tough road to hoe, again, because the trend is the trend, right? Did Sokari Chow's campaign focus so much more on mail-in voting than Karen Casella's? Perhaps. You're seeing nothing in the in-person voting numbers to kind of indicate that, but that possibility does still exist, and that is why so far nobody from the Casella campaign has declared victory, yet a couple of people who I've spoken to tonight are feeling very, very good. They are very, very positive, and they think that they have this wrapped up. And by extension, the Sokari Chow team told me very early in the night, we're getting nervous about Sokari. We're a little bit apprehensive, and that was before the Dracut numbers came in. So again, those are the results. I remind everybody they are unofficial, and quite frankly, they'll be unofficial until the Secretary of State's office, Bill Galvin, certifies them, and we will hopefully get the official results from the city of Lowell here before long. We've been waiting. We've been told it's going to be a long night, so we're kind of still hanging in there for a little bit. But we've been told that they'll eventually come on in. How much longer I stay here, I can't promise you, folks. I'll eventually have to go get some sleep as well. But I want to update you on one more race. Last time we told you about that governor's council race where Mara Dolan, the challenger, rematch against Marilyn Petito Devaney, she was leading. Mara Dolan, the challenger, was leading in that race by about 5.4 percentage votes. 5.4% with 66% of the votes counted. We're up to 74% of the votes counted, and Dolan's lead has shrunk somewhat. She leads 52% to 48% in that race. So you've got some drama, a little bit of drama there, but right now it's looking good for another challenger, Mara Dolan, in that race. 26% of the votes still outstanding. Where that's coming from, couldn't tell you, but since I'm here, I'll update you on that one as well. And then on the Republican side of the ballot, John Deaton has won that primary for United States Senate, and he will run against Senator Elizabeth Warren in the November 5th election that also features the presidential ballot and a number of other ballot questions as well. So, all right, hang with us. I appreciate there's a whole bunch of you still hanging in there. Over 100 people total between our YouTube channel and our website streaming broadcast. Certainly appreciate it. I'm Teddy Panos. I'll be back to the Well Point Studios in just a few minutes, hopefully with some more definitive numbers for you, or maybe an interview with one of the candidates. Till then, enjoy this little scoreboard here, as we like to say. Alrighty, welcome back to the WellPoint Studios. Teddy Panos here on election night, and the numbers we have been waiting for have finally come in, and you may have seen them up there on your screen. I apologize for the screw-up. I put Andrew Kohler and Ratty Mom's votes in the wrong place, but we have the official election results from the city of Lowell, and as we expected from seeing the in-person voting numbers, Tara Hong is your new state representative from the 18th Middlesex district, receiving a total of 1,195 votes. Ratty Mom did close the margin a little bit there, getting through with the mail-in votes counted. 1,013 was his total. Andrew Kohler, a distant third, with 312. With the tally that we had up there for hours now, Hong was holding about a 200 and I believe it was a 250 something vote lead, give or take. That number closed somewhat, as you can see on your screen. I'll pop it up there again. 172 votes, the difference. Last time those two were separated by 56, 63. There's some dispute over the numbers, or some different numbers coming depending on which news outlet you follow, but it was a very close race. Nail biter. We had the results much earlier, not as many mail-in ballots in 2022, but tonight you can see the result there. Again, Tara Hong winning the race. Somewhat of a close race, and yet not a lot of nail biting going on there. I'm going to just do some quick math in my head here, which is always dangerous, but 2208, 25, 2,520 votes were cast in that race. Now, I do have the official Lowell results in the Register of Deeds race. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to cross out everything I have in the Lowell race there, and I'm going to put in the Lowell numbers that we have and see how that affects the race there. I do not have the Dunstable numbers. I want to let you know that. So when you see those Lowell numbers start to shift, bear with me. I'll come back on camera in just a couple of minutes and kind of get you the numbers that we have from Lowell, and then we'll pass them along. We'll also see how that affects the race there. But there was a pretty significant shift when the mail-in votes came in the 18th. Can Sokari Chow pull off similar magic? Can Joe Reddy pull off similar magic? We shall find out. Give me just a couple of minutes, folks. I'll be back here in the WellPoint Studios to get you those numbers. Then we can all go to sleep and come back and talk about it tomorrow. Stick around. You're watching Inside Lowell. As we like to say, if Lowell is your home, this is your place. All right, and we're back here at Inside Lowell, the WellPoint Studios. You probably saw those numbers if you're still with us, and thank you for staying with us this late. There's a bunch of hearty souls out there that are election geeks like I am, but I know they're also watching in some of the candidate headquarters when I updated the Tara Hong race. Got some cheering from the Hong camp. They were on the phone with me trying to see if I had heard anything, and I had just gotten the numbers. But we now have the Lowell results as well for the Register of Deeds race, and let's look at that right there. The total votes for Lowell. All votes have been counted now. Karen Casella winning the Mill City, 3,221. Sokari Chow second at 2,517. Joe Reddy at 892. When you add that into the towns, you have a resounding victory for Karen Casella. 32 years she has worked in that office. In the Registry of Deeds, she is now going to be the person running that office come January. Karen Casella with 7,842 votes, beating Sokari Chow by about 1,670 votes, give or take a couple there. Sokari with 6,174, and then Joe Reddy with 4,589. As you can see, Casella winning resoundingly in Lowell by 704 votes. She won the towns almost by 600 votes over Sokari Chow, by about 524 votes, I believe is the number there. I'm sorry, about 924 votes over Joe Reddy, and 900 and even more. So my math might be a little bit off, folks. It's late at night. I've been here all night trying to crunch some numbers, but we don't have the Dunstable numbers, but I'm told maybe 150 votes total still to come in from Dunstable. So you're not going to see anything change there. Going to put it up one more time for you. Karen Casella is going to be your next Register of Deeds. A resounding victory over former Lowell Mayor, current Lowell City Councilor Sokari Chow, and Chelmsford's Joe Reddy. Small consolation for Reddy. He did win his hometown of Chelmsford with 637 votes to 353 for Chow, 328 for Casella. Obviously not enough to make up the gap there, but a strong showing by Karen Casella in the towns, particularly Dracut, Wilmington, and Tewksbury, and a pretty good showing in Lowell as well for Casella. She will be your next Register of Deeds. And again, the Tara Hong, second time the charm for him. He will be your next state representative from the 18th Middlesex District. 1,195 votes for him, 1,013 for the five-term incumbent Ratty Mom, who finally goes down to defeat after a couple of close calls and always getting a challenge. Mom finally succumbs to one of his challengers, who will take the oath of office in January. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here throughout the course of the evening. We did some great numbers between our YouTube channel and our live stream on InsideLowell.com. I want to thank Asa Stutz, Jim Leary, Mona Tyree, Mike Bacigalupo, Hans Stutz, and of course the hyphen, Mikaela Hondros-McCarthy, for being here as well. Thank you to our sponsors, of course, WellPoint, our home here, the WellPoint Studios, Washington Savings Bank, TMI Properties, Boston North Company, Francis C. Preventure Insurance, Mahoney Oil, and the Massachusetts Pirates. Thank you, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed our election night coverage. I hope you enjoyed our coverage leading up to election night. We're going to be back at it again. We've got some races to focus on getting into the November election. Of course, while the country focuses on the presidential race, control of the United States Senate, and control of the United States Congress, we've got a race here. First, Middlesex Senate, incumbent Senator Ed Kennedy of Lowell running against Republican challenger Carla Miller. We'll try to set up a debate with those candidates and bring you all the information relevant to that race. Also, we're going to keep an eye on some of the ballot initiatives, which is going to be where a lot of the drama is going to be here in Massachusetts as well. So keep it tuned here, Inside Lowell. Find us online. Follow us on social media, Facebook, X, or Twitter, as it was known, Instagram. And remember, if Lowell is your home, this is your place. Stay safe, everybody.